Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we bring you a new descent into fear with 8 of the most disturbing true camping horror stories ever shared. These accounts are not drawn from folklore or urban legend, but from the lived ordeals of individuals whose nights in the wilderness became unforgettable for all the wrong reasons. Each story takes us deep into isolated forests and shadowed campsites, revealing chilling encounters, from the sudden vanishing of entire camps to terrifying confrontations with both man and nature. The details have been meticulously preserved, ensuring that the authenticity of these stories is never in doubt, while some names and locations have been changed to honor the privacy of those involved. If you have not yet joined our growing community of horror enthusiasts, subscribe to Buried Files and activate the notification bell, so you never miss a single night when the unknown comes calling. Be sure to leave a comment below and tell us about your own camping experiences or which story disturbed you the most. I was just settling down for the evening when my phone buzzed with my sister's number. Marcus Thompson here, and what I'm about to tell you happened just last month, but it feels like a lifetime ago. My sister Emma had always been the adventurous type. The kind of person who would drive 8 hours alone just to spend a weekend hiking through the Great Smoky Mountains. She loved the solitude, the challenge, and most of all, she loved proving to our overprotective family that she could handle herself in the wilderness. But that Friday night call changed everything. "Marcus, something is wrong." Her voice was shaking barely above a whisper. "I think someone has been watching me." I immediately sat up straighter, muting the television. Emma was not the type to panic or imagine things. She was a nurse, practical and level-headed, someone who dealt with crisis situations daily without losing her composure. "What do you mean, watching you? Where are you?" "I'm at Elkmont Campground, Site 47. I've been here since Thursday morning, and I swear someone has been following my routine. Marcus, they know exactly what I do and when I do it." The connection crackled, and I could hear wind rustling through what sounded like heavy forest. Emma had chosen one of the more remote sections of the campground, I knew, because she always preferred privacy over convenience. "Start from the beginning," I told her, grabbing a pen and paper. Something in her tone told me I was going to need to remember every detail. Thursday was normal. I set up my tent, did a short hike on the Gatlinburg Trail, came back around 4 in the afternoon. Made dinner, read my book by the fire, went to bed around 10. Nothing strange, but Friday morning when I woke up, my campfire had been rekindled. Fresh logs, Marcus. Someone had built up my fire while I was sleeping. My blood ran cold. "Did you report it to the rangers?" I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I hadn't put it out completely. Maybe the wind had stirred some embers, but deep down I knew that fire was dead when I went to sleep. Then Friday evening, after my hike to Cataract Falls, I came back to find my camp chair had been moved. Not knocked over by wind or animals, but deliberately repositioned. It was facing my tent instead of facing the fire pit. I could hear her breathing becoming more rapid, more shallow. "Emma, you need to pack up and leave right now." "There's more, Marcus." Saturday morning, I found footprints. Boot prints circling my tent, size 11 or 12, definitely not mine. They started about 20 feet out and spiraled inward, getting closer and closer to where I was sleeping. The closest print was maybe 2 feet from my tent door. The line went quiet except for the sound of her shaky breathing and the distant sound of night insects. "Where are you calling from now?" "I'm in my car, doors locked, parked at the camp store, but Marcus, the store closed an hour ago and there's no cell service back at my campsite. I had to drive here to call you, but now I'm terrified to go back to get my stuff." "Don't go back. Whatever gear you have there isn't worth it. You don't understand. My insulin is in that cooler. I can't just leave without it." Emma was a type 1 diabetic, and I knew she never traveled anywhere without a carefully packed supply of medication and monitoring equipment. The realization that she was trapped between a potentially dangerous situation and a medical necessity made my stomach drop. Okay, listen to me carefully. Call the Rangers right now. Get them to escort you back to your site. I tried. The ranger station closed at 8, and there's just an emergency number that goes to some county dispatch. They said they'd send someone when they could, but it might be hours. I was already reaching for my car keys. I'm coming to get you. Stay in your car. Keep the doors locked, and do not go back to that campsite alone. Marcus, you live in Nashville. That's a 4-hour drive. I don't care. Something is seriously wrong there. What Emma told me next made me press the accelerator harder as I drove through the dark Tennessee highways toward the mountains. When I was hiking back from Cataract Falls today, I kept hearing footsteps behind me on the trail. Every time I'd stop and turn around, the footsteps would stop too. I never saw anyone, but the timing was too perfect. Someone was matching my pace, staying just out of sight. Did you try calling out? Yes, and that's the part that really scares me. When I yelled, "Hello, is someone there?" I heard my own voice echo back to me. But it came from the wrong direction, Marcus. The echo came from ahead of me on the trail, not from behind where the footsteps had been. I had to pull over for a moment to process what she was telling me. At first, I thought it was just weird acoustics in the mountains, but then I realized what had happened. Whoever was following me had recorded my voice somehow and played it back. They wanted me to know they were there, but they also wanted me to know they were smart enough to mess with my head. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles had gone white. Emma, I need you to start driving toward Gatlinburg right now. Meet me at the first 24-hour gas station you can find. But my insulin? We'll figure out the insulin. You have enough to get through tonight, right? Yes, but Marcus, there's something else. When I got back to my campsite this evening before I left to call you, I found something on my picnic table. The pause stretched so long I thought the call had dropped. Emma? What did you find? A Polaroid picture of me sleeping in my tent last night. The chill that ran down my spine was unlike anything I had ever experienced. This was not random criminal behavior or even typical stalking. This was someone who had been watching my sister for days, learning her patterns and deliberately escalating their invasions of her privacy. The angle of the photo, Emma continued, her voice now barely a whisper. It was taken from inside my tent. I had to pull over again because my hands were shaking too badly to drive safely. What do you mean inside your tent? The photo shows me sleeping, but it's taken from the foot of my sleeping bag looking toward the tent entrance. Marcus, someone was inside my tent while I was unconscious, close enough to touch me, and I never woke up. Did you take anything to help you sleep? Any medication? No, nothing. That's what terrifies me. I'm usually a light sleeper when I'm camping. The smallest sound wakes me up. But somehow this person got inside my tent, took a photograph with a flash, and I never stirred. The implications hit me like a physical blow. Someone had drugged my sister, violated her space in the most intimate way possible, and documented their crime. Emma, I'm 20 minutes from Gatlinburg. Where are you? I'm driving toward town now, but Marcus, there's a car behind me with no headlights on. It's been following me since I left the camp store. Can you see the driver? No, but they're maintaining the exact same distance. When I speed up, they speed up. When I slow down, they slow down. Get to the most public place you can find, a hospital, a police station, anywhere with lights and people. I'm almost to the main strip in Gatlinburg. There's a Waffle House that looks busy. Perfect. Pull right up to the front door and do not get out until I arrive. The next 15 minutes were the longest of my life. I kept Emma on the phone, talking her through every turn, every traffic light, until she was safely parked under the bright lights of the restaurant parking lot. The car that was following me just drove past without stopping. she reported. But Marcus, I got a look at the driver when he passed under a street light. What did you see? It was a man, maybe 40s or 50s, wearing what looked like camouflage clothing. But what scared me the most was that he was smiling. Not just smiling, but grinning like he was enjoying some private joke. When I finally arrived at the Waffle House, I found Emma sitting in her car, doors locked, staring at every vehicle that passed. She looked like she had aged 5 years in one night. We never went back for her camping gear. The next morning, I called the rangers and explained the situation. They agreed to retrieve her belongings and investigate the campsite, but what they found made the situation even more disturbing. "Mr. Thompson," the ranger called me that afternoon, "we found your sister's campsite, but there's something you need to know. Site 47 has been closed for renovation since last month. There's no way your sister should have been able to camp there." "What do you mean closed?" "The site was damaged by a fallen tree and has been blocked off with barriers and signage. But when we got there this morning, someone had moved all the barriers aside and set up what looked like a complete campsite. Not just your sister's gear, but additional equipment. A much larger tent, multiple camp chairs, a professional-grade camera setup. Someone else was camping there. It appears someone had been living there for weeks, maybe months. We found evidence of long-term habitation, including a modified lean-to shelter hidden in the woods behind the official campsite. But here's the really disturbing part. We found dozens of photographs." My stomach clenched. "Photographs of what?" "Different women, all apparently taken without their knowledge while they were camping alone in various locations throughout the Smokies. The photos span at least 2 years, and they show a clear pattern of escalation. The early photos are taken from a distance, but the more recent ones are increasingly invasive." "What about the person who was living there?" "Gone. The site was abandoned, but it looked like they left in a hurry. We've turned everything over to the FBI, and they're treating this as part of a larger investigation into missing persons cases in the area." That was 3 weeks ago. Emma has not been camping since, and honestly, I do not blame her. She started seeing a therapist to help her process the violation of privacy and the knowledge that she had been targeted by someone who had clearly done this before. But the part that keeps me awake at night is something the FBI agent told me during their follow-up interview. "Mr. Thompson, your sister was extremely lucky. Based on the evidence we found and the pattern of behavior we've identified, we believe she encountered an individual who has been responsible for at least 3 disappearances of solo female campers in the Southeast over the past 5 years. Disappearances? Women who went camping alone and never came home. In each case, their campsites were found abandoned with signs of long-term surveillance, but the women themselves were never located. Emma's phone call that night might have saved her life. If she had not trusted her instincts, if she had tried to tough it out one more night, she might have become another statistic in an investigation that is still ongoing. The FBI is still looking for the man in the camouflage clothing, and they believe he has moved his operations to a different area. If you are planning to camp alone, especially if you are a woman, please be aware of your surroundings and trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is. And if you ever find evidence that someone has been in your campsite while you were sleeping, do not try to be brave. Pack up immediately and get help. Sometimes the most dangerous predator in the wilderness walks on 2 legs. Day 1, October 15th. Isabella Rodriguez here, starting what I hope will be a peaceful week-long solo camping trip at Lake Tahoe. I have chosen a somewhat secluded spot on the Nevada side, away from the tourist crowds and RV parks. Site is maybe 200 yards from the water, nestled between tall pines with a perfect view of the lake through the trees. Weather forecast looks great for the next few days. I have been looking forward to this trip for months. After the divorce was finalized and I got settled into my new apartment in Sacramento, I decided I needed to do something just for me. Something that would help me remember who I am when I am not being someone's wife or trying to meet everyone else's expectations. The drive up from Sacramento was beautiful, all those autumn colors reflecting off the water. I arrived around 2 in the afternoon and spent the rest of the day setting up my camp exactly how I wanted it. My tent is positioned to catch the morning sun but stay shaded during the hottest part of the day. Camp chair facing the lake, small fire ring with enough gathered wood to last several days. Everything organized and perfect. There are a few other campers in the area, but everyone is spread out enough to maintain privacy. I can see smoke from maybe 3 or 4 other campfires in the distance, but no one close enough to be bothersome. This is exactly what I needed. Day 2, October 16th. Woke up to the most incredible sunrise over the lake, made coffee and sat in my camp chair watching the water change colors as the light shifted. This is the kind of peace I have been missing for years. Around mid-morning, I noticed that one of the other campsites I could see in the distance looked remarkably similar to mine. Same color tent, same style of camp chair, even what appeared to be the same arrangement of gear around the fire pit. I laughed to myself, thinking that maybe we had shopped at the same outdoor store. Spent the day hiking some of the trails around the lake. The fall colors are absolutely spectacular, and I took probably 100 photos. When I returned to camp in the late afternoon, I noticed the similar campsite again and realized it was even more identical than I had first thought. Not just similar equipment, but the exact same placement. Tent facing the same direction, chair in the same relative position, even the wood pile stacked the same way. Probably just a coincidence. A lot of people probably set up their camps using basic common sense about sun exposure and wind direction. Day 3, October 17th. Something strange happened this morning. I got up around 6:30 to make coffee and watch the sunrise, same as yesterday. But when I looked toward that other campsite, the person there was also sitting in their camp chair facing the lake at exactly the same time. I waved, thinking it would be friendly to acknowledge a fellow early riser. The person waved back, same gesture, same timing. But something felt off about it. The wave looked more like a mirror image than a greeting. Later in the morning, I decided to take a different hiking trail, one that would loop around and give me a better view of the other camp. What I saw from the elevated trail made me stop dead in my tracks. The campsite was not just similar to mine, it was identical. Same brand of tent in the same color, positioned at the exact same angle. Same camp chair in the same shade of blue. Same red cooler in the same position relative to the fire pit. Even the clothes hanging on the line to dry were the same items I had washed and hung up yesterday. I stood there for probably 10 minutes trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My rational mind kept insisting it had to be coincidence, but the arrangement was too precise, too detailed. Every single item matched not just in type and color, but in placement. When I got back to my own camp, I started paying closer attention to my surroundings. I made a mental note of exactly how I had arranged everything, the angle of my tent stakes, the specific way I had stacked my firewood, the position of my water bottles on the picnic table. Day 4, October 18th. I barely slept last night. Every sound in the forest made me think someone was moving around my campsite, taking notes, measuring distances. This morning I discovered my suspicions were justified. During the night, someone had been in my camp. Nothing was missing, but several items had been moved slightly. My camp chair had been turned exactly 15 degrees to the right. My water bottles had been rearranged in height order. The bandana I had left draped over my cooler was now folded into a perfect square. More disturbing was what I found when I hiked up to the overlook trail again. The other campsite had changed to match these new arrangements. The chair turned the same 15 degrees, water bottles arranged the same way, even a bandana folded identically and placed in the same position. I am no longer convinced this is coincidence. Around noon, I decided to test my theory. I deliberately moved several items in my camp, creating a specific pattern that could not be accidental. I placed 3 stones in a triangle next to my fire pit. I hung my jacket on a specific branch in a particular way. I turned my cooler so that the handle faced due north. Then I hiked to a different vantage point where I could observe the other camp without being seen. Within 2 hours, I watched someone emerge from the forest and begin rearranging their campsite. Even from a distance, I could see they were matching my changes exactly. 3 stones in a triangle. Jacket hung the same way. Cooler turned to the same position. But here is the part that made my blood run cold. The person doing the rearranging looked exactly like me. Same height, same build, same dark hair and the same length. Same hiking boots, same backpack, even the same olive green jacket I was wearing. I watched through my binoculars as this person moved around their campsite with purpose and familiarity, as if they had been living this routine for days. When they finished the rearrangements, they sat down in their camp chair and pulled out what appeared to be a journal, just like the one I am writing in now. Day 5, October 19th. I did not sleep at all last night. I kept my headlamp ready and listened for any sound that might indicate someone approaching my camp. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps circling my tent, but when I looked outside, I saw nothing. This morning, I discovered that more items had been moved. My journal had been opened to yesterday's entry, and someone had traced over my handwriting with a pencil, as if practicing to copy my writing style. I am now certain that someone is not just copying my campsite arrangement, but studying me personally, learning my habits, my schedule, my mannerisms. When I hiked to the observation point today, the other campsite was completely empty. No tent, no equipment, no sign that anyone had been there at all. Just a bare patch of ground with a few scorch marks from a fire pit. But when I returned to my own camp, I found a note tucked under my water bottle. Thank you for the practice. I think I am ready now. Isabella. The handwriting was identical to my own. Day 6, October 20th. I should have left yesterday. I should have packed up the moment I found that note and driven straight back to Sacramento. But something kept me here. Some morbid curiosity about what was happening and what this person wanted. Now I wish I had trusted my instincts. This morning I woke up to find my camp chair occupied. Someone was sitting in it, facing the lake, wearing my spare jacket and my hiking hat. From behind, it looked exactly like me. I stayed inside my tent, afraid to make any noise, afraid to let this person know I was awake. For over an hour, I watched through the mesh window as this figure sat motionless in my chair, occasionally writing in what appeared to be my journal. When the figure finally stood up and walked toward the lake, I got my first clear look at their face. It was my face. Not similar, not close, but exact. Same features, same hair, same expressions, like looking into a perfect mirror. The figure turned back toward my tent and smiled, and I realized they knew I was watching. They waved at me with my own gesture, using my own mannerisms, and then disappeared into the forest. I am leaving now, packing everything and getting out of here while this person is away from the campsite. I do not know what they want or how they managed to look so much like me, but I am not staying to find out. If anyone finds this journal, please know that I am Isabella Rodriguez from Sacramento, California. I drive a blue Honda CR-V with license plate 8G47M21. If someone claiming to be me shows up anywhere and you have doubts about their identity, ask them about the scar on my left ankle from when I fell off my bike in 3rd grade, or about my fear of butterflies, or about the way I always eat pizza crust first. Because I have a terrible feeling that whoever has been watching me plans to become me. Final entry, found written in different handwriting. Isabella left this morning, but she will not be needing her identity anymore. I have been practicing for weeks, learning her expressions, her voice, her memories from the journal entries she writes every night. She was a good teacher, even though she never knew she was teaching. Tomorrow I will drive her Honda back to Sacramento and begin living her much more interesting life. Her job, her apartment, her friends who never call anymore anyway since the divorce. She will not be missed because I will be there instead, and no one will ever know the difference. The journal was found by a park ranger who noticed the unusual handwriting change. Isabella Rodriguez was reported missing by her workplace when she failed to return from her planned vacation. Her car was found abandoned at a different trailhead 20 miles away. She has never been located. The investigation remains open. Police interview transcript, Baxter County Sheriff's Department, case file number 2024-789. Interview subject, Ezra Whitfield. Date, August 23, 2024. Detective Morrison. This is Detective Morrison, Baxter County Sheriff's Department, conducting an interview with Ezra Whitfield regarding Incident Report 2024-789. Mr. Whitfield, you've agreed to provide a statement about your experiences during your recent backpacking trip in the Ozark National Forest. Can you state your full name and address for the record? Ezra Whitfield. Ezra James. Whitfield, 412 Pine Street, Fayetteville, Arkansas. And Detective, before we start, I want you to know that I understand how this is going to sound. I've been backpacking for 15 years and I've never experienced anything like what happened out there. Detective Morrison. Just tell me what happened, Mr. Whitfield. Start from the beginning. Ezra Whitfield. I left for a 5-day solo trip on August 18th. I planned to hike the Buffalo River Trail, then branch off onto some of the more remote, unmarked trails. I'm an experienced backpacker, Detective. I know how to minimize my impact, how to store food properly, how to camp responsibly. What happened out there wasn't due to any mistakes on my part. The first day was completely normal. I hiked about 12 miles, set up camp near a small creek, made dinner, and settled in for the night. Beautiful area, very peaceful. I had all my gear properly organized and secured before I went to sleep. Detective Morrison. When did you first notice something was wrong? Ezra Whitfield. Morning of the second day. When I woke up, my hiking pole was missing. Not both poles, just one. I searched everywhere, thinking maybe I hadn't secured it properly and it had rolled away during the night. But it was nowhere to be found. Now, losing a hiking pole isn't unusual. They can slip out of your pack, get left at a rest stop. I was annoyed but not alarmed. I figured I could manage with one pole for the rest of the trip. Detective Morrison. But other items went missing as well? Ezra Whitfield. That's where it gets strange. The second night, I was extra careful about securing all my gear. I even made a mental inventory before I went to sleep. But the next morning, my spare headlamp was gone. It had been in the top pocket of my backpack, zipped closed. Someone would have had to unzip that pocket specifically to get to it. Detective Morrison. Did you hear anything during the night? Any sounds that might have indicated someone was in your camp? Ezra. Whitfield. Nothing. And I'm usually a light sleeper when I'm camping. The smallest sound will wake me up. But both nights I slept like the dead, which now that I think about it was unusual for me. The third morning, my camp spoon was missing. Not the whole mess kit, just the spoon. It had been inside my cook pot, which was inside my pack. Again, someone would have had to deliberately search through my gear to find it. Detective Morrison. At what point did you realize this might not be accidental? Ezra Whitfield. When I found the cache. I was hiking on day 3 when I decided to take a break near what looked like a natural rock formation. But when I got closer, I realized it wasn't natural at all. Someone had carefully stacked rocks to create a hidden storage area, maybe 3 feet wide and 2 feet deep. Inside were dozens of items: hiking poles, headlamps, camp spoons, water bottles, bandanas, carabiners, pocket knives, all arranged by type and color like some kind of organized display. And detective, my missing items were there. My hiking pole, my headlamp, my spoon, all arranged with identical items from other hikers. Detective Morrison, did you take your items back? Ezra Whitfield. I should have, but I was too shocked to think clearly. The organization was so precise, so deliberate. Each type of item was arranged in rows, sorted by brand and color. There were probably 50 hiking poles, all standing upright in perfect lines. Dozens of headlamps arranged by size and type. It looked like someone had been collecting these items for years. But what really disturbed me was that many of the items looked personal. There were journals, photographs, pieces of jewelry, things that people would never willingly leave behind. Detective Morrison, what did you do next? Ezra Whitfield. I took photos of everything with my phone, then got out of there as fast as I could. I had planned to camp 2 more nights, but I decided to hike out immediately. I wanted to get back to cell phone range and report what I had found. But that's when things got really frightening. Detective Morrison, go on. Ezra Whitfield. I was maybe 2 miles from the cache when I realized someone was following me. At first it was just a feeling, that sensation of being watched. But then I started hearing sounds behind me on the trail. Footsteps that would stop whenever I stopped, start whenever I started walking again. I tried calling out, thinking maybe it was another hiker who wanted to pass me on the trail. But there was no response, just silence, until I started walking again. Detective Morrison, could you see who was following you? Ezra Whitfield. Not at first. The trail was winding through dense forest and there were too many trees and rocks for clear sight lines. But eventually I caught glimpses of someone moving parallel to the trail, staying just out of direct view. Detective, this person was carrying an enormous pack, much larger than what any normal backpacker would carry. And they were moving through the underbrush without making hardly any noise, which meant they knew that terrain extremely well. Detective Morrison, did this person ever approach you directly? Ezra Whitfield. Not approach exactly, but they started getting bolder. I would stop to rest, and I would find items missing from my pack. Not valuable items, but personal ones. A photograph of my daughter that I kept in my wallet. A bandana my ex-wife had given me years ago. A small notebook where I recorded trail conditions and wildlife sightings. And here's the part that still gives me nightmares. These items would reappear in strange places. The photograph would be tucked under a rock where I was about to sit down. The bandana would be tied to a tree branch right at eye level. The notebook would be left open to a specific page, as if someone had been reading my entries. Detective Morrison, it sounds like this person wanted you to know they were taking your things. Ezra Whitfield. Exactly. This wasn't random theft. It was deliberate psychological manipulation. They wanted me to feel violated, to know that they could take anything they wanted from me at any time. But the worst part was what they started leaving behind. Detective Morrison. What do you mean? Ezra Whitfield. Personal items that clearly belonged to other hikers. A driver's license for a woman named Sarah Chen from Oregon dated 3 years ago. A wedding ring engraved with names and a date from 2019. A child's drawing that said "For Daddy's camping trip" in crayon. These items were being left where I would definitely find them, usually placed on rocks or logs directly in my path. And detective, when I got home and researched some of these names, I found missing person reports. Detective Morrison. You believe these items belong to people who disappeared in the forest? Ezra Whitfield. I don't know what else to think. Sarah Chen was reported missing after a solo backpacking trip in Arkansas in 2021. The wedding ring had names that matched a couple from Texas who disappeared during an anniversary camping trip in 2019. These weren't items that people would accidentally drop and leave behind. Detective Morrison. Tell me about your final encounter with this person. Ezra Whitfield. It happened on my last night in the forest. I was probably 6 miles from the trailhead, close enough that I figured I could hike out early the next morning. I set up camp in what I thought was a hidden spot off the main trail and surrounded by dense trees. But when I woke up around midnight, someone was sitting across from my campfire. Detective Morrison. Can you describe this person? Ezra Whitfield. Middle-aged man, maybe 50 or 55 years old. Long gray hair, full beard, wearing clothes that looked like they had been patched and repaired many times. But what struck me most was how clean and organized he appeared despite obviously living in the wilderness for extended periods. He was sorting through items from a large canvas bag, arranging them by size and type, just like the cache I had found. Small items like buttons and coins in one pile, larger items like camp tools in another. Very methodical, very precise. Detective Morrison. Did he speak to you? Ezra Whitfield. Eventually. But first he just sat there for maybe 20 minutes, organizing his collection while I pretended to be asleep. I was terrified to move or make any sound. Finally, he looked directly at my tent and said, "I know you're awake, Ezra." He used my name, Detective. I had never told him my name. Detective Morrison. What did he say after that? Ezra Whitfield. He told me that he had been curating items from hikers for over 10 years. That's the word he used, curating, like he was running some kind of museum. He said most people never even noticed when small things went missing, but that I had been more observant than most. He showed me a notebook where he had detailed records of every item he had taken, organized by date and location and description of the person he had taken it from. Pages and pages of entries going back years. Detective Morrison. Did he explain why he was doing this? Ezra Whitfield. He said that people who came into the forest brought too much with them, that they didn't understand the difference between what they needed and what they wanted. He saw himself as teaching them about simplicity, about what was truly essential. But Detective, some of his entries described taking items from people who were sleeping, people who never woke up again. He had detailed notes about permanent collections and subjects who became part of the forest. Detective Morrison. Did he threaten you? Ezra Whitfield. Not directly, but he made it clear that he could have taken much more from me if he had wanted to. He knew exactly what gear I was carrying, what food I had, even personal details about my life that he could only have learned by going through my belongings while I was unconscious. Then he told me that I was free to leave, but that I should consider carefully what I planned to do with the information I had gathered. Detective Morrison. When did he leave? Ezra Whitfield. He didn't leave. I did. I packed up my tent in the dark and hiked out immediately, using my headlamp to navigate the trail. I didn't stop moving until I reached my car at dawn. But Detective, when I got to the parking area, I found one more item waiting for me. My car keys, which I was certain I had locked inside my car, were sitting on my windshield with a note. Detective Morrison. What did the note say? Ezra Whitfield. Thank you for visiting my forest. I hope you learned something about what you truly need. Please don't come back. The note was written in my own handwriting, Detective. Somehow he had learned to copy my handwriting perfectly. Detective Morrison. Mister, Whitfield, we're going to need you to provide us with the exact coordinates of that cache location, and we'll need copies of all the photographs you took. This information could be crucial to several ongoing missing person investigations. Ezra Whitfield. I'll give you everything I have, Detective, but I want you to know that I'm never going back into those woods. Whatever that man has been doing out there, he's been doing it for a long time, and he's very good at not being caught. There are people in that forest who went in alone and never came back out, and I think their belongings are still sitting in his collection, waiting for someone to claim them. End of interview. Note: investigation ongoing. Cache location searched but found empty. Several items matching descriptions of belongings from missing persons cases were recovered from secondary locations. Subject remains unidentified and at large. Medical consultation report, St. Joseph Medical Center. Patient, Autumn Blackwood. Date, September 15, 2024. Attending physician, Dr. Rebecca Martinez. Dr. Martinez. This is Dr. Martinez conducting a psychological evaluation and medical debrief with Ms. Autumn Blackwood following her rescue from Devil's Canyon in southwestern Colorado. Miss Blackwood, I understand you've agreed to discuss your experience for both medical and potential legal purposes. Can you confirm you're comfortable proceeding? Autumn Blackwood. Yes, doctor. I need to get this out. I need people to understand what happened down there and why I'll never set foot in another cave as long as I live. Dr. Martinez. Let's start from the beginning. What brought you to Devil's Canyon? Autumn Blackwood. I'm a geology graduate student at Colorado State specializing in limestone formations and underground water systems. Devil's Canyon has some of the most interesting cave systems in the region, and I'd been planning this research trip for months. I had proper permits, proper equipment, and I'd studied topographical maps extensively. I wasn't supposed to be alone, Doctor. My research partner, Jake, was supposed to meet me there, but he came down with food poisoning the night before. I should have postponed the trip, but I'd already taken time off work, reserved the equipment, and frankly, I was excited to finally get some hands-on research done. Dr. Martinez, walk me through what happened when you arrived at the canyon. Autumn Blackwood. I got there around 8 in the morning on September 10th. Perfect weather, clear skies, no precipitation in the forecast. I set up my base camp about a quarter-mile from the main cave entrance, planning to spend 3 days documenting different formations and taking water samples from the underground streams. The main cave system has been explored extensively, but there are several smaller offshoots that haven't been properly mapped. That's what I was interested in. I spent the first day exploring the known passages, taking photographs and measurements, getting familiar with the layout. Everything was going perfectly until day 2. Dr. Martinez. What happened on day 2? Autumn Blackwood. I decided to explore one of the unmapped side passages about half a mile into the main system. It was a tight squeeze, maybe 4 feet high and 3 feet wide, but it opened up into a larger chamber about 50 feet in. Beautiful formations, pristine flowstone, exactly the kind of thing I was hoping to document. I was in that chamber for maybe 2 hours, taking photographs and collecting samples when I heard the first rumble. Dr. Martinez. What kind of rumble? Autumn Blackwood. Deep, sustained like thunder, but coming from inside the rock itself. The whole chamber shook and I could hear rocks falling somewhere in the distance. I knew immediately that I needed to get out, but when I crawled back to the passage entrance, I found it completely blocked. The ceiling had partially collapsed, filling the narrow passage with chunks of limestone and debris. But doctor, the collapse was too precise, too localized. In 15 years of caving, I've seen natural rockfalls, and they don't happen like that. They're chaotic, unpredictable. This looked deliberate. Dr. Martinez. What do you mean by deliberate? Autumn Blackwood. The rocks weren't just randomly scattered, they were stacked, fitted together like someone had carefully arranged them to completely seal the passage. And there were tool marks on some of the stones, fresh scratches that couldn't have been caused by natural shifting. But at the time, I was too focused on survival to think about the implications. I was trapped in a chamber maybe 20 feet by 30 feet, with no other exits that I could find. My headlamp showed solid rock walls on all sides. Dr. Martinez, what were your initial survival priorities? Autumn Blackwood. Water, air, and getting word to the outside. I had about 2 liters of water with me, enough food for maybe a day, and my cell phone had no signal that deep underground. But I did have an emergency beacon that should have transmitted my GPS coordinates to search and rescue. The air quality seemed stable, no immediate signs of carbon dioxide buildup or oxygen depletion. I tried to stay calm and conserve energy while I waited for rescue. But doctor, that first night in the chamber, I realized I wasn't alone. Dr. Martinez. What do you mean? Autumn Blackwood. Around midnight, I started hearing sounds coming from deeper in the chamber. Not falling rocks or shifting debris, but deliberate sounds, scratching, tapping like someone working with tools. At first, I thought maybe it was search and rescue trying to dig through from another direction. I called out, shouted for help, but the sounds stopped immediately. Complete silence for maybe an hour. Then they started again. Dr. Martinez. Could you determine where the sounds were coming from? Autumn Blackwood. That's when I discovered the chamber wasn't as sealed as I thought. Using my headlamp to search more carefully, I found a narrow crack in the back wall, maybe 18 inches wide and 3 feet tall. The sounds were definitely coming from beyond that opening. I managed to squeeze through the crack and found myself in a much larger space, a natural cathedral chamber maybe 60 feet high. But doctor, this wasn't a natural cave formation anymore. Someone had been living there. Dr. Martinez. Living there? What do you mean? Autumn Blackwood. There were constructed walls made from fitted stones, primitive but skillfully built. Sleeping areas carved into the rock and lined with animal furs. Storage alcoves containing tools, preserved food, even books and papers wrapped in waterproof materials. But most disturbing were the bones. Human bones, some obviously very old, others more recent. They were arranged in careful patterns around what looked like a ceremonial area in the center of the chamber. Dr. Martinez, did you encounter whoever was living there? Autumn Blackwood. Not immediately. I spent several hours exploring the chamber, documenting what I found with my camera, trying to understand what I had stumbled into. The bones showed evidence of intentional placement, not natural death. Some had been carved with symbols I didn't recognize. The tools were primitive but effective. Stone knives, bone needles, implements for working leather and preparing food. Whoever lived there had been underground for a very long time and had adapted completely to that environment. Then I found the journals. Dr. Martinez. Journals? Autumn Blackwood. Written accounts dating back decades, maybe longer. Different handwriting, different people, but all describing how they had come to live in the cave system. Some were cavers who had gotten lost and never found their way out. Others were people who had chosen to disappear from the surface world. But the most recent entries described watching people enter the caves and deliberately trapping them by causing rock falls. The writer called it recruiting new members for their underground community. Dr. Martinez, you believe someone intentionally trapped you? Autumn Blackwood. Doctor, I found detailed plans showing the structural weak points in various passages, notes about which areas could be collapsed safely without damaging the main chamber system. This person had been studying the cave geology for years, learning exactly how to trap people without killing them outright. The most recent journal entries mentioned the geology student and included sketches of my equipment and camping setup. They had been watching me since I arrived. Dr. Martinez. When did you encounter this person directly? Autumn Blackwood. My second night trapped around 3 in the morning. I woke up to find someone sitting across from me in the chamber just watching me sleep. An elderly man, maybe 70 years old, but incredibly lean and strong-looking. His skin was pale from years without sunlight, and his hair and beard had grown wild. He was wearing clothes made from animal skins and carrying tools I had seen in the storage alcoves. But what struck me most was how comfortable he seemed in that environment. He moved through the darkness without any artificial light, navigating by touch and sound alone. Dr. Martinez. Did he speak to you? Autumn Blackwood. Eventually, his voice was hoarse, like he hadn't spoken to another person in months. He told me his name was Thomas, that he had been living in the cave system for 23 years. He had originally entered the caves as part of a rescue team looking for missing cavers, but had gotten separated from his group and lost. Instead of dying underground, he had adapted. He learned to hunt the cave fish and salamanders, to collect water from underground streams, to stay warm using primitive techniques. But doctor, he had also gone completely insane. Dr. Martinez. In what way? Autumn Blackwood. He believed that the surface world had ended, that everyone above ground had died in some kind of apocalypse. In his mind, he was preserving humanity by keeping people safe underground. The bones I found belonged to people he had saved over the years. He showed me journals from other trapped cavers, people who had survived for weeks or months before eventually dying from illness, injury, or despair. He had carefully documented each person's final days, treating their deaths as natural transitions rather than preventable tragedies. Dr. Martinez. How did you survive the encounter? Autumn Blackwood. Thomas wasn't immediately hostile. In his twisted logic, he was trying to help me adapt to underground life, teaching me which cave creatures were safe to eat, how to collect and purify water, how to make tools from bone and stone. But he also made it clear that I would never leave the caves. He had sealed all the known exits and would prevent any rescue attempts by causing additional rockfalls. In his mind, I was already dead to the surface world. I played along for almost 36 hours, pretending to accept my situation while secretly looking for escape routes. Thomas had extensive knowledge of the cave system, but he had been alone for so long that he had become careless about security. Dr. Martinez. How did you escape? Autumn Blackwood. I discovered that Thomas slept very deeply, probably from years of physical exhaustion and malnutrition. During one of his sleep periods, I managed to access a vertical shaft that led to an upper level of the cave system. The climb was terrifying, 60 feet of loose rock and narrow handholds in complete darkness. But I made it to a passage that Thomas either didn't know about or couldn't access due to his age. That passage eventually led to a sinkhole that opened to the surface about half a mile from my original camp. I emerged after 36 hours underground, dehydrated and injured but alive. Dr. Martinez. What happened to Thomas? Autumn Blackwood. Search and rescue teams went back for him, but the cave system had been further damaged by additional rockfalls. They found evidence of long-term habitation and recovered some human remains, but Thomas himself was never located. The caves have been sealed pending further investigation, but doctor, I know he's still down there, and I know there are probably other cave systems where similar things are happening. Dr. Martinez. How has this experience affected you psychologically? Autumn Blackwood. I've changed my field of study to surface geology. I can't even go into basements anymore without panic attacks. The thought of being trapped underground, of being deliberately cut off from escape. It haunts every aspect of my life now. But what disturbs me most is knowing that Thomas genuinely believed he was helping people, saving them from some imaginary surface catastrophe. In his mind, trapping and eventually killing cavers was an act of mercy. There are thousands of unexplored cave systems across the country, Doctor. And after what I experienced, I have to wonder how many other people like Thomas are living underground, waiting for the next rescue opportunity. Dr. Martinez. Ms. Blackwood, I want you to know that you've shown remarkable resilience in surviving this ordeal. We'll continue working together to help you process the psychological impact, and your information has been forwarded to the appropriate authorities for follow-up investigation. Autumn Blackwood. Thank you, Doctor. I just hope my experience can prevent someone else from ending up trapped with a madman who thinks he's saving the world by burying people alive. End of session. Note: patient shows signs of severe PTSD related to confined spaces and underground environments. Long-term therapy recommended. Case forwarded to FBI Missing Persons Division for investigation of potential additional victims. Audio recording transcription, Emergency Services Department. Recording device digital voice recorder model DR40, Exxon, owner Kai Nakamura. Date recovered September 3, 2024. Recording begins while 11:47 p.m. August 28, 2024. Kai Nakamura. Testing. This is Kai Nakamura recording ambient sounds at Mirror Lake Campground, Washington State. Day 3 of our family camping trip. I am placing this recorder outside our tent to document the unusual acoustic phenomena we have been experiencing. Sound of footsteps on gravel, tent zipper closing. 2 minutes of normal forest sounds. Wind, distant water, occasional owl calls. Unknown chronos. Voice, female, distant. Kai, where are you? Voice is identical to Aiko Nakamura, subject's wife. Kai from inside tent whispering. Aiko, is that you? Are you outside? Aiko from inside tent. No, I am right here beside you. Why would you ask that? K. Someone just called my name in your voice. Unknown voice. Closer now. Daddy, I cannot find you. Where did you go? Voice matches 8-year-old daughter, Yuki Nakamura. Kai. Yuki, come here right now. Get in the tent. Yuki from inside tent. Daddy, I am already in here. I have been sleeping. Tent zipper opening rapidly. Kai. Both kids are in here, Aiko, both of them, but someone outside is using their voices. Unknown voice. Multiple voices now overlapping. Mommy, where are you? Child's voice. Help me, I am lost. Adult female voice. The fire is going out. Adult male voice matching Kai's. Aiko. Kai, that last voice sounded exactly like you, but you are right here. Kai. Everyone stay in the tent. Do not go outside no matter what you hear. 15 minutes of overlapping voices calling family members' names using perfect vocal matches. Unknown voices in sequence. Remember when we went to Disneyland last summer? Aiko's voice. Yeah, Yuki threw up on the teacup ride. Kai's voice. That was so embarrassing. Teenage son hero's voice. But we had ice cream after. Yuki's voice. Aiko, whispering. Those are our exact words from yesterday's conversation. How could anyone know that? Kai. I do not know, but whatever is out there has been listening to us for days. Recording continues with 45 minutes of the family cowering in their tent while voices circle the campsite, engaging in conversations using their exact words and mannerisms. Recording ends 12:47 a.m., August 29th, 2024. Recording begins 6:23 a.m., August 29th, 2024, KAI, morning of day 4. The voices stopped around 3 a.m. I'm going outside to check the campsite and look for any evidence of what happened last night. Footsteps on gravel, tent zipper. KAI. The fire pit has been rebuilt. We let it die completely before bed, but there are fresh logs arranged in a perfect circle. Someone was here while we were trapped in the tent. Walking, sounds, crackling of leaves underfoot. Kai. There are footprints in the soft ground around our tent, but these are not normal human prints. They are too long, too narrow, and the toe impressions are wrong. Like someone was trying to walk like a human but does not understand how human feet work. More walking, sound of camera clicking. Kai. I am taking photos of everything. The footprints form a complete circle around our tent, maybe 20 feet out. Whoever did this walked around us all night in a perfect pattern. Unknown voice, very close behind him. Taking pictures, Kai. Voice is Kai's own voice, speaking simultaneously with him. Kai. What the hell? Who is there? Rapid footsteps, breathing heavily. Kai. I just heard my own voice speaking the same words I was saying at the exact same time, like an echo but with no delay. Unknown voice, Aiko's voice. Kai, come back to bed. It is still early. Kai. Aiko is still asleep in the tent. I can see her through the mesh window, but something just called to me in her voice. Sound of tent zipper. Aiko, groggy. Where did you go? I heard you talking to yourself outside. Kai. I was not talking to myself. Something was talking with my voice. Recording ends, 6:34 a.m. Recording begins, 8:15 p.m., August 29th, 2024. Keats. Evening of day 4. We tried to hike to the ranger station today, but every time we got close, we would hear one of our voices calling from back toward camp, claiming someone was in trouble. Aiko. Tell them about what happened at the trail junction. Kai. We reached a fork in the trail around noon. The left path went toward the ranger station, the right path went deeper into the wilderness. As we started left, we heard Yuki crying from the right path, calling for help. Yuki. But I was right there with you. I was not crying. Hiro. It sounded exactly like her, though. Even I thought she had wandered off. Kai. We spent 20 minutes searching the right path before we realized we were being led away from help. When we got back to the junction, we heard our own voices having a conversation on the left path, discussing whether to go back to camp. Aiko. It was our voices, our words, but we were all standing there together listening to ourselves talk. Kay. We are trapped here. Every time we try to leave, the voices confuse us, lead us in circles, make us doubt what is real. Sudden sound of child crying in the distance. Yuki. That is not me, I'm right here. Unknown voice. Yuki's voice from the forest. Daddy, help me, something is chasing me. Kai. Everyone stay together, do not respond to any voices unless you can see the person speaking. Crying intensifies, joined by Aiko's voice calling for help. Aiko. I am not making those sounds. Something is using my voice to try to lure you away from us. Multiple overlapping voices for 10 minutes, all perfectly matching family members but coming from the dark forest around them. Recording ends, 8:47. Recording begins, 11:58 p.m., August 30th, 2024. Kai, whispering. Final night. We are packing up at dawn and hiking out no matter what. The voices have been getting bolder, more sophisticated. Tent zipper, footsteps. Aiko, whispering. Something is moving around our tent again. Unknown voices, perfect reproduction of family conversation from earlier. I think we should roast marshmallows. Yuki. We do not have any marshmallows. Hiro. We could use bread and chocolate. Aiko, that is not the same thing. Kai. Hiro, whispering. That was our exact conversation from this afternoon, word for word. Kai. Whatever this thing is, it has been recording everything we say and do. It is learning our patterns, our relationships, our memories. Unknown voice, combination of all family voices speaking in unison. You cannot leave. You belong here now. Your voices belong to us. Silence for 2 minutes. Yuki, crying softly. Daddy, I want to go home. Kai, we are going home, sweetheart, first thing in the morning. Unknown voice, Kai's voice from outside tent. We are going home, sweetheart, first thing in the morning. Exact reproduction of Kai's words spoken simultaneously. Kai, it is copying everything I say in real time now, like it is trying to replace me. Recording continues with 2 hours of the entity mimicking every sound the family makes, creating an increasingly disorienting echo effect. Recording ends 2:15 a.m., August 31st, 2024. Final recording, 6 a.m., August 31st, 2024. KAI, we are leaving now, hiking straight out, ignoring any voices that try to stop us. If anyone finds this recording, know that Mirror Lake has something in it that steals voices and uses them to trap people. Sound of camp being broken down, backpacks being loaded. Unknown voices, all family members speaking from multiple directions. Do not leave us here. Aiko, we need you to stay. Yuki, the forest is our home now. Hiro, your voices belong to us. Kai, those are not us. We are all here together. Everyone hold hands and do not let go. Footsteps on trail, family breathing heavily. 30 minutes of hiking, sounds mixed with constant vocal mimicry following them through the forest. Hiro, Dad, the voices are getting fainter. Kai, keep walking, do not look back. Voices fade to whispers, then silence. Aiko, I can see the parking area. Yuki, are we safe now? Unknown voice, all voices in unison, very distant. You can never really leave. We know your voices now. We will always know your voices. Sound of car doors slamming, engines starting. Kai, we made it out, but I do not think this is over. Even now, driving away, I can still hear our voices echoing in my head. Recording ends. Ila. Note, the Nakamura family reported their experience to local authorities and provided this audio evidence. Subsequent investigations of Mirror Lake found no physical evidence of the phenomena described, but the campground has since been closed pending further research. 3 other families have reported similar experiences at the location over the past decade, all involving vocal mimicry and psychological manipulation. The recordings have been analyzed by audio experts who confirm that the unknown voices are perfect matches for the family members' vocal patterns, but show acoustic properties inconsistent with normal human speech production. 6. Search and Rescue Report, Yellowstone National Park. Incident number YNP-2024-SR-0347. Missing person, Dalton James O'Brien. Report filed by Ranger Station 4, Lamar Valley District. Ranger Collins. This is Search and Rescue Report for Incident YNP 2024-SR-0347. Mr. O'Brien, you were reported missing for approximately 18 hours before being found by other campers. Can you walk me through your experience from your perspective? Dalton O'Brien. Ranger Collins, I have to tell you up front that what I'm about to describe sounds impossible even to me. I've been camping and hiking in these mountains for over 15 years, and I've never experienced anything like this. Ranger Collins. Just tell me what you remember, Mr. O'Brien. Dalton. O'Brien. I arrived at my designated backcountry campsite in Lamar Valley on June 12th around 3 in the afternoon. Everything was normal. I set up my tent, organized my gear, made dinner over my camp stove. Beautiful evening, clear skies, perfect camping weather. I went to sleep around 10 that night and woke up at dawn on June 13th feeling refreshed and ready for a day hike. I had planned to explore the Specimen Ridge trail system, maybe get some wildlife photography done. I packed my day pack with water, energy bars, first aid kit, GPS device, and camera. Ranger Collins. What time did you leave your campsite? Dalton O'Brien. 6:30 in the morning. I remember checking my watch because I wanted to get an early start and be back before dark. The trail conditions were excellent. No recent precipitation, good visibility. I hiked for about 3 hours, taking my time, stopping to photograph some elk I spotted near a meadow. Around 9:30, I reached a ridge overlook that offered spectacular views of the valley below. That's when I decided to take a break and have some breakfast. Ranger Collins. When did you first notice something was wrong? Dalton O'Brien. It started with the fog. Ranger, I've hiked in fog before, but this was different. It rolled in incredibly fast, like someone had just switched off the sun. Within minutes, visibility dropped to maybe 10 feet in any direction. But the strangest part was the silence. When fog moves through mountains, you usually still hear birds, insects, wind through the trees. This fog brought complete silence with it. Not just quiet, but an absolute absence of sound that felt unnatural. Ranger Collins. What did you do when the fog came in? Dalton O'Brien. I tried to wait it out initially. Fog in mountains usually lifts within an hour or two, but after sitting there for what felt like 45 minutes, I started to get concerned about my schedule. I had a GPS device, so I figured I could navigate back to the main trail even in low visibility. That's when things got really strange. I turned on my GPS and it showed my location as being about 2 miles southeast of where I knew I actually was. I thought maybe it was a device malfunction, so I tried using my compass as backup. Ranger Collins. Did the compass give you the same reading? Dalton O'Brien. The compass was spinning, not pointing in any consistent direction, just slowly rotating like it couldn't find magnetic north. In 15 years of hiking, I've never seen a compass behave like that. I decided to try retracing my steps back the way I had come, using the trail markers I remembered passing. But Ranger, I couldn't find the trail. I was standing in what should have been the middle of a well-maintained hiking path, and there was nothing. Just unmarked forest floor in every direction. Ranger Collins. How long did you search for the trail? Dalton O'Brien. That's where my memory starts to get fuzzy. I remember searching for what felt like hours, getting increasingly desperate. The fog never lifted, the silence never broke, and my electronic devices kept giving me impossible readings. At some point, I think I must have panicked. I started running through the forest, crashing through underbrush, calling for help. But my voice seemed to disappear into the fog like it was being absorbed. The last clear memory I have from that day is finding what looked like my campsite. Same clearing, same arrangement of rocks around a fire pit, same view toward the valley. But when I got to where my tent should have been, there was nothing there. Ranger Collins. Mr. O'Brien, you were reported missing when you failed to check in at the visitor center as scheduled. Can you tell me about your next clear memory? Dalton O'Brien. I woke up lying on my back in a completely different location. The fog had cleared, it was early morning, and I was in what appeared to be someone else's abandoned campsite. There was a small dome tent, different brand and color from mine, set up about 10 feet away. A cold fire pit with ashes that looked several days old. Camp gear scattered around that definitely wasn't mine. Ranger Collins. What did you do then? Dalton O'Brien. I was completely disoriented. I had no memory of how I had gotten there or how much time had passed. My watch had stopped working, showing the same time it had when the fog first rolled in. I started hiking in what I hoped was the direction of the main trail system. After maybe 2 hours, I heard voices and found a family of campers who were just starting their morning hike. They called you guys on their satellite communicator. Ranger Collins. When we brought you back to your original campsite, what did you find? Dalton O'Brien. Everything was exactly as I had left it. My tent was still set up, my gear was organized the same way, even my camp chair was facing the same direction. It was like I had never left. But Ranger, according to your report, I was missing for 18 hours. I have no memory of most of that time, and I have no explanation for how I ended up 5 miles away from where I started. Ranger Collins. Mr. O'Brien, we conducted a thorough search of the area where you went missing. We had ground teams, helicopter surveillance, and search dogs. At no point during those 18 hours did we find any trace of your presence in that area. Dalton O'Brien. What do you mean? Ranger Collins. I mean our search dogs, who are trained to track human scent, found no trail leading away from your campsite. Our helicopter crew, using thermal imaging, detected no heat signature matching a human in the search area. It was as if you had simply vanished from the location entirely. Dalton O'Brien. That's impossible. Ranger Collins. Mr. O'Brien, I've been doing search and rescue in this park for 12 years. I've seen people get lost, injured, disoriented, but I've never seen someone disappear so completely from our detection methods and then reappear miles away with no memory of how they got there. Dalton O'Brien. Are you saying you think I'm lying about what happened? Ranger Collins. I'm saying your experience matches a pattern we've seen before in this particular area of the park. Over the past 5 years, we've had 7 similar incidents. Solo hikers who disappear for periods ranging from several hours to several days, only to be found in distant locations with no memory of how they got there. Dalton O'Brien. 7 other people have had this same experience. Ranger Collins. Similar experiences: loss of time, electronic equipment malfunctions, complete absence from our search detection methods during the missing period, and reappearance in locations that would be impossible to reach on foot in the time frame involved. Dalton O'Brien. What's the Park Service's official explanation for these incidents? Ranger Collins. Officially, we classify them as cases of severe disorientation combined with possible medical episodes causing temporary memory loss. The theory is that panic and dehydration can cause people to travel much farther than they realize while in an altered mental state. Dalton O'Brien. But you don't believe that explanation. Ranger Collins. Mr. O'Brien, I've worked in wilderness rescue long enough to know when something doesn't add up. People in medical distress don't evade trained search dogs and thermal imaging equipment. They don't travel 5 miles through unmarked forest without leaving any trace of their passage. And they certainly don't end up at abandoned campsites that our records show haven't been used in over 3 years. Dalton O'Brien. What do you think is really happening out there? Ranger Collins. I think there are aspects of this wilderness that we don't fully understand. Remote areas where our normal rules of navigation and time might not apply the way we expect them to. Local Native American tribes have stories about certain locations in these mountains where people can become unstuck from the normal flow of time and space. They consider some areas to be places where the boundary between our world and other realms becomes thin. Dalton O'Brien. Are you saying you believe in supernatural explanations? Ranger Collins. I'm saying I believe in documented patterns that our conventional explanations can't account for. Whether you call that supernatural or just scientific phenomena we don't understand yet is up to you. Dalton O'Brien. What should I tell people about what happened to me? Ranger Collins. Tell them to be extremely careful when hiking alone in remote areas of the park. Carry multiple navigation devices, check in regularly with people who know your itinerary, and trust your instincts if something feels wrong. And if you ever find yourself in a situation where your electronic equipment starts malfunctioning and you lose your sense of direction, don't panic. Find a safe place to wait it out rather than trying to navigate through conditions you don't understand. Dalton O'Brien. Ranger Collins, I need to know. Am I safe now? Is this something that could happen to me again? Ranger Collins. Mr. O'Brien, of the 7 previous cases similar to yours, 5 of those individuals have returned to the park for additional camping trips without incident. But 2 of them have reported recurring episodes of lost time and disorientation even in familiar areas. My advice would be to stick to well-traveled trails and avoid solo camping in remote locations, at least for the immediate future. Dalton O'Brien. I used to love the solitude of wilderness camping. Now the thought of being alone in the forest terrifies me. Ranger Collins. That's a normal response to what you've experienced. I'd recommend speaking with a counselor who has experience with wilderness trauma. What you went through was real, even if we can't fully explain it. Dalton O'Brien. Will this be investigated further? Ranger Collins. We'll add your case to our ongoing file on anomalous incidents in this area, but honestly, Mr. O'Brien, without physical evidence or witnesses, there's not much we can do beyond documenting the pattern. Dalton O'Brien. So other people might go through what I went through. Ranger Collins. It's possible. That's why we're having this conversation on the record. If someone else reports similar experiences, we want to have as much detail as possible about what these incidents involve. Dalton O'Brien. I just want people to know that if they experience something like this, they're not crazy. Something really did happen to me out there, even if I can't explain what it was. Ranger Collins. Mr. O'Brien, that's exactly why we document these cases, so people know they're not alone in having experiences that don't fit our normal understanding of how the wilderness works. End of interview. Note: subject appeared physically healthy but psychologically distressed. Medical evaluation showed no signs of dehydration, malnutrition, or injury consistent with 18 hours of wilderness survival. GPS device recovered from subject's equipment showed no recorded data for the missing time period, despite device showing normal function before and after the incident. Case file remains open pending further similar incidents. Digital Evidence Recovery Report, Arizona Department of Public Safety. Case file AZ 2024 MP 1847. Missing person Zara Al-Hassan. Evidence Canon EOS R5 camera with memory card. Detective Rivera. This is Detective Maria Rivera conducting evidence review for missing person case AZ 2024 M P1847. We are examining digital photographs recovered from the camera belonging to Ms. Zara Al-Hassan, who disappeared during a solo camping trip in the Superstition Mountains. The camera was found at her abandoned campsite on September 8, 2024. Ms. Al-Hassan was a professional landscape photographer from Phoenix who frequently camped alone in remote locations for her work. She was reported missing when she failed to return from a planned 5-day photography expedition. The following is a chronological description of the photographs found on her camera's memory card, which appear to document a terrifying escalation of events leading to her disappearance. Photograph 001, September 4th, 2024, 6:47 a.m. Standard landscape shot of sunrise over the Superstition Mountains. Miss Al-Hassan's campsite visible in foreground, tent properly set up, gear organized, no anomalies detected. Photograph 002-015, September 4th, various times. Normal progression of landscape and nature photography, Saguaro cacti, rock formations, desert wildlife. Professional quality images consistent with Miss Al-Hassan's portfolio work. Photograph 016, September 4th, 2024, 7:23 p.m. Campfire shot taken at dusk. Miss Al-Hassan's shadow visible in foreground. In the background, approximately 200 yards away, a dark figure can be seen standing among the cacti. Figure appears humanoid, but details are unclear due to distance and lighting conditions. Photograph 017, September 4th, 2024, 7:24 p.m. Same composition as previous shot, taken 1 minute later. The figure in the background has moved approximately 30 yards closer to the campsite, still too distant to make out clear details. Photograph 018-025, September 5th morning. Continued landscape photography. Quality and composition remain professional. No visible anomalies in these daytime shots. Photograph 026, September 5th, 2024, 8:15 p.m. Evening campsite photo. A figure is now clearly visible approximately 100 yards from Ms. Al-Hassan's tent, standing motionless behind a large saguaro cactus. The figure appears to be wearing dark clothing and is significantly taller than normal human proportions would suggest. Photograph 027, September 5th, 2024, 8:16 p.m. Taken immediately after previous shot. The figure has moved to a position roughly 75 yards from the campsite, still partially obscured by desert vegetation, but the unusual height and thin build are more apparent. Photograph 028, September 5th, 2024, 8:17 Silk. The figure is now approximately 50 yards away and appears to be moving directly toward the campsite. Miss Al-Hassan seems to have zoomed in for this shot. The figure's face is still not clearly visible, but the body proportions are distinctly non-human. Arms appear to be unusually long relative to the torso. Photograph 029, September 6th, 2024, 6:34 a.m. Morning shot of campsite. Miss Al-Hassan's gear appears disturbed. Items that were organized in previous photos are now scattered around the tent. A circle of stones has been arranged around the fire pit that was not present in earlier photographs. Photograph 030, September 6th, 2024, 6:35 a.m. Close-up of the stone circle, 12 rocks arranged in perfect geometric precision. Each stone appears to have been carved with symbols that do not match any known writing system. The symbols appear fresh, recently carved. Photograph 031, September 6th, 2024, 6:41 a.m. Footprints in sand near campsite. The prints are elongated, approximately 18 inches long, with what appear to be 4 toe impressions instead of 5. The depth and spacing suggest something much heavier than a typical human. Photograph 032-038, September 6th, daytime. Ms. Al-Hassan appears to have continued her photography work, but the images show signs of stress. Several photos are slightly blurred, suggesting unsteady hands. Compositions are less carefully framed than in earlier shots. Photograph 039, September 6th, 2024, 7:43 p.m. Taken from inside Ms. Al-Hassan's tent, looking out through the mesh window. The figure is now standing approximately 20 yards from the tent. For the first time, facial features are partially visible. The face appears elongated with large dark eyes that reflect the camera flash unnaturally. Photograph 040, September 6th, 2024, 7:44 p.m. Same vantage point from tent. The figure has moved closer, now roughly 15 yards away. The full body is visible, confirming the unusual proportions. The being appears to be over 7 feet tall, with limbs that are disproportionately long and thin. Photograph 041, September 6, 2024, 7:45 p.m. The figure is now less than 10 yards from the tent. The eyes are clearly visible and appear to be looking directly at the camera. There is an intelligence in the gaze that is unmistakably aware of being photographed. Photograph 042, September 6, 2024, 11:23 p.m. Taken from inside the tent with flash. The figure's hand is pressed against the outside of the tent wall, creating a distinct silhouette. The hand has 4 elongated fingers and appears to be nearly twice the size of a human hand. Photograph 043, September 6, 2024, 11:24 p.m. The tent zipper is partially open. The figure's face is visible through the opening less than 3 feet from the camera. The features are clearly non-human. Large black eyes, no visible nose, a small mouth, and pale gray skin with an unusual texture. Photograph 044, September 7, 2024, 2:17 a.m. Taken inside the tent, Miss Al-Hassan appears to have been photographing herself sleeping. The image shows her lying in her sleeping bag, apparently unconscious. Standing over her is the same figure, one of its elongated hands extended toward her face. Photograph 045, September 7, 2024, 2:18 a.m. Similar composition. The figure's hand is now making contact with Miss Al-Hassan's forehead. A strange luminescent glow appears to be emanating from the point of contact. Photograph 046-051, September 7, 2024, 2:19 to 2:24 a.m. Series of images showing the figure apparently conducting some kind of examination or procedure. Miss Al-Hassan remains motionless throughout. The luminescent effect grows stronger in each successive image. Photograph 052, September 7, 2024, 6 a.m. Ms. Al-Hassan's campsite from outside the tent. The tent is now collapsed and her gear is scattered in a wider radius than before. The stone circle has been expanded and now includes additional symbols carved into the ground itself. Photograph 053, September 7th, 2024, 6:01 a.m. Close-up of Ms. Al-Hassan's hands holding the camera. Visible on her forearms are small puncture wounds arranged in geometric patterns. The wounds appear fresh and are still bleeding slightly. Photograph 054-062, September 7th, various times. Ms. Al-Hassan appears to have continued photographing despite her apparent distress. The images are increasingly erratic in composition and focus. Several show her own shadow, suggesting rapid, uncontrolled movements. Photograph 063, September 7th, 2024, 8:47 p.m. The figure is now standing directly next to Ms. Al-Hassan's campsite during daylight hours, no longer hiding or maintaining distance. It appears to be examining her equipment with clear interest and intelligence. Photograph 064, September 7th, 2024, 8:48 p.m. The figure is holding one of Ms. Al-Hassan's lenses, studying it carefully. The being's hands are visible in detail, confirming the four-fingered structure and unusual length. Photograph 065, September 7th, 2024, 8:49 p.m. Multiple figures are now present. 3 beings of similar appearance stand around the campsite. They appear to be communicating with each other through gestures, though no mouths are visible in any of the faces. Photograph 066, September 8th, 2024, 12:47 a.m. Taken from ground level, suggesting Ms. Al-Hassan may have been lying down. The image shows the legs and lower torsos of all 3 figures standing around her. The angle suggests she was surrounded. Photograph 067, September 8th, 2024, 12:48 a.m. final clear image shows one of the figures reaching down toward the camera. The being's eyes are looking directly into the lens with what can only be described as curiosity rather than hostility. Photograph 068-073, September 8, 2024, 1249-1254. AM*** final series of images are severely overexposed and blurred. Bright lights dominate the frames, making it impossible to distinguish shapes or figures. The images suggest some kind of intense illumination source was present. Photograph 074, September 8, 2024, 12:55 a.m. Final image on memory card, completely black, suggesting either camera failure or lens cap replacement. Metadata confirms this was the last photograph taken. Detective Rivera. Analysis of the camera's metadata confirms all timestamps and GPS coordinates are consistent with Ms. Al-Hassan's planned itinerary. The images appear to be authentic with no signs of digital manipulation. Forensic examination of the campsite confirmed the presence of the carved stone circle and ground symbols photographed. The puncture wounds visible on Miss Al-Hassan's arms in photograph 053 match blood evidence found on her sleeping bag. The unusual footprint casts taken from the scene match the impressions visible in photograph 031. The prints do not correspond to any known human or animal species native to the Arizona desert. Miss Al-Hassan remains missing, despite extensive search efforts involving ground teams, helicopters, and search dogs. No trace of her has been found beyond the abandoned campsite and camera. The images recovered from her camera represent the most detailed photographic documentation of unexplained phenomena ever recovered from a missing person case in Arizona Department of Public Safety history. Detective Rivera. What makes this case particularly disturbing is the apparent progression shown in the photographs. The initial images suggest Miss Al-Hassan was aware of being observed but continued her normal activities. As the situation escalated, she appears to have deliberately documented what was happening to her. The fact that she continued photographing even during what appear to be invasive procedures suggests either remarkable presence of mind or possible involuntary compulsion. The final series of overexposed images may represent some form of transport or abduction, though we cannot determine from photographic evidence alone what actually occurred. Forensic Analyst Chen. Detective Rivera, I need to add something to the official record. During our analysis of the camera equipment, we discovered that the memory card contained 847 gigabytes of data, despite being a 64 gigabyte capacity card. The additional data consists of thousands of images that appear to show locations not on Earth. Landscapes with unusual geological formations, structures that appear artificial but not of human construction, and skies with multiple moons or unfamiliar star patterns. These additional images are embedded in the camera's firmware in a way that should be technically impossible with consumer camera equipment. Detective Rivera, are you suggesting the camera was modified by whoever or whatever Ms. Al-Hassan encountered? Forensic Analyst Chen. I'm saying that the camera now contains information that it was not designed to store, arranged in a data structure that does not match any known file system. The images appear to be documentation of wherever Miss Al-Hassan was taken after the final overexposed photographs. Detective Rivera, have you been able to enhance or analyze these additional images? Yuck. Forensic Analyst Chen. Several of them show Ms. Al-Hassan herself in what appears to be some kind of facility or structure. She appears conscious and mobile in these images, suggesting she survived the initial encounter. However, the timestamp data on these images shows dates extending several months beyond her disappearance. Detective Rivera. That's not possible. The camera was recovered just 3 days after she went missing. Forensic Analyst Chen. Detective, I can only report what the data shows. According to the embedded timestamps, some of these images were taken as recently as 2 weeks ago, nearly a year after Ms. Al-Hassan's disappearance. Either someone has been using her camera to document her ongoing situation, or time functions differently wherever these images were captured. Detective Rivera. This case remains open and active. The photographic evidence suggests Ms. Al-Hassan encountered something beyond our current understanding of natural phenomena. Anyone planning to camp in remote areas of the Arizona desert, particularly solo travelers, should be aware that Ms. Al-Hassan's case represents the third unexplained disappearance in this region over the past 2 years. All 3 cases involved experienced outdoor enthusiasts who left behind evidence of unusual encounters before vanishing completely. If you're planning desert camping trips, travel in groups, maintain regular contact with people who know your location, and trust your instincts if you feel you're being observed or followed. Ms. Al-Hassan's photographic documentation may represent the most important evidence we have of what happens to people who disappear in these remote areas. Her courage in continuing to document her experience, even under terrifying circumstances, may help prevent others from sharing her fate. The investigation continues. Anyone with information about Ms. Al-Hassan's whereabouts or similar encounters should contact the Arizona Department of Public Safety immediately. Case status: active missing person investigation. Evidence secured in AZDPS evidence facility. Additional photographs and technical analysis available to qualified researchers upon request. Note: the additional non-terrestrial images mentioned in this report have been classified pending review by federal agencies. Access is restricted to personnel with appropriate clearance levels. Therapy session transcript. Dr. Sarah Matthews, LCSW. Patient, River McAllister. Session date, October 12, 2024. Session number 8. Dr. Matthews. River, I know it has been difficult for you to talk about what happened during your family camping trip. You have made significant progress over the past few weeks, and I think you are ready to share the complete account. Remember, this is a safe space, and we can stop at any time if you become too distressed. River McAllister. Thank you, Dr. Matthews. I need to get this out. My family thinks I am overreacting, but they were not there when I realized what David was really planning for us. Dr. Matthews, take your time. Start wherever feels comfortable. River McAllister. We went to the Cascade Mountains in Oregon for what was supposed to be a 4-day family camping trip. My spouse Alex, our 2 kids Emma and Jake, ages 12 and 10. We had been planning this trip for months as a way to reconnect after a really stressful year. We arrived at the Olali Lake area on a Friday afternoon in late August. Beautiful location, crystal clear water surrounded by dense forest. The campground was nearly empty, which we thought was perfect for some family bonding time. Dr. Matthews. When did you first encounter David? River McAllister. Almost immediately after we arrived. We were still unloading the car when this man approached our campsite. Middle-aged, maybe late 40s, rugged-looking but friendly. He introduced himself as David and said he had been camping there for about a week. At first, I was grateful for the help. David offered to show us the best spots to set up our tents, where to find the cleanest water, which trails were safest for the kids. He seemed genuinely knowledgeable about the area and very eager to help. Dr. Matthews. What was your initial impression of David? River McAllister. Honestly, he seemed like a godsend. Solo camping with 2 kids can be challenging, and Alex had never been comfortable with outdoor activities. David offered to help us set up our campsite properly, showed us how to hang our food to keep it away from bears, even gave us some extra firewood he had collected. The kids liked him immediately. He told them stories about the local wildlife, taught Jake how to skip stones across the lake, showed Emma how to identify different types of trees. He was patient, knowledgeable, and seemed to genuinely enjoy spending time with our family. Dr. Matthews. When did you start to feel uncomfortable about David's presence? River McAllister. It was subtle at first. On Saturday morning, David appeared at our campsite around 7 with coffee already made and breakfast prepared. He said he always made too much food and offered to share. Again, it seemed thoughtful and generous. But then I noticed he knew things about our family that we had never told him. He mentioned that Emma was nervous about starting middle school, which was true, but we had never discussed that with him. He asked Jake if he was still having trouble with his math homework, which was accurate but not something we had shared. Dr. Matthews. How did David respond when you questioned him about this knowledge? River McAllister. He laughed it off, said he was good at reading people and making educated guesses based on the kids' ages and behavior. It seemed plausible enough, and Alex thought I was being paranoid about a helpful stranger. Saturday afternoon, David offered to take the kids on a nature hike while Alex and I relaxed at the campsite. The kids were excited to go, and it gave us some much-needed alone time. David said he knew a trail that led to a beautiful waterfall about 2 miles away. Dr. Matthews. Did anything concerning happen during that hike? River McAllister. When they returned 3 hours later, the kids were unusually quiet. When I asked them about the waterfall, they looked confused. Emma said they had never seen any waterfall, that David had taken them to an old cabin in the woods where he showed them his collection. I asked what kind of collection, and Jake said it was camping gear, lots of tents and backpacks and clothes that David said belonged to other families who had visited the area. The kids thought it was cool that David kept souvenirs from all his camping friends. Dr. Matthews. How did you respond to this information? River McAllister. I was immediately alarmed, but I tried not to show it in front of the kids. I asked them to describe the cabin, and their descriptions were very detailed. Emma said there were photographs on the walls of different families camping, including some that looked very old. Jake mentioned that David had asked them lots of questions about our family, our routines at home, where we lived, where the kids went to school. He had written down their answers in a notebook. That evening I told Alex about my concerns, but Alex thought I was overreacting. David had been nothing but helpful and kind, and the kids clearly enjoyed his company. Alex suggested that maybe David was just a lonely person who enjoyed meeting camping families. Dr. Matthews. What happened on Sunday that changed the situation? River McAllister. Sunday morning, David appeared at our campsite before we were even awake. He was carrying a large duffel bag and seemed more agitated than usual. He said there was a storm coming and that we needed to move to a more sheltered location immediately. I checked the weather on my phone, and there was no storm predicted. But David insisted that weather reports were unreliable in the mountains, and that he knew the area well enough to predict dangerous conditions. Dr. Matthews. How did your family respond to David's urgency? River McAllister. Alex was willing to trust David's local knowledge and started packing our gear. The kids were excited about the adventure of moving to a new campsite. I was the only one who felt something was wrong. David led us deeper into the forest, away from the established campground and hiking trails. He said his special campsite was completely protected from wind and rain, with a natural shelter and fresh water source. After hiking for about an hour, we reached a clearing that was surrounded on 3 sides by steep rock walls. There was only one narrow path leading in or out, and David positioned himself near that exit while we set up our tents. Dr. Matthews. At what point did you realize you were in danger? River McAllister. When I noticed that David's duffel bag contained items that clearly belonged to other people. I saw children's clothing in different sizes, adult hiking boots, personal items like jewelry and watches. When I asked David about these items, he said they were things other camping families had left behind. But Dr. Matthews, some of these items looked like they had been carefully preserved, not abandoned. There was a child's stuffed animal that was clean and well maintained, a wedding ring that was polished and obviously cared for, family photographs that had been laminated to protect them from weather. Dr. Matthews, what did you do with this realization? River McAllister. I quietly told Alex that we needed to leave immediately, that David was not who he appeared to be. But Alex thought I was having some kind of anxiety attack and refused to pack up and hike back in the growing darkness. David seemed to sense my suspicion and became more controlling. He suggested that we should all stay close together for safety, that the kids should not wander off, that we should keep our voices down to avoid attracting dangerous wildlife. Dr. Matthews, how did you manage to escape the situation? River McAllister. Around midnight, I heard David moving around outside our tent. I looked through the mesh window and saw him examining our car keys, which he had somehow taken from Alex's backpack. He was also looking through our identification cards and credit cards. I realized that David was not planning to let us leave in the morning. Whatever had happened to the other families whose belongings he possessed, he was planning the same thing for us. I woke Alex and the kids as quietly as possible and told them we were leaving immediately, no questions asked. For once, Alex did not argue with me, maybe because they could hear the absolute terror in my voice. Dr. Matthews, how did you get past David to escape? River McAllister. I created a distraction by intentionally knocking over our camp stove, which made a loud crash. When David came to investigate the noise, we slipped out the back of our tent and started climbing the rock wall behind our campsite. It was terrifying climbing in the dark with two kids, but we managed to reach the top of the cliff and find another trail that led back toward the main campground. We hiked through the forest for 3 hours until we reached our car. Dr. Matthews, did David pursue you? River McAllister. We could hear him calling our names for the first hour of our escape. He was using different voices, sometimes sounding concerned and helpful, other times angry and demanding. At one point, he was calling for the kids specifically, saying he had found something they would want to see. The most disturbing part was that his voice seemed to be coming from different directions, like he was somehow able to move through the forest much faster than should have been possible. Dr. Matthews, what happened when you reached safety? River McAllister. We drove directly to the nearest ranger station and reported the incident. The rangers took our statement and promised to investigate, but when they returned to the location we described, they found no trace of David or the cabin the kids had visited. Our abandoned camping gear was gone, and there were no footprints or other evidence that anyone had been in the area recently. It was like David had simply vanished, taking all evidence of his presence with him. Dr. Matthews, how has this experience affected your family? River McAllister. The kids have nightmares about David finding us at home. Alex has become much more cautious about trusting strangers, which I guess is a positive change. But I am consumed with guilt about putting my family in danger and terrified that David might still be out there targeting other families. I researched missing persons cases in Oregon and found several families who disappeared while camping in remote areas over the past 5 years. The descriptions of their last known locations match the type of isolated spots David seemed to prefer. Dr. Matthews. River, what you experienced was a genuine threat to your family's safety. Your intuition and quick thinking likely saved your lives. The fact that the authorities could not find evidence of David's presence does not mean your experience was not real. River McAllister. Dr. Matthews, I need people to know that not everyone who offers help in the wilderness has good intentions. David was skilled at appearing helpful and trustworthy while gradually isolating his targets from safety and escape routes. If anyone encounters an overly helpful stranger while camping, especially someone who seems to know too much about your family or who wants to move you to a more isolated location, trust your instincts and get to safety immediately. Dr. Matthews. River, your willingness to share your story could help protect other families from similar situations. Predators often target families in remote areas because they know help is far away and victims are vulnerable. River McAllister. I just hope that somewhere out there other families are safe and that David never gets the chance to complete whatever he was planning for us. The wilderness can be a beautiful place for family bonding, but it can also hide people who use its isolation for terrible purposes. Always trust your instincts and never let politeness prevent you from protecting your family. Session notes. Patient shows significant improvement in processing trauma. Recommend continued therapy to address lingering anxiety and guilt. Case details forwarded to appropriate authorities for ongoing investigation. Patient has granted permission for anonymous use of session content for educational purposes regarding wilderness safety and predator awareness. Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we bring you 8 of the most disturbing true camping horror stories ever documented. These are not tales spun from campfire legends or internet folklore, but authentic accounts from individuals whose wilderness expeditions transformed into nightmarish ordeals that haunt them to this day. Each story draws us into the most remote corners of our wilderness, from snow-covered alpine peaks to isolated forest service roads where seasoned campers encountered terrors that defied all explanation. We will journey alongside experienced mountaineers, seasoned backpackers, and wilderness enthusiasts who ventured into places where civilization holds no power and darkness reigns supreme. The testimonies you will hear tonight have been carefully verified and cross-referenced, with every detail preserved to maintain their chilling authenticity. Though certain names and locations have been altered to protect the privacy of those who lived through these harrowing experiences, if you have not yet subscribed to Buried Files, join our community of truth seekers by hitting that subscribe button and activating the notification bell so you never miss when we uncover the stories others dare not tell. Be sure to leave a comment below sharing your own wilderness encounters or let us know which story disturbed you the most tonight. My name is Henry, and I have been backpacking in the Pacific Northwest for over a decade. I follow all the rules, obtain the proper permits, and respect leave no trace principles religiously. I tell you this because what I discovered in the Olympic National Park wilderness area challenged everything I thought I knew about how our protected lands are managed and who else might be using them. It was late September when I applied for a backcountry permit for a solo hiking trip in the Quinault River drainage. This is a restricted area that requires advance permits limited to only a few parties per day to protect the sensitive ecosystem. I had been trying to get a permit for this particular route for 3 years, and when one finally became available due to a cancellation, I jumped at the opportunity. The permit was for 4 days and 3 nights, allowing me to hike deep into old-growth forest and camp at designated backcountry sites. I had researched the area extensively, studied topographic maps, and read trip reports from other hikers. Everything indicated this would be a spectacular wilderness experience in one of the most pristine forest ecosystems remaining in the lower 48 states. I arrived at the ranger station on a Thursday morning to pick up my permit and receive the mandatory backcountry briefing. The ranger who processed my paperwork seemed unusually serious as she reviewed the regulations with me. She emphasized multiple times that I was to camp only at designated sites, that the permit system existed to protect sensitive areas, and that I should report any violations or unusual activity to park authorities immediately. when I asked if there had been problems with unauthorized camping in the area. She hesitated before answering that they occasionally dealt with people who entered restricted zones without permits. She advised me to be aware of my surroundings and to trust my instincts if anything seemed out of place. I began my hike around 10 in the morning, following the established trail into the Kino drainage. The path was well maintained for the first few miles, passing through second-growth forest before entering the true wilderness area where old-growth cedars and Douglas firs towered overhead. The forest was cathedral quiet, with shafts of sunlight filtering through the canopy to illuminate patches of moss and ferns on the forest floor. My first designated campsite was approximately 8 miles from the trailhead, positioned beside a small creek that provided water access. According to my permit, I was the only person authorized to camp in this drainage for the next 3 days. The solitude was part of what made these permits so valuable and difficult to obtain. I reached my intended campsite around 4 in the afternoon, giving me plenty of time to set up camp and explore the surrounding area before dark. The site itself was a small clearing beside the creek with the established fire ring and a bear box for food storage. Everything appeared exactly as described in the park materials. But as I began setting up my tent, I noticed something that troubled me. There were signs of recent camping activity that did not match the official records. The fire ring contained fresh ash and partially burned wood that could not have been more than a few days old. More concerning, I found tent stakes in the ground that had obviously been used recently, and the vegetation around the campsite showed clear evidence of foot traffic. According to the permit system, no one should have been camping at this site for at least 2 weeks. The ranger station keeps meticulous records of backcountry use, and they would have informed me if there had been any recent activity in the area. I decided to investigate further before setting up my own camp. Following the creek downstream, I discovered additional evidence of recent human presence. There were more fire rings that did not appear on any official campsite maps, areas where vegetation had been cleared for tent sites, and even some improvised furniture constructed from fallen logs. Someone had been camping in this restricted area without permits, and they had established what appeared to be semi-permanent campsites in locations that were supposed to be off-limits to overnight use. As I continued exploring, I found a trail that branched off from the official hiking route. This path was not marked on any of the maps I carried, and it showed signs of regular use despite being in an area where off-trail travel was prohibited. The trail led deeper into the drainage, toward areas that were designated as research zones with no public access allowed. Following this unauthorized trail for approximately half a mile, I came upon a larger camping area that had clearly been in use for an extended period. There were multiple fire rings, several cleared tent sites, food storage containers that were not the approved bear-proof models, and even some basic shelters constructed from tarps and forest materials. This was not the casual camping of someone who had accidentally wandered into a restricted area. This was an established camp that showed evidence of repeated long-term use by people who knew exactly where they were and had chosen to ignore the permit system entirely. But what disturbed me most was not the unauthorized camping itself, but what I found scattered around the campsite. There were dozens of empty food containers, but not the kind that backpackers typically carry. These were institutional-sized cans and packages, the type used by large groups or commercial operations. I also found equipment that seemed out of place for recreational camping: heavy-duty generators, multiple radio antennas, and electronics equipment that would require significant power sources. Most troubling of all, I discovered what appeared to be research materials. There were waterproof containers filled with data sheets, photographs, and scientific instruments that I did not recognize. Some of the documentation had official-looking letterheads, but the text was partially obscured by water damage, and I could not read the details clearly. As I was examining these materials, I heard voices approaching from deeper in the forest. I immediately retreated from the unauthorized campsite and made my way back toward the official trail as quickly and quietly as possible. The voices were too distant for me to make out words, but I could tell there were multiple people, and they were moving toward the area I had just been investigating. I reached my designated campsite and quickly set up my tent, trying to appear as if I had been there all afternoon. My hands were shaking as I assembled my shelter, both from adrenaline and from the growing realization that I had stumbled into something much more complex than simple permit violations. The voices I had heard never came close enough to my official campsite for me to see who they belonged to, but I could occasionally hear them in the distance throughout the evening. Sometimes they seemed to be coming from the unauthorized camp I had discovered. Other times they appeared to be moving along trails that did not exist on any official maps. I spent a sleepless night in my tent, listening to sounds that suggested ongoing activity in areas where no one should have been present. There were occasional mechanical noises like generators running or vehicles starting, which should have been impossible in a designated wilderness area with no road access. Around 3 in the morning, I heard what sounded distinctly like helicopters passing overhead. This was extremely unusual, as aircraft overflights in wilderness areas are heavily regulated and typically only occur for emergency rescues or official park business. When dawn broke, I made a decision that went against every backpacking instinct I had developed over the years. I decided to cut my trip short and hike out immediately. I broke camp as quickly as possible and began hiking toward the trailhead, constantly looking over my shoulder and listening for any signs that I was being followed. The 8-mile hike out felt longer than any distance I had ever covered, and I did not feel safe until I reached my vehicle in the parking area. I drove directly to the ranger station and requested a meeting with the backcountry supervisor. I detailed everything I had observed: the unauthorized campsites, the evidence of long-term occupation, the research materials, and the nocturnal activity that suggested ongoing operations in restricted areas. The ranger who listened to my report took extensive notes and asked detailed questions about locations and descriptions. However, her responses seemed carefully measured, as if she was being cautious about what information she shared with me. When I asked what actions would be taken to investigate the unauthorized activity, she told me that park officials would look into the matter, but that I should not expect to be updated on their findings. She also advised me not to discuss what I had observed with other hikers or on social media, explaining that premature publicity could interfere with any enforcement actions. 2 weeks later, I received a letter from the National Park Service thanking me for my report and informing me that appropriate actions had been taken to address the violations I had witnessed. No details were provided about what those actions entailed or what they had discovered during their investigation. I attempted to obtain another permit for the same area 6 months later, but I was told that the Kino River drainage had been temporarily closed to all public access due to ongoing resource management activities. The closure notice provided no timeline for when public access might be restored. It has now been 18 months since my experience in the Olympic Wilderness, and that section of the park remains closed to backcountry camping. I have tried multiple times to get information about the status of the area, but park officials will only say that the closure is necessary for resource protection and that they cannot provide a reopening date. I continue to backpack in other areas of the Pacific Northwest, but I have never again encountered anything like what I observed in the Kino drainage. The experience fundamentally changed my understanding of how our public lands are used and managed. I realized that there are likely legitimate scientific and administrative activities that occur in wilderness areas outside of public view. But what I witnessed did not feel like authorized government research or standard park management operations. The secrecy, the unauthorized camps, and the immediate closure of the area after my report suggested something much more complex and potentially troubling. I have never received a satisfactory explanation for what I encountered during those 4 days in September. The unauthorized activity, The research materials and the subsequent closure of the area remain unexplained. Sometimes I wonder if I stumbled into something I was never supposed to see, and whether my report was actually welcomed by the park authorities or if it created complications for activities they preferred to keep hidden. What I know for certain is that our wilderness areas are not always as wild or as protected as the public believes them to be. There are people operating in restricted zones with apparent impunity, conducting activities that seem to contradict the very purpose of wilderness designation. I still obtain permits and follow all the regulations when I backpack, but I no longer assume that I am alone in the wilderness simply because the permit system says I should be. My name is Evelyn, and what I am about to tell you happened during what was supposed to be a romantic anniversary camping trip with my boyfriend Jack. We had been together for 3 years and winter camping had become our shared passion. We were experienced cold weather campers who had successfully completed expeditions in temperatures well below zero. What happened to us in the boundary waters of Minnesota that February night destroyed not only our relationship, but my ability to trust my own perceptions of reality. Jack and I had planned this trip for months. February marked our 3rd anniversary and we wanted to celebrate somewhere special. The Boundary Waters Canoe Area wilderness in winter transforms into a pristine, frozen landscape that few people ever experience. We had camped there twice before during warmer months, but winter camping offered a completely different kind of beauty and solitude. We drove up from Minneapolis on a Friday afternoon loaded with gear rated for extreme cold conditions. Our equipment list was extensive: 4-season mountaineering tent, sleeping bags rated to -30 degrees, insulated sleeping pads, portable winter shelter, and enough food for 4 days. We had also packed emergency gear including a satellite communicator, first aid supplies, and extra clothing layers. The temperature when we arrived at the parking area was -12 degrees Fahrenheit, with a wind chill bringing it down to -25. This was well within our comfort zone. We had camped in worse conditions and felt confident in our abilities and equipment. The weather forecast showed stable cold for the next 3 days with no precipitation expected. We began skiing into the wilderness area around 3 in the afternoon, pulling our gear behind us on sleds designed for winter camping. The snow was deep and well packed, making for excellent skiing conditions. Our destination was a small island approximately 4 miles from the trailhead, a location we had researched extensively and knew would provide good wind protection and flat ground for our tent. The ski-in went perfectly. We made excellent time despite the heavy sleds, and the scenery was breathtaking. The lakes were frozen solid, covered with a layer of snow that stretched unbroken to the horizon. The silence was profound, broken only by the sound of our skis cutting through the snow and our breathing in the cold air. We reached our intended campsite around 5:30, just as the sun was beginning to set. The island was exactly as we had hoped, a small forested area with several level spots suitable for camping. We selected a location among a grove of large pine trees that would provide wind protection while keeping us away from any potential widowmakers overhead. Setting up camp in those conditions required teamwork and attention to detail. We had done this enough times that we moved with practiced efficiency. Jack began stamping down a platform for our tent while I organized our gear and prepared the site. The wind was minimal and the temperature felt manageable with our layered clothing system. Our tent went up without incident. It was a high-quality 4-season shelter that we had used many times before. We secured it with additional guy lines and snow anchors, ensuring it could handle any wind that might develop overnight. By 7 o'clock, we had camp established and were heating water for dinner on our reliable winter stove. The evening started perfectly. We cooked a hot meal, shared a thermos of hot chocolate, and spent time talking and enjoying the incredible night sky. At that latitude in winter with no light pollution, the stars were brilliant beyond description. We could see the Milky Way clearly, and the aurora borealis even made a brief appearance as green curtains dancing across the northern horizon. We retreated into our tent around 9 o'clock, settling into our sleeping bags with books and headlamps. This was always one of my favorite parts of winter camping. The cozy warmth inside the tent while the cold world existed just inches away beyond the thin fabric walls. Jack and I talked quietly about our plans for the next day and our gratitude for being able to share experiences like this together. The first sign that something was wrong came around 11 o'clock. Jack sat up suddenly in his sleeping bag and asked if I had heard something. I had not, but I listened carefully. After a minute or two, I heard it as well, a sound like something moving through the snow around our campsite. It was rhythmic, like footsteps, but heavier than what a person would make. We both remained silent, listening intently. The sound continued for several minutes, seeming to circle our tent at a distance of perhaps 20 or 30 feet. Then it stopped completely. Jack whispered that it was probably a deer or moose moving through the area. This made sense. Large animals do move at night, and we were in their habitat. We had encountered wildlife on previous camping trips, and it had never been a problem. But something about the pattern of movement troubled me. It had been too regular, too deliberate, and it had definitely been circling our camp, which was unusual behavior for most animals. We settled back down, but neither of us could fall asleep easily. Every small sound seemed amplified in the cold air. The normal creaking and settling of our tent in the wind sounded ominous. Even our own breathing seemed loud in the stillness. Around midnight, our stove malfunctioned. We had been using the same stove for 2 years without any problems. It was a high-quality winter model designed specifically for cold weather conditions. But when Jack tried to light it to melt snow for drinking water, it would not function properly. The flame was weak and inconsistent, and it kept going out despite his repeated attempts to adjust the settings. This was concerning because staying hydrated in winter conditions is critical. We needed to be able to melt snow for water, and we needed hot drinks to maintain our core body temperature. Jack worked on the stove for 20 minutes, trying different adjustments and checking all the connections, but he could not get it to work reliably. We decided to use our backup stove, a smaller model we carried for emergencies. But when Jack attempted to light it, we discovered that it was not working either. The igniter was clicking, but no flame would start. This should have been impossible. We had tested both stoves before the trip, and they had been functioning perfectly. Now we were facing a serious situation. Without a functioning stove, we could not melt snow for water or prepare hot food and drinks. In negative temperatures, this could quickly become a life-threatening problem. We had some water remaining in our bottles, but not enough to last through the next day. Jack suggested that we might need to consider cutting the trip short and skiing out in the morning. This was disappointing, but it was the prudent decision given the equipment failure. However, we still needed to get through the current night safely. It was while we were discussing our options that the temperature inside our tent began dropping dramatically. This made no sense. Our tent was designed for extreme cold weather, and we were both in high-quality sleeping bags. The temperature outside had not changed significantly according to our thermometer. But inside the tent, I could see my breath forming thick clouds, and I could feel cold air somehow penetrating our shelter. Jack checked the tent for any tiers or openings that might be letting in cold air. He found nothing. All the zippers were closed, and there were no visible holes in the fabric. Yet the temperature continued to drop. We put on additional clothing layers and pulled our sleeping bags tighter, but the cold seemed to seep through everything. Then we started hearing the breathing. It was not our own breathing. It was coming from outside the tent, slow and deep and deliberate. Something was standing very close to our shelter, close enough that we could hear its respiration clearly. The sound moved around the perimeter of the tent, sometimes stopping directly outside where our heads were positioned. Jack grabbed our flashlight and unzipped the tent door. The beam revealed nothing but undisturbed snow and the dark shapes of trees. But the moment he turned on the light, the breathing sound stopped completely. We waited for 10 minutes before closing the tent again. Within moments of zipping the door shut, the breathing resumed. This pattern continued for the next 3 hours. Every time we investigated with light, we found nothing. Every time we retreated into the tent, the sounds would return. The breathing was sometimes accompanied by other noises. The sound of something large moving through the snow, occasional scraping sounds against the tent fabric, and once, what sounded distinctly like sniffing, as if something was trying to identify our scent. By 4 in the morning, we were both showing signs of hypothermia despite our high-quality gear. Our core body temperatures were dropping, and we were shivering uncontrollably. This should not have been happening with our equipment and experience level, but our bodies were losing heat faster than we could generate it. Jack made the decision to activate our emergency satellite communicator and request rescue. In normal circumstances, this would have been embarrassing for experienced winter campers like ourselves. But something was fundamentally wrong with our situation, and our lives were potentially at risk. The rescue team reached us at 8 in the morning, skiing in with the emergency sled and additional warming equipment. They found us both suffering from mild hypothermia and dehydration. What they could not explain was why our gear had failed so completely, or why we had lost so much body heat in conditions that should have been manageable. The paramedics were puzzled by our stoves, which worked perfectly when they tested them. Our tent showed no signs of damage or air leaks. According to all physical evidence, our equipment was functioning exactly as designed. Yet we had nearly died from exposure in gear that should have kept us safe and warm. The rescue team skied us out to the parking area, where we were evaluated by medical personnel and released after warming up and rehydrating. Physically, we recovered completely within a few hours. Psychologically, the damage was permanent. Jack and I never went camping together again. We tried to discuss what had happened, but we could never agree on an explanation. He believed it was a combination of equipment failure and panic that had caused us to overreact to normal winter camping challenges. I knew that something had been stalking us that night, something that had deliberately sabotaged our equipment and systematically tried to drive us into hypothermia. Our relationship ended 2 months later. Some experiences reveal fundamental differences in how people perceive reality, and what happened to us in the Boundary Waters was one of those experiences. I never returned to winter camping. The memory of that breathing in the darkness and the knowledge that something had tried to kill us through cold and fear changed my relationship with the wilderness forever. My name is Abigail, and this story involves my boyfriend Samuel and myself. We are what you might call overlanders, people who prefer to find remote camping spots accessible only by four-wheel drive vehicles rather than staying in established campgrounds. We have been exploring Forest Service roads throughout the Pacific Northwest for 5 years, seeking solitude and pristine camping locations far from crowds. What happened to us on a remote Forest Service road in Oregon's Cascade Mountains changed our approach to wilderness camping forever. It was early October when Samuel and I decided to explore an area of the Willamette National Forest that we had never visited before. We had been studying Forest Service maps and satellite imagery for weeks, identifying a network of Forest Service roads that appeared to provide access to high-elevation meadows and old-growth forest areas. These roads were marked on maps but showed no recent maintenance dates, which usually indicated minimal traffic and excellent dispersed camping opportunities. Our vehicle was well equipped for Forest Service road travel. A lifted four-wheel drive pickup truck with oversized tires, recovery equipment, and a complete camping setup in the truck bed. We carried enough food, water, and fuel for a week of self-sufficient camping, along with communication equipment including a satellite messenger for emergencies. We left Portland on a Friday afternoon, driving east toward the Cascade Mountains. Our plan was to access the Forest Service road network from Highway 22, then explore several branching roads until we found a suitable camping location for the weekend. The weather forecast was favorable, with clear skies and mild temperatures expected for the next 3 days. The first part of our journey proceeded exactly as planned. We turned off the highway onto Forest Service Road 2261, a well-maintained gravel road that provided access to several wilderness trailheads. Traffic was light, consisting mainly of other weekend recreationalists heading to established camping areas. After approximately 15 miles, we turned onto a smaller Forest Service road that branched north toward our target area. This road was narrower and showed less maintenance, but it was still easily passable with our vehicle. The surrounding forest was beautiful, with dense stands of Douglas fir and occasional openings that provided views of distant peaks. As we continued deeper into the Forest Service road system, the roads became progressively narrower and more challenging. We passed through several intersections where our GPS showed multiple branching routes, some of which were not marked with road numbers or destination signs. We carefully tracked our route, making notes about landmarks and road conditions so we could find our way back to the main highway. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we found what appeared to be an ideal camping location. A small meadow beside a creek accessible by a short spur road that ended in a natural parking area. The site offered level ground for camping, water access, and excellent views of the surrounding forest. Most importantly, it showed no signs of recent human activity, which suggested we would have complete privacy for the weekend. Samuel parked the truck at the edge of the meadow and we began setting up our campsite. We established our kitchen area, deployed our camping chairs, and prepared to enjoy a peaceful evening in the wilderness. Everything felt perfect. The location was exactly what we had hoped to find: beautiful, remote, and completely private. As the sun began to set, we prepared dinner and opened a bottle of wine to celebrate finding such an excellent camping spot. The silence was profound, broken only by the sound of water moving in the nearby creek and the occasional call of birds settling in for the night. This was what we loved most about overlanding: the ability to reach places where we could experience true solitude and connection with nature. It was around 8 o'clock when we first noticed the tire tracks. Samuel had walked down to the creek to collect water for cleaning our dishes when he called me over to look at something. In the soft earth beside the water, there were fresh tire tracks that clearly had not been there when we arrived. The tracks were from a large vehicle much bigger than our pickup truck, and they led from the creek bank back toward the Forest Service road. This was puzzling because we had not heard any vehicles pass our location since we had arrived. The Forest Service road we had used to reach this area was the only access route, and it passed within 50 yards of our campsite. Any vehicle large enough to make those tracks should have been clearly audible as it approached and departed. We followed the tire tracks back toward the main road, using our flashlights to examine the ground carefully. The tracks were definitely fresh, made within the last few hours, and they showed tread patterns consistent with heavy-duty truck or equipment tires. But when we reached the Forest Service road, the tracks seemed to disappear on the harder packed surface. Samuel suggested that we might have missed seeing a vehicle while we were busy setting up camp or preparing dinner. This seemed like the most logical explanation, although neither of us could understand how we could have failed to hear a large truck passing so close to our location. We returned to our campsite, but the discovery of the mysterious tire tracks had created an undercurrent of unease that affected the rest of our evening. We found ourselves listening more carefully to forest sounds, trying to distinguish between normal wildlife activity and any indication of human presence in the area. Around 10 o'clock, we decided to retire to our tent for the night. We had a comfortable sleeping setup in the back of our truck, which provided both security and elevation above ground level. As experienced overlanders, we always felt safer sleeping in our vehicle rather than in a ground tent when camping in remote locations. It was approximately midnight when we were awakened by the sound of vehicles. Multiple vehicles moving slowly along the Forest Service road without headlights. We could hear the low rumble of diesel engines and the sound of tires on gravel. But when we looked out through our truck windows, we could see no lights anywhere in the darkness. Samuel quietly opened the truck door and stepped outside to get a better view of the road. He whispered back to me that he could hear at least 3 different vehicles moving in convoy formation, all traveling without any visible lights. The sound grew louder as they approached our area, then began to fade as they continued past our location. We remained awake and alert for the next hour, listening for any indication that the vehicles might return or that people might approach our campsite. The forest had returned to its normal nighttime quiet, with only the usual sounds of wind in trees and water in the creek. In the morning, we investigated the Forest Service road where we had heard the vehicles passing. On the packed gravel surface, we found fresh tire tracks from multiple large vehicles. The tracks were deep and clear, indicating heavy loads, and they showed the same tread patterns we had found beside the creek the previous evening. More troubling, we discovered that some of the tire tracks led down a Forest Service road that our maps showed as permanently closed. There was a metal gate across this road with official Forest Service signs indicating that access was prohibited. But the gate was standing open and the lock appeared to have been cut recently. Samuel wanted to investigate further, but I argued that we should leave the area immediately. Whatever activity was occurring on these remote Forest Service roads after midnight involving multiple heavy vehicles traveling without lights was not something that recreational campers should become involved with. We were in the process of breaking camp when we noticed that we were being watched. There was a man standing in the tree line approximately 100 yards from our campsite. He was not attempting to hide, but he was also not approaching or making any effort to communicate with us. He simply stood there, watching our activities as we packed our camping equipment. Samuel called out a greeting, but the man did not respond. When Samuel began walking toward the tree line, the man retreated deeper into the forest and disappeared from view. We searched the area where he had been standing and found clear evidence that someone had been observing our campsite for an extended period. The vegetation was trampled in a pattern that suggested a person had been sitting or crouching in that location for hours. This discovery accelerated our departure preparations significantly. We loaded our truck as quickly as possible and drove back toward the main Forest Service road, constantly checking our mirrors for any signs that we were being followed. As we reached the first major intersection, we encountered a problem that confirmed our decision to leave the area immediately. A large tree had been felled across the Forest Service road, completely blocking our intended route back to the highway. The tree had obviously been cut recently, as the sawdust was still fresh and the cut showed clear chainsaw marks. Someone had deliberately blocked the road after we had passed through the previous day. Fortunately, Samuel had been carefully tracking our route, and he remembered an alternate Forest Service road that should connect back to the highway system. However, this alternate route required us to drive deeper into the area where we had observed the mysterious nighttime vehicle activity. We had no choice but to take the alternate route. As we drove along the narrow Forest Service road, we passed several locations where we observed clear evidence of recent heavy vehicle traffic and some kind of industrial activity. There were areas where vegetation had been cleared, large tire ruts and soft ground, and even some temporary structures that appeared to be equipment storage facilities. Most disturbing, we passed 2 locations where armed men in civilian clothing were stationed beside the road. They made no attempt to stop us, but they watched our vehicle carefully as we passed, and I had the distinct impression that our license plate number was being recorded. We reached the highway without further incident, but the drive back to Portland was tense and largely silent. Both Samuel and I felt that we had inadvertently stumbled into some kind of illegal operation, and we were uncertain about what actions we should take. After much discussion, we decided to report our observations to the Forest Service. We contacted the Ranger District Office and described the blocked road, the evidence of unauthorized vehicle activity, and the armed individuals we had encountered. The Forest Service representative we spoke with took detailed notes and thanked us for the report. However, when we asked what kind of investigation would be conducted, we were told that the information would be passed to appropriate authorities, but that we should not expect to be contacted with follow-up information. Samuel and I continue to explore Forest Service roads throughout the Pacific Northwest, but we have never returned to that area of the Willamette National Forest. We also changed our camping practices to include more careful research about recent activity reports and closer attention to signs that areas might be used for purposes other than recreation. The experience taught us that remote Forest Service roads are not always as unpopulated as they appear on maps, and that there are activities occurring in our national forests that recreational users are not supposed to witness. I have always considered myself an experienced mountaineer. Over the past 15 years, I have conquered peaks across the Rockies, the Cascades, and even attempted Denali twice. I tell you this not to boast, but to establish that what happened to me on Mount Elbert in Colorado cannot be dismissed as the hallucinations of an inexperienced climber or someone suffering from altitude sickness. My name is Luke, and what I experienced at 11,000 feet elevation changed my relationship with the mountains forever. It was early February when I decided to attempt a winter summit of Mount Elbert. The weather forecast showed a brief window of clear skies, and I had been planning this solo expedition for months. Winter mountaineering had always been my specialty. There is something profoundly peaceful about the silence of snow-covered peaks, the way the world becomes muffled and pristine. I had successfully completed winter ascents before, including several 14ers in similar conditions. This should have been routine. I began my ascent at 4 in the morning, headlamp cutting through the pre-dawn darkness as I navigated the snow-packed trail. The temperature hovered around -15 degrees Fahrenheit, but my gear was rated for much worse. I wore my standard winter setup: insulated mountaineering boots, 4-season tent, -20 sleeping bag, and enough food for 3 days. The weight of my pack felt familiar and reassuring against my shoulders. The first few hours of climbing progressed exactly as expected. I made good time despite the deep snow, following the established winter route with my GPS and compass as backup. The sun rose behind the eastern peaks, painting the snow in brilliant shades of orange and pink. It was the kind of morning that reminds you why you chase these experiences, why you push your body to its limits in pursuit of something transcendent. By noon, I had reached the tree line at approximately 10,000 feet. This is where the landscape transforms from forested slopes to the harsh, wind-scoured terrain of the alpine zone. The temperature had dropped another 10 degrees and the wind had picked up significantly. I stopped to add another layer and check my position. According to my GPS, I was making excellent progress and should reach my planned camping spot well before dark. The planned camping location was a small, relatively sheltered area at 11,000 feet, still below the summit but high enough to make the final push manageable the next morning. I had researched this spot extensively, studying topographic maps and reading reports from other winter climbers. It offered some protection from the prevailing winds while maintaining access to the summit route. As I continued climbing, the terrain became increasingly challenging. The snow was deeper than anticipated, sometimes reaching above my knees even with snowshoes. Each step required deliberate effort, and I could feel my heart rate elevated from the combination of exertion and altitude. But this was normal. This was what I had trained for. I reached my intended camping spot around 3 in the afternoon, giving me plenty of time to establish camp before darkness fell. The location appeared perfect, a small depression in the mountainside that would provide wind protection with relatively level ground for my tent. The snow was packed firm enough to support my weight without requiring extensive digging. Setting up camp at altitude in winter conditions is a methodical process that cannot be rushed. I began by stamping down a platform for my tent, then carefully assembled the structure, ensuring every stake was secure and every guy line properly tensioned. The wind was constant but manageable, creating that familiar whistling sound as it moved across the exposed ridges above me. As the sun began to set behind the western peaks, I completed my camp setup and prepared dinner on my compact stove. The routine of melting snow for water, heating my meal, and organizing my gear for the night provided a sense of normalcy and control. I had done this dozens of times before. Nothing felt out of the ordinary. Darkness fell quickly at that altitude, the way it does in the mountains during winter. I retreated into my tent around 7 o'clock, settling into my sleeping bag with a book and headlamp. The wind continued its steady rhythm outside, occasionally gusting strong enough to flex the tent walls. This was expected and did not concern me. It was around 9 o'clock when I first heard the sound. At first, I dismissed it as wind moving through rock formations or perhaps settling snow. It was a low, resonant tone that seemed to echo from somewhere above my position. But as I listened more carefully, I realized the sound had a pattern to it. It would rise and fall in pitch, sometimes lasting for several seconds, then stopping completely before starting again. I unzipped my tent and looked outside. The night was clear, with stars brilliant in the thin air. The moon was nearly full, casting enough light to see the surrounding terrain clearly. Everything appeared normal. The sound had stopped. I returned to my sleeping bag, convincing myself it was simply an acoustic phenomenon I had not encountered before. Mountains create strange sounds, especially at night when temperature differences cause rock to expand and contract. I had heard rockfall, avalanches, and ice cracking. This was probably something similar. But the sound returned an hour later, and this time it was closer. The tone was deeper now, more resonant, and it seemed to be moving. It would start from one direction, then shift to another, as if the source was circling my camp. I grabbed my headlamp and stepped outside again, scanning the area systematically. The beam of my light reached perhaps 50 yards in the clear air, illuminating nothing but snow and rock formations. The sound stopped the moment I turned on my light. I stood outside my tent for 15 minutes, listening and watching. The normal sounds of the mountain night surrounded me. Wind across stone, the occasional creak of settling snow, the distant hoot of an owl from far below the tree line. But the strange, resonant tone remained absent. I went back inside, but sleep became impossible. Every few minutes the sound would return. Sometimes it seemed to come from directly above my position, as if something was moving along the ridgeline overhead. Other times it appeared to originate from the valley below, echoing up the mountainside in a way that made it impossible to determine the exact location. Around midnight, the pattern changed. Instead of the long, sustained tones, I began hearing what sounded like voices. Not words I could understand, but definitely vocal sounds with the cadence and rhythm of speech. Multiple voices, sometimes overlapping, sometimes responding to each other in what resembled a conversation. This was when my rational mind began to struggle with what I was experiencing. I knew I was alone on this mountain. The winter climbing season meant very few people attempted these peaks, and I had seen no other vehicles at the trailhead. The nearest maintained trail was miles away, and the terrain between my position and any other possible camping areas was extremely difficult to navigate, especially at night. But I was hearing voices. I forced myself to consider logical explanations. Sound travels strangely at altitude, especially in cold, thin air. Perhaps I was hearing voices from much farther away than seemed possible. Maybe there were other climbers on a distant peak, and the acoustic properties of the terrain were carrying their conversation to my location. This explanation satisfied me for approximately 10 minutes, until I realized the voices were responding to my movements. When I shifted position inside my tent, the voices would stop. When I remained still, they would resume. When I unzipped my tent to look outside, immediate silence. When I retreated inside, the conversation would begin again within minutes. By 2 in the morning, I was questioning my own sanity. I had been at altitude for over 12 hours, which was not long enough for serious altitude sickness, but perhaps the combination of exertion, cold, and thin air was affecting my perception. I checked my pulse oximeter. My oxygen saturation was 92%, which was normal for that elevation. My heart rate was elevated, but that could easily be attributed to stress and adrenaline. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, the voices would start again. They seemed closer now, sometimes appearing to come from just outside my tent. I could hear the distinct sounds of movement in the snow, the crunch of footsteps circling my campsite. At 3:30 in the morning, something touched my tent. It was not the wind. Wind does not move with such deliberate pressure, pressing against the fabric from outside and then moving systematically around the perimeter. I could feel something tracing the outline of my shelter, running along the guy lines, testing the stability of the stakes. I grabbed my ice axe and headlamp, my heart hammering against my chest. Whatever was outside my tent was large enough to create significant pressure against the walls, and it was moving with obvious intelligence and purpose. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" The movement stopped instantly. I waited in absolute silence for 5 minutes before slowly unzipping my tent. My headlamp beam revealed pristine snow around my campsite. No footprints, no disturbance of any kind. The snow lay exactly as I had left it when setting up camp, but I knew something had been there. I had felt its presence, felt the pressure of its movement against my tent. The physical evidence of my senses could not all be wrong. I spent the remaining hours until dawn sitting upright in my sleeping bag, ice axe across my knees, listening to sounds that defied explanation, and watching for movement that never materialized when I looked for it directly. When the sun finally rose, I broke camp as quickly as possible and began my descent. I never attempted the summit. I never returned to winter mountaineering. Some experiences change you fundamentally, and what happened to me at 11,000 feet on Mount Elbert was one of those experiences. I still do not know what I encountered that night, but I know it was real, and I know it was not human. My name is Dylan, and I have been kayak camping in the Great Lakes region for 8 years. I am an experienced paddler who has completed solo expeditions across Lake Superior, Lake Huron, and Lake Michigan. I am familiar with the challenges of Great Lakes kayaking. Sudden weather changes, cold water temperatures, and the isolation that comes with camping on remote islands dozens of miles from shore. What I experienced on a small island in northern Lake Michigan during a solo expedition last summer was unlike anything I had encountered in all my years of wilderness paddling. I had planned a 10-day solo kayak expedition along the northern shore of Lake Michigan with the intention of island hopping between several small uninhabited islands that offered primitive camping opportunities. These islands are accessible only by boat and receive very few visitors due to their remote locations and the challenging paddle required to reach them. My route was carefully planned to take advantage of favorable weather windows and to provide bailout options in case conditions became dangerous. I carried a complete set of safety equipment, including a satellite communicator, marine radio, signal flares, and cold water survival gear. My kayak was loaded with 10 days of food, camping equipment, and fresh water. The first 3 days of the expedition went perfectly. I paddled approximately 20 miles per day, camping on 2 different islands that offered excellent campsites with fresh water sources and protection from prevailing winds. The weather was stable with light winds and mild temperatures, ideal conditions for Great Lakes kayaking. On the 4th day, I was paddling toward my planned destination when the weather began to deteriorate rapidly. What had started as a calm morning with light winds quickly developed into conditions with 4-foot swells and increasing wind speeds. The weather forecast had not predicted this change, but Great Lakes weather can be notoriously unpredictable. As the conditions worsened, I realized that continuing to my planned destination would be dangerous. I needed to find shelter immediately before the waves became too large for safe paddling. Consulting my chart, I identified a small island approximately 3 miles from my current position that could provide emergency shelter. The paddle to the island was challenging but manageable. The waves were building steadily, and I had to time my approach carefully to avoid being swept onto the rocky shoreline. I managed to land my kayak in a small protected cove on the leeward side of the island and dragged it well above the waterline before the conditions could worsen further. The island was smaller than I had anticipated from studying the charts, perhaps only 2 acres in total area. It was heavily forested with mature pine and cedar trees, and it showed no obvious signs of recent human visitation. There was no established campsite, but I found a relatively level area among the trees where I could set up my tent with some protection from the wind. As I was setting up camp, I discovered the first indication that this island had a disturbing history. While clearing an area for my tent, I uncovered what appeared to be the remains of a stone foundation, partially buried under decades of fallen leaves and forest debris. The stonework was clearly human-made, but it was much older than anything that should have existed on such a remote island. The stones were fitted together with a precision that suggested skilled craftsmanship, and the foundation appeared to be the remnants of a structure that had been deliberately dismantled rather than simply abandoned. I continued exploring the island while waiting for the weather to improve, and I made additional discoveries that increased my unease about this place. Near the center of the island, I found what appeared to be a small cemetery. There were no headstones or markers, but the ground showed clear evidence of graves. Rectangular depressions in the earth arranged in neat rows, each approximately 6 feet long. Some of the depressions were quite old, partially filled with debris and overgrown with vegetation. Others appeared much more recent, with disturbed soil and minimal plant growth. Most troubling of all, I found evidence that this cemetery was still in use. At the far end of the burial area, there were 2 graves that appeared to have been dug within the last few months. The soil was fresh, and there were tool marks visible in the earth around the grave sites. Someone had been bringing bodies to this remote island and burying them in this hidden cemetery, and they had been doing so recently. I also discovered remnants of what appeared to be a dock or landing area on the opposite side of the island from where I had made my emergency landing. The structure was mostly collapsed, but I could see the remains of wooden pilings and decking materials. This suggested that the island had been accessible by boat in the past, and that people had been transporting heavy materials or equipment to this location. As I continued investigating, I found additional evidence of the island's dark history. There were rusted metal objects partially buried throughout the forest, tools, containers, and what appeared to be restraints or shackles. I also discovered the remains of several buildings identifiable only by their stone foundations and scattered debris. The weather conditions prevented me from leaving the island that day, so I was forced to spend the night in a location that I increasingly suspected had been the site of activities I did not want to understand. I set up my tent as far as possible from the cemetery area, but the island was small enough that I could not escape the knowledge of what lay hidden in the forest around me. As darkness fell, I found myself listening intently to every sound, trying to distinguish between normal forest noises and any indication that I was not alone on the island. Around midnight, I was awakened by sounds that confirmed my worst fears. I could hear the low rumble of a boat engine approaching the island. The sound grew steadily louder, suggesting a large vessel moving slowly through the darkness without running lights. I remained in my tent, afraid to investigate but unable to ignore what was happening outside. The engine noise stopped, presumably when the boat reached the collapsed dock area on the far side of the island. For the next hour, I could hear voices and the sounds of people moving through the forest. They were not attempting to be quiet, and their conversation carried clearly through the still night air, although I could not make out specific words from my position. Most terrifying of all, I could hear the distinct sounds of digging. Someone was excavating in the cemetery area, working methodically with shovels and other tools. The digging continued for over 2 hours, accompanied by occasional conversation and the sound of heavy objects being moved. Eventually, the activity ceased, and I heard the boat engine start again. The vessel departed as quietly as it had arrived, leaving me alone on the island with the knowledge that I had witnessed something I was never supposed to see. I spent the remainder of the night sleepless and terrified, afraid that the people who had been on the island might return, and afraid of what I might discover if I investigated the cemetery area in daylight. When dawn broke, the weather conditions had improved enough for me to attempt departure. I broke camp as quickly as possible and prepared my kayak for launch, desperate to leave the island and its secrets behind. But before departing, I felt compelled to confirm what had happened during the night. I walked to the cemetery area and found exactly what I had feared. A new grave had been dug, and it had been filled and covered during the nighttime activity. The soil was fresh, and there were clear signs that a body had been buried in the location. I also found additional evidence that this was an ongoing operation. There were tool marks in trees that suggested the cemetery area was regularly maintained and expanded. I discovered a cache of digging tools hidden under a tarp, and I found what appeared to be a logbook wrapped in plastic and buried under a pile of stones. I did not examine the logbook closely, but I could see that it contained dates, numbers, and what appeared to be location coordinates. This suggested that the island cemetery was part of a systematic operation, with careful records being kept of the burials. I left the island immediately and paddled hard toward the mainland, covering the remaining distance to my planned exit point in record time. The crossing was challenging due to residual wave action from the previous day's storm, but I was motivated by an overwhelming need to reach civilization and report what I had discovered. When I reached shore, I contacted local law enforcement and provided a detailed account of my observations. The officers who took my report seemed skeptical at first, but they became more interested when I provided specific GPS coordinates for the island and described the evidence I had found. I was told that my report would be forwarded to appropriate authorities and that an investigation would be conducted, but I was also advised not to discuss my observations publicly while the investigation was ongoing. Several weeks later, I received a brief communication informing me that authorities had visited the island and had found evidence supporting my report. No details were provided about what actions had been taken or what they had discovered during their investigation. I have continued kayak camping in the Great Lakes, but I have never returned to that area of Lake Michigan. The experience fundamentally changed my understanding of how remote islands can be used by people who prefer to conduct their activities away from public scrutiny. I realize that there are likely legitimate explanations for some of what I observed, but the combination of the hidden cemetery, the nighttime burial activity, and the systematic record-keeping suggested something much more sinister than simple illegal dumping or abandoned property. What I know for certain is that some of the most remote and seemingly uninhabited places in our Great Lakes region are not as empty as they appear on navigation charts. There are people who use these isolated locations for purposes that they prefer to keep hidden from the general public, and recreational paddlers like myself can inadvertently stumble into situations that put us at risk. I still love kayak camping and exploring remote islands, but I am much more careful now about researching the history of locations before I visit them, and I always make sure someone knows my exact route and expected return date. My name is Elizabeth, and I have been alpine climbing in Colorado for 12 years. I am an experienced mountaineer who has summited over 30 peaks above 14,000 feet, including several technical winter ascents. I am familiar with avalanche safety, weather assessment, and high-altitude emergency procedures. What happened to me during a solo climbing attempt on Mount of the Holy Cross last winter challenged everything I thought I understood about mountain safety and the forces that operate in high alpine environments. I had been planning this particular winter ascent for 2 years, waiting for the right combination of weather conditions, snow stability, and personal schedule availability. Mount of the Holy Cross is a challenging peak under normal conditions, and winter attempts require extensive preparation and careful timing. The route I planned would take me through avalanche-prone terrain, but the recent snow conditions appeared stable according to the Colorado Avalanche Information Center forecasts. I began my approach on a Thursday morning in early February, carrying full winter mountaineering equipment including avalanche safety gear, emergency shelter, and enough supplies for 3 days. The weather forecast showed a brief high-pressure window with clear skies and minimal wind, ideal conditions for a winter summit attempt. The first day of climbing progressed exactly as planned. I established a high camp at approximately 11,000 feet, well above tree line, in a location that provided some protection from prevailing winds while avoiding known avalanche paths. The evening was clear and calm, and all weather indicators suggested stable conditions for the summit attempt the following day. I woke before dawn and began my summit push at 4 in the morning, climbing by headlamp through the pre-dawn darkness. The snow conditions were excellent, firm enough to support my weight without requiring excessive energy expenditure. I made good progress up the standard winter route, carefully avoiding areas where avalanche danger might be elevated. As the sun rose, I could see the entire route ahead of me clearly. The snow appeared stable throughout the avalanche zones I would need to traverse, and there were no obvious signs of recent avalanche activity or unstable snow conditions. Everything suggested that my assessment of the conditions had been accurate and that the summit was achievable safely. It was around 9 in the morning when I first began experiencing the warnings. I cannot describe these warnings as sounds or voices in any conventional sense, but I was receiving clear mental impressions that I should not continue climbing. The impressions were urgent and specific, warning me about avalanche danger in areas where my own assessment indicated the snow was stable. At first, I dismissed these impressions as pre-summit anxiety, something that many climbers experience when approaching technically challenging terrain. But as I continued climbing, the warnings became more insistent and specific. I was receiving detailed information about snow conditions, weather changes, and route hazards that contradicted my own observations and the official avalanche forecasts. The warnings were telling me that I was climbing into an avalanche zone where the snow was much less stable than it appeared, and that continuing would result in being caught in a massive slide that would occur within the next few hours. I stopped climbing and conducted a thorough snow stability assessment, digging test pits and examining the snow layers carefully. Everything I observed confirmed that the snow was stable and that avalanche risk was minimal. The snow showed good bonding between layers, there were no obvious weak layers or faceted grains, and the weather conditions were not conducive to avalanche formation. But the warnings continued, becoming more urgent and detailed. I was receiving specific information about the exact location where the avalanche would initiate, the size and destructive power of the slide, and even the time when it would occur. According to the warnings, a massive avalanche would sweep the entire face I was climbing at approximately 11:30 in the morning, triggered by a cornice collapse high on the mountain that would occur when the sun warmed the snow structures sufficiently. I looked up toward the areas where cornices typically form on this peak, but I could see no obvious instability or signs that collapse was imminent. The cornices appeared well consolidated, and the warming from the morning sun had been gradual and moderate. Despite my rational assessment that the warnings were unfounded, I found myself unable to continue climbing. The mental impressions were so strong and specific that they overrode my technical knowledge and experience. Against my better judgment, I decided to retreat from the mountain and abandon the summit attempt. I began descending immediately, moving as quickly as safety allowed while still maintaining proper climbing technique. As I retreated, the warnings gradually decreased in intensity, but I continued to receive impressions that I should move faster and get below the avalanche zone as soon as possible. I had descended approximately 500 feet when I heard the sound that confirmed the accuracy of the warnings. High above my position, there was a sharp crack, followed by a low rumbling that quickly built into a roar. A massive cornice had collapsed exactly where and when the warnings had indicated it would, triggering an avalanche that swept down the entire face I had been climbing just minutes earlier. The avalanche was enormous, much larger than anything the current snow conditions should have produced. It carried thousands of tons of snow and debris down the mountain face, completely covering the route I had been following and extending far beyond the typical avalanche zones for this peak. If I had continued climbing according to my original plan, I would have been directly in the path of the avalanche when it occurred. The slide was so large and powerful that it would have been unsurvivable regardless of my avalanche safety equipment or emergency procedures. I watched the avalanche from my safe position below the debris zone, stunned by its size and destructive power. The entire character of the mountain had changed within minutes, with the avalanche depositing debris across areas that had been clear climbing terrain just moments earlier. As the avalanche settled and the mountain returned to silence, I realized that I had been saved by warnings that came from a source I could not identify or explain. The information I had received was completely accurate and much more detailed than anything my own knowledge and experience could have provided. I completed my descent to base camp and hiked out to the trailhead, constantly replaying the experience and trying to understand what had happened. I had received specific, accurate information about mountain conditions that proved to be correct despite contradicting all conventional assessment methods. When I reported the avalanche to the Colorado Avalanche Information Center, the forecasters were surprised by its occurrence and magnitude. According to their analysis, current snow conditions should not have produced an avalanche of that size, and there had been no indicators suggesting that such a slide was likely. The avalanche was eventually classified as an unusual event that occurred due to a combination of factors that were not apparent through standard snow stability assessment techniques. The cornice collapse that triggered the slide was attributed to subtle warming effects that were not detectable through normal weather monitoring. I have continued alpine climbing since this experience, but my approach to mountain safety has changed fundamentally. I now pay attention to intuitive impressions and warnings that cannot be explained through conventional assessment methods, and I have learned to trust these impressions even when they contradict my technical knowledge. I have spoken with other experienced mountaineers about this experience, and several have shared similar stories of receiving warnings or guidance that helped them avoid dangerous situations in the mountains. These experiences suggest that there are sources of information about mountain conditions that operate beyond our normal understanding of weather, snow science, and avalanche dynamics. I do not claim to understand the source of the warnings that saved my life on Mount of the Holy Cross, but I know that they were accurate, and that following them prevented me from being killed in an avalanche that should not have occurred according to conventional forecasting methods. The experience has taught me that mountain environments operate according to forces and patterns that are not fully understood by current scientific knowledge, and that experienced climbers need to remain open to information that comes from sources beyond traditional safety assessment techniques. I still climb regularly in Colorado's high peaks, but I approach each mountain with greater humility and respect for the unknown variables that can influence safety in high alpine environments. The mountains have their own intelligence, and sometimes that intelligence communicates with those who are willing to listen. What I know for certain is that there are protective forces operating in mountain environments that can provide crucial safety information to climbers who find themselves in dangerous situations. These forces saved my life, and I believe they continue to operate for other mountaineers who encounter conditions beyond their ability to assess through conventional means. The avalanche on Mount of the Holy Cross was a reminder that the mountains are much more complex and unpredictable than our current understanding suggests. and that survival sometimes depends on receiving and acting upon information that comes from sources we cannot identify or explain. My name is Chloe, and this story involves my best friend Grace and myself on what was supposed to be a week-long canoe expedition in the remote wilderness of northern Ontario, Canada. We are both experienced wilderness canoeists who have completed multiple expeditions in bear country and challenging remote locations. We are familiar with wildlife encounters, proper food storage procedures, and wilderness safety protocols. What stalked us during our trip into the Quetico Provincial Park wilderness was unlike any animal either of us had encountered before. Grace and I had been planning this expedition for over a year, researching remote canoe routes that would take us deep into pristine wilderness areas rarely visited by other paddlers. The route we selected would require 7 days of paddling and portaging through a chain of interconnected lakes and rivers, camping at remote sites accessible only by canoe. We obtained all necessary permits and completed extensive preparation, including bear safety training and wilderness first aid certification. Our food was stored in approved bear canisters, and we carried bear spray, noisemakers, and other wildlife deterrent equipment. We had canoed together for 6 years and felt confident in our abilities to handle whatever challenges the wilderness might present. We began our expedition on a Monday morning in late August, launching from a remote access point that required a 2-hour drive down logging roads to reach. The weather was perfect, with clear skies and calm water conditions ideal for paddling. Our canoe was loaded with 7 days of food, camping equipment, and safety gear, but we had packed efficiently and the weight was manageable. The first 3 days of the expedition were exactly what we had hoped for. We paddled through pristine wilderness areas, camped at beautiful remote sites, and encountered normal wildlife, including moose, beaver, and various bird species. The bear sign we observed was minimal and appeared old, suggesting low bear activity in the area. On the 4th day, we paddled into a large lake system that marked the most remote section of our route. According to our maps, we were now over 20 miles from the nearest road access, surrounded by hundreds of square miles of uninterrupted wilderness. The lake was beautiful, but somehow different from the waters we had been traveling. It felt more isolated, more wild, and strangely quiet despite its size. We established camp that evening on a small island near the center of the lake. The campsite offered excellent views in all directions and would allow us to spot any approaching wildlife well before it could reach our location. We followed our normal routine, setting up camp, hanging our food at the required distance and height, and preparing dinner before darkness fell. It was during dinner preparation that we first noticed something was wrong with the local wildlife behavior. The normal sounds of wilderness evening were absent. There were no loons calling, no beaver splashing, no sounds of birds settling for the night. The silence was so complete that we could hear our own heartbeats, and the small sounds of our camp activities seemed unnaturally loud. Grace commented that perhaps we had arrived during a natural quiet period, but I had spent enough time in wilderness areas to know that this level of silence was unusual. Something had caused all the wildlife in the area to become inactive or to leave entirely. We completed our dinner and evening camp routine, but both of us felt uneasy about the unnatural quiet. We decided to hang our food earlier than usual and to keep our bear spray easily accessible throughout the night. Around 10 o'clock, as we were settling into our tent, we heard the first sounds that indicated we were not alone on the lake. There was splashing in the water, but not the random splashing of fish or beaver activity. This was rhythmic and deliberate, like something large swimming in a straight line toward our island. The splashing continued for several minutes, then stopped abruptly when it seemed to reach the shoreline of our island. Grace and I remained silent in our tent, listening carefully for any indication of what had approached our campsite. We heard nothing for approximately 15 minutes, then detected sounds of movement in the forest around our camping area. Whatever was circling our camp was large enough to break branches as it moved, but it was moving with unusual stealth for something of that size. We could hear occasional footfalls and the sound of vegetation being disturbed. But the movement pattern was unlike anything we had experienced with bears, moose, or other large wildlife. Most disturbing was the fact that it seemed to be deliberately circling our campsite, maintaining a consistent distance from our tent while moving systematically around the perimeter of our camp. We remained in our tent for over an hour, listening to the sounds of something moving through the forest around us. Occasionally, the sounds would stop completely and we would wonder if whatever it was had left the area. But then the movement would resume, always following the same circular pattern around our camp. Around midnight, Grace whispered that she was going to use her flashlight to try to see what was stalking us. I argued against this, preferring to remain hidden in the tent rather than reveal our exact location. But the uncertainty was becoming unbearable and we needed to know what we were dealing with. Grace slowly unzipped the tent and pointed her flashlight into the forest surrounding our campsite. The beam revealed nothing but trees and undergrowth, but the moment the light appeared, all sounds of movement stopped immediately. We waited for 10 minutes before closing the tent, but the forest remained completely silent. Whatever had been circling our camp had either left the area or had stopped moving when we attempted to observe it. The pattern continued throughout the night. Whenever we tried to investigate with light, the sounds would stop. Whenever we retreated into the tent and turned off our lights, the movement would resume within minutes. By dawn, both Grace and I were exhausted and terrified. We had spent the entire night listening to something large and intelligent stalking our campsite, but we had been unable to identify what it was or determine its intentions. When sunrise provided enough light to examine our campsite, we discovered evidence that confirmed our fears about the previous night's activity. Around our tent, at a consistent distance of approximately 30 feet, there was a clear trail where something had been moving in a circle. The trail showed disturbed vegetation, broken branches, and occasional impressions in the soft earth. But the tracks were unlike anything either of us had seen before. The impressions were large, much bigger than bear paws or moose hooves, and they showed a foot structure that appeared almost human but with elongated toes and what looked like claw marks. The stride length suggested something with very long legs, and the depth of the impressions indicated substantial weight. Most unsettling was the intelligence demonstrated by the movement pattern. This was not random animal behavior or territorial marking. Something had deliberately and systematically circled our campsite for hours, maintaining perfect distance and changing direction when it encountered obstacles. Grace and I made the decision to cut our expedition short and paddle out immediately. We broke camp as quickly as possible and loaded our canoe, constantly watching the tree line for any signs of movement or additional wildlife activity. The paddle out was tense and exhausting. We maintained a fast pace, stopping only when necessary for portages and navigation. Throughout the day, we felt like we were being observed, although we never saw direct evidence of anything following us. During one portage, Grace discovered additional tracks similar to what we had found at our campsite. The tracks led from the water's edge up the portage trail, and then back down to the water on the other side. Something had been following the same route we were using, and it had been there recently. We completed the portage as quickly as possible and continued paddling, pushing ourselves to cover more distance than we had planned for a single day. By evening, we had reached a lake system that was only one day's paddle from our exit point, but we decided to continue paddling into the night rather than camping again in the wilderness. Using our headlamps and following our GPS, we paddled through the darkness until we reached the final lake before our exit point. We made a cold camp on a small island, taking turns staying awake to watch for any signs that we were still being followed. The night passed without incident, and we completed our exit the following morning, reaching our vehicle and civilization with profound relief. When we reported our experience to park authorities, they listened carefully but offered no explanation for what we had encountered. They did note that there had been other reports of unusual wildlife activity in the same area, including tracks that did not match known species and sightings of large animals that could not be positively identified. Grace and I continue to canoe together, but we have never returned to that area of northern Ontario. The experience fundamentally changed our understanding of what exists in the deep wilderness areas of Canada, and we now plan our routes more carefully to avoid areas with reports of unusual wildlife activity. What stalked us during those 2 nights was something that combined the size and strength of a large predator with intelligence and behavioral patterns that seemed almost human. It demonstrated patience, systematic thinking, and an understanding of our routines that went far beyond normal animal behavior. I do not know what species we encountered in the Quetico wilderness, but I know it was real and that it posed a significant threat to our safety. The remote wilderness areas of northern Canada contain mysteries that are not accounted for in any wildlife management guides, and canoeists who venture into these areas should be prepared for encounters that cannot be explained through conventional understanding of wildlife behavior. My name is Luke, and this is a different story from the one I shared earlier about high-altitude mountaineering. This experience occurred during a winter overlanding expedition in the remote Forest Service roads of northwestern Montana, where I had traveled to photograph wildlife during the harsh winter months. I am an experienced winter outdoorsman and photographer who has spent countless nights alone in my vehicle in remote locations. What happened to me during 3 days snowed in on a Forest Service road near Glacier National Park challenged my understanding of what exists in the deep wilderness during Montana's brutal winters. I had driven north from Missoula in early January, seeking opportunities to photograph wolves, mountain goats, and other wildlife that become more visible during winter months when snow forces them to lower elevations. My plan was to explore a network of Forest Service roads that provided access to wildlife habitat while allowing me to sleep in my truck, which was equipped with a camper shell, sleeping system, and emergency supplies for extended winter camping. My vehicle was a heavy-duty pickup truck with 4-wheel drive, snow tires, and recovery equipment. I carried enough food, water, and fuel for 2 weeks of self-sufficient camping, along with cold weather gear rated for Montana winter conditions. I also had communication equipment including a satellite messenger and emergency beacon. The Forest Service road I selected accessed high elevation areas that remained open to vehicle traffic during winter, though they were rarely used due to challenging snow conditions. According to my research, this road provided access to prime wildlife habitat and offered numerous camping opportunities for self-contained vehicles. I drove into the mountains on a Tuesday morning following the plowed main highway until I reached the turnoff for the Forest Service road system. The secondary roads had not been plowed, but they were passable with 4-wheel drive and showed evidence of occasional use by other winter recreationalists. For the first 2 days, everything went according to plan. I found several excellent wildlife photography locations and established temporary camps where I could observe animal activity during the early morning and evening hours, when wildlife was most active. The weather was cold but stable, with temperatures ranging from -10 to +15 degrees Fahrenheit. On Thursday morning, I drove deeper into the Forest Service road network, following increasingly narrow and challenging routes toward areas that my maps indicated would provide access to remote wilderness boundaries. The snow was deeper at higher elevations, but my truck handled the conditions without difficulty. Around noon, I stopped to photograph a herd of elk that was feeding in a meadow visible from the road. While I was setting up my camera equipment, light snow began falling. The weather forecast had predicted possible snow, but nothing that would create travel problems. However, the snowfall intensified rapidly throughout the afternoon. What had started as light flurries became heavy snow that significantly reduced visibility and began accumulating on the roads. By 4 o'clock, I realized that I needed to start driving back toward the main highway before the roads became impassable. But when I attempted to drive out, I discovered that the snow had already made the Forest Service roads extremely difficult to navigate. My truck was slipping and sliding despite four-wheel drive, and I was making very slow progress toward the main road system. The snow continued falling heavily, and I could see that the situation was deteriorating rapidly. As darkness approached, I made the decision to stop and wait for better conditions rather than risk getting stuck or sliding off the narrow mountain roads. I found a relatively level area where I could park safely and activated my emergency beacon to notify authorities of my location and situation. I settled into my truck for what I expected would be an uncomfortable but manageable night, planning to attempt driving out in the morning when I could see road conditions clearly. My truck was well equipped for winter camping, and I had experienced similar situations before without serious problems. The snowfall continued throughout the night, and by morning I discovered that my truck was partially buried and the roads were completely impassable. The storm had deposited over 2 feet of new snow, and the Forest Service roads would require plowing or significant warming before they could be used safely. I activated my satellite communicator and reported my situation to emergency services, providing my GPS coordinates and explaining that I was safe, but would need assistance to exit the area. I was told that road crews would clear the Forest Service roads as soon as weather conditions permitted, but that might require several days depending on additional snowfall. This was disappointing but not alarming. I had supplies for 2 weeks and was comfortable in my vehicle. I had been in similar situations before and knew that patience was required when winter weather created travel problems in remote areas. But on the second night of being snowed in, I began experiencing something that transformed a routine winter camping situation into a terrifying survival ordeal. Around midnight, I was awakened by sounds outside my truck that seemed to be human voices calling my name. The voices were distant but clear, coming from different directions around my camping location. They were calling Luke repeatedly, sometimes individually and sometimes in overlapping conversations. This was impossible. I was miles from any other people, snowed in on a remote Forest Service road that had been impassable for 2 days. There was no way anyone else could have reached my location on foot through deep snow in sub-zero temperatures. I remained in my sleeping bag, listening carefully to try to determine the source of the voices. They continued for approximately 20 minutes, sometimes seeming to move closer to my truck and sometimes fading into the distance. The voices sounded urgent, as if people were searching for me and calling for me to respond. Despite the apparent urgency in the voices, something about them felt wrong. The tone was too perfect, too consistent, as if someone was imitating human speech rather than actually speaking naturally. And the fact that they knew my name was deeply troubling, since no one else should have been aware of my presence in this remote location. I decided not to respond to the voices, instead remaining silent and hidden in my truck. After about half an hour, the calling stopped completely and the forest returned to its normal winter silence. The following night, the voices returned, but this time they were closer and more persistent. They seemed to be coming from just outside my truck, and they were not just calling my name but engaging in conversations that appeared designed to trick me into responding. The voices would call my name, then pause as if waiting for a response. When I remained silent, they would begin talking among themselves, discussing my situation and expressing concern about my welfare. They mentioned details about my location and circumstances that should not have been known to anyone else. Most disturbing was when the voices began imitating people I knew. I heard conversations that sounded like my family members and friends, discussing plans to rescue me and asking me to come out of my truck so they could help me. The imitations were nearly perfect, capturing speech patterns and vocal characteristics accurately enough to be convincing. But I knew that none of these people could possibly be present in this remote location during a winter storm. The voices were attempts to lure me out of the safety of my vehicle, though I could not determine who or what was making these sounds or why they wanted me to leave my truck. Throughout the third night, the voices became more aggressive and desperate. They began claiming that there was an emergency, that someone was injured and needed my help, that search and rescue teams were nearby and needed me to signal my location. The urgency in the voices was compelling, and there were moments when I almost convinced myself that I should investigate. But something deeper than rational thought warned me to remain hidden in my truck. Every instinct I had developed during years of wilderness experience told me that responding to these voices would be dangerous, regardless of how convincing they sounded. The voices continued until dawn, sometimes fading into the distance and sometimes seeming to come from directly outside my windows. Occasionally I heard sounds of movement around my truck, as if people were walking through the deep snow and examining my vehicle. But when I looked out through my windows, I never saw anyone or any tracks in the snow around my camping area. On the fourth morning, I heard the sound of actual human voices and machinery approaching my location. A search and rescue team had reached me using snowmobiles and a tracked vehicle, following the GPS coordinates I had provided through my satellite communicator. The rescue team was able to clear enough snow around my truck to allow me to drive out behind their tracked vehicle, following a route they had broken through the deep snow. The evacuation went smoothly, and I reached the main highway system without further incident. When I described the voices I had heard during the previous 3 nights, the search and rescue coordinator told me that they had received similar reports from other people who had been stranded alone in remote winter locations. He could not explain the phenomenon, but he said that people who spend extended time alone in extreme winter conditions sometimes experience auditory hallucinations or other perceptual disturbances. This explanation might have satisfied me, except for one detail that the rescue team discovered when they examined my campsite. Around my truck, at distances ranging from 20 to 50 feet, there were tracks in the snow that appeared to have been made by people walking in circles around my vehicle. The tracks were clear and well-defined, showing boot prints in patterns that suggested systematic surveillance of my camping location. But according to the rescue team, no search and rescue personnel had been to my location prior to their arrival that morning. The tracks had been made by unknown individuals who had somehow reached my remote location during the storm and had spent considerable time observing my truck. I never received a satisfactory explanation for the voices or the tracks. The experience convinced me that remote winter locations in Montana can host activities and encounters that are not accounted for in any wilderness safety training, and that survival sometimes requires ignoring apparently human voices that call from the darkness. Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we venture into the sacred grounds where silence should reign eternal, yet the restless refuse to rest. In this episode, we bring you 8 disturbing accounts of encounters within the hallowed corridors of our nation's cemeteries and graveyards. From the windswept headstones of Colorado to the moss-laden crypts of Louisiana, these testimonies emerge from individuals who dared to walk among the dead and discovered that some graves cannot contain what lies beneath. Each story has been reconstructed from detailed witness accounts, police reports, and first-hand testimonials of those who experienced the unexplainable in these places of eternal rest. The voices you will hear belong to groundskeepers who worked the midnight shift, visitors paying respects to loved ones, and investigators who stumbled upon phenomena that defied rational explanation. To preserve the dignity of the deceased and protect the privacy of the living witnesses, certain identifying details, including specific cemetery names and personal information, have been carefully altered. If you are new to Buried Files, make sure to subscribe for daily true horror content that unearths the darkest corners of human experience. Hit that notification bell so you never miss when we excavate another collection of buried truths that refuse to stay dead. The old man's hands were stained with decades of Colorado soil, Weathered fingers wrapped around a steaming cup of coffee as the autumn sun dipped behind the Rocky Mountain peaks. Calvin Brooks had been the caretaker of Hillcrest Cemetery for 37 years, and in all that time he had never spoken about what he witnessed on those crisp October nights when the veil between worlds grew thin. "You want to know about the lantern?" Calvin said, his voice carrying the weight of years spent in silence. The shadows lengthened across the weathered headstones as he settled back in his wooden chair on the cemetery office porch. "Most folks around here, they heard the stories, but they never lived with it like I have." Calvin's weathered face turned toward the rows of granite markers that stretched into the gathering dusk. The cemetery sat on a hill overlooking the small mountain town of Silver Cliff, population barely 800 souls. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, where secrets had a way of festering in the thin mountain air until they became something else entirely. The kind of place where whispered conversations behind the post office carried more weight than headlines in the Denver papers. "Started back in 1987, Calvin continued, his breath visible in the cooling air. October 15th, to be exact. I remember because it was the night after old Martha Hendricks was laid to rest. She'd lived in this town for 93 years, never married, never had children, spent her whole life taking care of other people's business, knowing every secret, every shame, every buried truth this town tried to forget. Martha Hendricks had been the town librarian for 62 years, a position that gave her access to more than just books and periodicals. People trusted librarians with their private conversations, their hushed phone calls, their desperate searches through old newspaper archives. Martha had witnessed decades of cover-ups, lies told to protect reputations, and documents that mysteriously disappeared when they threatened powerful families. She kept meticulous records in her personal journal, documenting every suspicious transaction, every unexplained death, every family that suddenly left town. The first time Calvin saw the light, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He had been making his evening rounds, checking that the day's burial service had been properly cleaned up. The funeral director from Pueblo always left behind small messes that Calvin took pride in correcting. Scattered rose petals, folding chairs not properly stacked, programs blowing against headstones in the mountain wind. As he walked between the headstones, collecting forgotten flowers and straightening American flags, he noticed a soft glow emanating from somewhere near the back section of the cemetery. "Figured it was some kids with flashlights," Calvin explained, taking a slow sip of his coffee. "We get them. Sometimes teenagers thinking they're brave enough to spend a night among the dead. Usually they scatter like rabbits when they hear my boots crunching through the gravel. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't no flashlight. This light, it moved different. Had a quality to it that made the hair on my arms stand up, made my teeth ache like before a thunderstorm. The light appeared to be coming from an old-fashioned lantern, the kind with a glass chimney and metal frame that miners used to carry deep into the Colorado mountains. The brass fittings had developed a greenish patina, and the glass was clouded with age, yet the flame inside burned with intensity that seemed to come from another world entirely. It hovered about 3 feet off the ground, swaying gently as if carried by invisible hands. The warm yellow glow cast long shadows between the headstones, creating shapes that seemed to writhe and dance in Calvin's peripheral vision. Calvin approached slowly, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. In all his years tending to the dead, he had never felt the kind of primal fear that gripped him in that moment. The temperature seemed to drop with each step he took toward the mysterious light, and the familiar sounds of the mountain evening, the rustle of aspen leaves, the distant call of an owl, faded into unnatural silence. The lantern moved with purpose, following what appeared to be the old walking paths that connected different sections of the cemetery. Paths that had been established when the graveyard was first consecrated in 1892. paths that most people had forgotten existed beneath decades of fallen leaves. The strangest part, Calvin said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, was that the light seemed to know where it was going. It would pause at certain graves, hover there for maybe 30 seconds, then move on to the next one. Always the same pattern, always the same graves, like it was reading something written on the headstones that I couldn't see. Over the following weeks, Calvin began to document which graves the lantern visited. He kept a small notebook in his jacket pocket, jotting down dates and times and locations. What he discovered made his blood run cold. Every grave the lantern lingered over belonged to someone who had died with unfinished business in Silver Cliff. Martha Hendricks was just the beginning of a pattern that stretched back generations. There was Thomas Kellerman, who had died in a car accident in 1973, 3 days before he was supposed to testify in a corruption case involving the town's former mayor. His vehicle had skidded off Highway 24 in perfect weather conditions, crashing into a stand of aspen trees with suspicious force. Rebecca Walsh, who passed away from a heart attack in 1981 while investigating financial irregularities at the local bank. She had been 38 years old with no prior heart problems, found clutching a manila folder filled with evidence that disappeared before the coroner arrived. James Moreau, who died of pneumonia in 1958 after spending months trying to prove that his business partner had been embezzling funds from their mining operation. Each one of them died before they could expose the truth about something, Calvin said, his weathered hands trembling slightly as he set down his coffee cup. Each one of them took secrets to their graves that could have changed this town forever. Could have saved other people from being cheated, lied to, maybe even killed. The lantern appeared every night for 3 weeks straight. Calvin found himself drawn to watch its nightly journey, following at a respectful distance as it moved between the headstones. The October air grew colder each evening, frost beginning to form on the marble angels and granite crosses. He began to notice that the light grew brighter on certain nights, particularly when the wind carried voices from town up the hill to the cemetery. Voices arguing behind closed doors, voices making deals in dark alleyways, voices covering up truths that needed to be spoken. On those nights, the lantern would pulse with urgent rhythm, as if responding to the corruption that continued to poison the town below. On November 7th, exactly 23 days after Martha Hendricks was buried, the lantern's behavior changed. Instead of following its usual route through the cemetery, it moved directly to Calvin's office. It hovered outside his window, casting that warm yellow glow across his desk, where he kept his documentation of the nightly visits. The light pulsed gently as if trying to get his attention, as if it had something urgent to communicate. Calvin opened the door and stepped onto the porch. The lantern hung in the air just beyond his reach, swaying gently in the mountain breeze. For the first time since the appearances began, Calvin felt no fear. Instead, he felt profound sadness, as if the light itself was mourning for all the truths that would never be told, all the justice that would never be served, all the innocent people who had suffered because good people had died too soon. I understood then, Calvin said, his voice thick with emotion. The lantern wasn't trying to scare anybody. It was trying to remind us. Remind us that some debts don't get settled just because someone dies. Some promises don't get broken just because the person who made them is 6 feet under. The next morning, Calvin walked into the Silver Cliff Police Department and handed over his notebook. Every entry, every observation, every pattern he had documented during those 3 weeks of nightly visits. He told Chief Morrison about Martha Hendricks' investigation into the town's missing municipal funds, about the ledger she had hidden in the library basement. He explained how Thomas Kellerman had discovered evidence of vote manipulation in the 1972 mayoral election. He detailed Rebecca Walsh's findings about the systematic overcharging of elderly customers at Morrison's family-owned bank. Chief Morrison listened to every word, Calvin continued. Didn't interrupt once. When I finished talking, he closed my notebook and told me he'd look into it. 2 days later, he arrested his own uncle for embezzlement. 3 days after that, they found the missing municipal funds in an account belonging to the former mayor's widow. The arrests didn't stop there. Within a month, half the town council had been indicted for corruption. Property that had been illegally seized was returned to rightful owners. Families who had been cheated out of insurance settlements finally received justice. The truth had a way of spreading once it was allowed to breathe. The lantern appeared one final time on November 15th, exactly 1 month after Martha Hendricks was buried. Calvin watched from his office window as it made its usual rounds, pausing at each grave where it had lingered before. But this time was different. At each stop, the light seemed to pulse 3 times, like a signal or farewell. When it reached Martha's grave, it hovered there for nearly 10 minutes before slowly fading away, leaving behind the faintest scent of kerosene and mountain wildflowers. Calvin finished his coffee as full darkness settled over the cemetery. The mountain air carried the scent of approaching snow, and somewhere in the distance a coyote howled its lonesome song to the stars. The familiar sounds of the Colorado evening had returned. The whisper of wind through pine branches, the distant rumble of a freight train crossing the valley. "Never saw the light again after that night," he said, standing slowly from his chair. "But I learned something important. Sometimes the dead don't rest because the living won't listen. Sometimes the only way to find peace is to finish what was started, even if it takes 37 years and a mysterious lantern to show you the way." Calvin gathered his empty coffee cup and turned toward his small cottage at the edge of the cemetery grounds. "The dead have their own sense of justice," he called back over his shoulder. "And in Silver Cliff, justice has a way of finding the light." As Calvin disappeared into the gathering darkness, a soft breeze rustled through the pine trees that bordered the cemetery. For just a moment, just long enough to make a person wonder, a faint yellow glow seemed to flicker between the headstones before vanishing into the Colorado night. Some say that on clear autumn evenings, when corruption threatens to take root in Silver Cliff again, the lantern still appears to those who know how to look. "Drive faster, Lily. She's still there," Marcus shouted from the passenger seat, his knuckles white as he gripped the dashboard. The speedometer needle climbed past 70 as Lily Ramirez pressed harder on the accelerator, her Honda Civic racing down Archer Avenue through the dark Illinois countryside. "I'm trying," Lily's voice cracked as she checked the rearview mirror. Behind them, the iron gates of Resurrection Cemetery grew smaller, but the image of what they had witnessed burned bright in both their minds. The pale figure in the white dress standing motionless in their headlights before vanishing like morning mist. It had started as a dare 3 hours earlier. Lily's co-workers at the Chicago Tribune had been sharing ghost stories during their late shift, and someone mentioned the legend of Resurrection Mary, the phantom hitchhiker who supposedly haunted the stretch of road between the Willowbrook Ballroom and Resurrection Cemetery in Justice, Illinois. Marcus, who worked in sports and had been trying to ask Lily out for months, volunteered to drive with her to investigate. "It's probably just local folklore," Lily had said, gathering her notebook and camera. At 26, she had built a reputation as a skeptical journalist who specialized in debunking urban legends. But it might make for an interesting Halloween feature. Now, as they put distance between themselves and the cemetery, Lily was questioning everything she thought she knew about the supernatural. Her hands trembled as she finally slowed the car, pulling into a 24-hour diner in nearby Burbank. "Tell me what you saw," Lily said once they were seated in a corner booth, both nursing cups of black coffee. The fluorescent lights felt reassuring after the darkness of Archer Avenue, but neither could shake what had happened. Marcus ran his hands through his dark hair. "Same thing you saw." We were driving past the cemetery around midnight, and there she was, standing right in the middle of the road wearing that white ball gown. You hit the brakes so hard I thought we were going to slide into her. Lily nodded, replaying the scene. She had been driving the speed limit when the figure appeared in their headlights. A young woman with pale skin and dark hair wearing an elaborate white dress that seemed to glow in the darkness. She had been standing perfectly still, not moving to get out of the way, showing no fear at the approaching vehicle. But when I got out to check on her, Lily continued, she was gone. Completely gone. And the temperature dropped at least 20 degrees. That was the part that disturbed Lily most. As a journalist, she was trained to observe details, to look for logical explanations. But there had been nowhere for the woman to hide. The road was straight with open fields on both sides. No trees, no buildings, no ditches deep enough to conceal a person. The woman had simply vanished. My grandmother used to tell stories about Resurrection Mary, Marcus said quietly. She grew up in this neighborhood back in the 40s. Said her older sister claimed to have picked up a hitchhiker on Archer Avenue one night. Beautiful girl in a white dress who asked to be taken to the cemetery. When they got there, the girl just disappeared from the back seat. Over the next week, Lily threw herself into researching the legend. She spent hours in the Chicago Public Library archives looking through old newspaper clippings and police reports. What she found surprised her. The stories went back decades with dozens of documented encounters involving a female hitchhiker who matched the same description. The earliest report she could find was from 1939, when a taxi driver claimed to have picked up a young woman outside the Willowbrook Ballroom. The woman, dressed in a white ball gown, asked to be taken to Resurrection Cemetery. When they arrived, she vanished from the back seat without paying the fare. The driver insisted he had locked the doors and never heard them open. Similar stories appeared in police reports throughout the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Always the same pattern. A young woman in white, picked up along Archer Avenue asking to go to the cemetery, then vanishing without explanation. Some witnesses described her as warm to the touch and completely solid. Others said she felt cold and seemed to glow faintly. Lily interviewed retired Chicago police officers who had worked the area during the height of the sightings. Detective Raymond Kowalski, now 78, remembered taking multiple reports about the mysterious hitchhiker during his career. "We always took the calls seriously," Kowalski told her during an interview at his South Side home. Most of the witnesses were solid citizens. Business people, nurses getting off late shifts, couples driving home from dates, not the type to make up stories. The detective showed Lily a file he had kept from his active duty days, filled with witness statements and incident reports. One case from 1976 particularly caught her attention. A young man named David Martinez had reported picking up a female hitchhiker on Archer Avenue around 11:30 at night. She was standing by the side of the road near the cemetery entrance, Martinez had told police. Beautiful girl, maybe 20 years old, wearing a white formal dress. She seemed upset, like she'd been crying. When I asked where she needed to go, she just said home and pointed toward the cemetery. Martinez described driving the woman to the cemetery gates, where she asked him to stop. When he turned to ask if she needed help getting inside, she was gone. The passenger door was still closed and locked, but the seat was empty. Martinez had immediately driven to the nearest police station to report the incident. The strange thing, Detective Kowalski explained, was that Martinez mentioned the girl felt cold when she got in the car. Not just cool skin, but actually cold, like she'd been standing outside in winter weather. But it was July, and the temperature that night was in the 80s. Lily found similar details in other witness accounts. The mysterious woman always felt unnaturally cold to the touch. She rarely spoke beyond asking to go to the cemetery or simply saying home, and she invariably disappeared when the vehicle reached the cemetery gates, leaving no trace except for the lingering scent of roses and vanilla. The most compelling evidence came from a 1983 incident that had been photographed by accident. A couple returning from their wedding reception had stopped to help what they thought was a stranded motorist near Resurrection Cemetery. The bride had taken several pictures to document their special day. When the film was developed, one photograph showed a figure in white standing near the cemetery gates, but the woman who had flagged them down was nowhere to be seen. The image was grainy and unclear, but it clearly showed someone in an old-fashioned white dress where no such person should have been visible. Lily spent an afternoon at the cemetery, walking the grounds and talking to groundskeepers. The cemetery, established in 1904, contained thousands of graves dating back over a century. She found several graves of young women who had died in the 30s and 40s, any one of whom could potentially match the description of Resurrection Mary. One grave in particular caught her attention. Anna Maria Norcus, who had died in 1927 at the age of 22. According to cemetery records, Anna had been killed in a car accident while returning home from a dance at the O'Henry Ballroom, which later became the Willowbrook Ballroom. She had been wearing a white beaded dress when she died and was buried in the same gown. "The timing fits," Lily told Marcus as they sat in her apartment, surrounded by research materials. The first reported sightings of Resurrection Mary began about 12 years after Anna's death. And the location matches perfectly. She died on Archer Avenue, not far from where people claim to see the hitchhiker. 2 weeks after their encounter, Lily decided to return to Archer Avenue. This time she went alone, armed with a digital camera and voice recorder. She wanted to approach the investigation objectively without emotional influence. She parked near the cemetery entrance around 11:30, the same time most sightings were reported. The October night was clear and cold, with a full moon casting long shadows across the roadway. Lily sat in her car for nearly an hour, watching and waiting. At 12:15, she saw headlights approaching from the direction of the Willowbrook Ballroom. A pickup truck slowed as it passed the cemetery, then came to a complete stop about 50 yards ahead. The driver got out and walked to the passenger side of his vehicle, opening the door as if letting someone out. Lily started her engine and drove closer, pulling alongside the truck. The driver, a middle-aged man in work clothes, looked confused and frightened. "Did you see where she went?" he asked Lily through her open window. "Where who went?" "The girl I picked up back at the ballroom. Young lady in a white dress. She asked me to bring her here, to the cemetery. But when I stopped to let her out, she was gone. Doors still locked, but the seats empty." Lily felt a chill run down her spine. She had just witnessed the Resurrection Mary phenomenon from a different perspective, seeing another driver experience exactly what she and Marcus had encountered 2 weeks earlier. "This has happened before," Lily told the man, introducing herself as a journalist. "You're not crazy, and you're not the first person to experience this." The man, who identified himself as Robert Chen, a construction worker from nearby Oak Lawn, seemed relieved to hear that others had similar experiences. He described the hitchhiker exactly as Lily remembered her. Young, pale, wearing an elaborate white dress with dark hair styled in vintage waves. "She seemed so real," Chen said. "We talked during the drive. She told me her name was Mary and that she was trying to get home. Her hands were ice cold when I helped her into the truck, but I figured she'd been waiting outside for a while." Lily interviewed Chen for over an hour, documenting every detail of his encounter. His story matched the historical reports almost perfectly, adding another piece to the puzzle of Resurrection Mary. 3 months later, Lily published her article about Resurrection Mary in the Chicago Tribune Sunday edition. She presented the historical evidence, the witness testimonies, and her own experience with journalistic objectivity, allowing readers to draw their own conclusions. The article generated hundreds of responses from readers who claimed to have had similar encounters along Archer Avenue. Some described picking up the mysterious hitchhiker, others reported seeing her walking alone near the cemetery. A few readers shared family stories that had been passed down for generations. adding to the rich folklore surrounding the Phantom of Resurrection Cemetery. But for Lily, the most significant outcome was personal. The experience had challenged her skeptical worldview and opened her mind to possibilities she had never considered. She continued to investigate paranormal phenomena throughout her career, always approaching each case with the same rigorous methodology she had applied to the Resurrection Mary story. And sometimes, on clear October nights when the moon is full, Lily still drives down Archer Avenue past the cemetery gates. Not as a skeptical journalist looking to debunk a legend, but as someone who knows that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, some stories are too powerful to be explained away, and some spirits refuse to rest until they find their way home. The letter arrived pressed beneath a bouquet of dried magnolia leaves, edges browned and curling from the Louisiana heat. It was addressed to Miss Clara Everett, Ashland, Oregon, in a slanted, looping hand that immediately brought a lump to her throat. Just the sight of the return address, Maplewood Cemetery Office, St. James Parish, Louisiana, made Clara clutch the envelope with trembling fingers. Miles Everett had been the caretaker of Maplewood for almost 12 years, ever since his father's death. That cemetery was old in the way only southern cemeteries could be, with wrought iron arches, mausoleums buckling under strangler vines, and statues with watching eyes. Miles was younger than most caretakers, 41, broad-shouldered, with a battered Red Sox cap he wore in every season, and a way of moving that suggested he had never forgotten to check over his shoulder. He wrote to his sister when the weight of his job pressed too hard on his chest, and some buried family secret threatened to burst forth like a yellow jacket's hive beneath the grass. Clara, reading his letter from 1,000 miles away, heard the tremor in her brother's words. It was more pronounced this time, and as she read, she kept brushing at an imagined tickle along her forearms, the kind that comes when the air gets heavy before a southern storm. Dear Clara, last night the statues started whispering again. It had been 2 years since the last time. You remember what I wrote then? The night after we put Father in the ground and I was sitting by the old Carter mausoleum thinking about what you said about moving north. I heard the bronze angel by the east gate murmur my name. Everett, she said, so soft I thought it was the wind in the Spanish moss. But pretty soon every angel, cherub, and draped lady in that half-acre started in, hissing words I could not understand, all at once until I had to press my hands to my ears. Clara, I thought I was losing my mind. I checked every inch of the cemetery by lantern light, found nothing but my own footprints in the dew. But last night, it was worse. It started at dusk. I was by the Grant plot, pruning the wild blackberries from around the iron rail. There was a breeze, just enough to rustle the leaves, and then I heard it. Whispers clear as day this time, like stone lips pressed against the air. It was not just one statue, but many, chiming in one after the other, names and dates, and then... He paused in the letter with a long blank space, as if trying to protect her from what came next. Clara found herself holding her breath. One of them said your name. It was not my voice, and it was not anything human, but it said Clara, sure as sunrise. It called to me 3 times before it stopped. You must believe me, I am not making this up. I have kept myself alert, writing down times and locations, documenting the events like an investigator. Even took the old tape recorder you sent me for my birthday and turned it on during my rounds. I will mail you the cassette if you want, but I can hardly bear to hear it myself. I know you are thinking of Father, how his mind went toward the end. But this is real. The groundskeeper's dog would not come within 100 yards after dark. I found the candles I set at the grave sites blown out, stands knocked over as if by a strong, directed wind, though the air was still all evening. The sheriff dropped by at sundown, asking after stories of stolen flowers. The neighbors down on Chapel Street had complained, said they kept hearing what sounded like a woman singing after midnight, coming from among the graves. I do not know what to do, Clara. Something is wrong in Maplewood. Your brother, Miles. Clara read those words over and over, searching for reason in the gaps. The image of her brother out at dusk with only his lantern and the iron gates behind him brought back the worst of their childhood memories. Their father standing watch on their old porch, hammer in hand, muttering about shadows that move on their own, and their mother insisting on prayers for restless souls. She had always dismissed it as the superstition of old Louisiana, no more substantial than the stories traded at the corner store. She called Miles the next morning. The phone rang for a long time before his weary voice answered. He sounded older than she remembered, gravelly and slow, as if sleep had not come for days. I am telling you because no one else would believe it, he said before Clara could ask. It is not just noises or flickering shadows. The statues move, only when you are not looking directly. I catch them out of the corner of my eye. Sometimes they are looking at me when before they face the road. Sometimes a hand is extended that was never sculpted before, or a mouth open where there was none. I have pictures, I can send them, he did later that afternoon. The images arrived by email. Each photo showed some subtle, unexplainable shift. The mourning angel beside the Mayfield grave with a different set of rosaries in her folded hands. The marble cherub whose face bore fresh streaks as if from spent tears. She studied them late into the night, comparing them to the cemetery's archived photos. The differences were undeniable. Miles began to call Clara nightly. Every evening as dusk settled, so too did his dread. He could not bring himself to quit his job. The Everetts had been caretakers for generations. Instead, he documented everything. On the third night, he told her about the dream. I was standing in the center of the cemetery, looking at the rows of statues. It was twilight, the hour when the solar lights flicker on. All the statues, every one of them, turned to face me at once. They spoke not in English, but in voices like wind through iron gates and rain on stone. I woke up in a sweat, and when I went outside, every single statue was facing the main path. That has never happened before. I rotated a few of them back myself, but in the morning they were all turned forward again. Word got out among the locals that something was wrong at Maplewood. The sheriff's deputies began refusing to patrol the cemetery at night, and the groundskeeper quit after his dog refused to go near the east gate, howling at nothing and clawing madly at the chain-link fence. The florist who supplied bouquets for the old family's tombs found her arrangements wilting overnight, petals blackened as if burned by acid. Rumors spread, stories of children gone missing a century before, of deals made with voodoo priests and broken oaths by the first settlers. The priests at St. James would not come to bless the grounds, even when Miles offered double their usual fee. The dead are uneasy, one old priest said, not meeting Miles's eyes. Something is unfinished here. Even the city tried to avoid the place, blaming the strange happenings on sulfur vents under the marsh and magnetic anomalies. But the local news, sniffing a story, sent a young reporter to Maplewood to spend the night for a Halloween segment. He left before midnight, pale and tight-lipped, refusing to speak to anyone for a week. Clara scoured archives and newspaper records from across the state. All she found was the cemetery's strange history, an unclaimed mausoleum moved stone by stone from another county, a rash of vandalized statues in the late 1950s, a string of thunderstorms that had felled the oldest oak tree and split several grave markers. She called a retired professor from Tulane, an expert on Louisiana folk traditions. Whispering statues? That is a story for the bayous, the professor said. Older than any written record. It means the dead want something. The statues, they say, can become vessels for unspoken wishes, regrets, unfinished truths, especially where the earth is soft and the water runs near. If the whispers turn to wailing, leave and do not turn back. Meanwhile, Miles kept sending letters to his sister, Diagrams of statue placements, lists of names the statues seem to whisper, and disturbing sketches of a particular figure. A pale, androgynous angel, crack running down one cheek, standing atop a square marble plinth at the heart of the oldest row. Every night, that angel turns more and more towards the house, he wrote. Last night I thought I heard it whisper Everett again. You should not come down here no matter what. I am trying to do some research before I go to the city officials. Something is not right with that statue. Several nights later, Miles called Clara, voice breaking. Clara, tonight the whispering turned to pleading. I swear they said, let us rest. Find the key. Let us rest. Over and over. It was so loud I thought the neighbors would wake and come running. I walked through the rows until I reached the old communal crypt, the one with the locked iron door nobody has the key for. As I got close, the voices stopped all at once. The angel atop the crypt almost looked like it smiled. Clara pressed him for details. What key? Did you ever find a key when Father died? Nothing like that. But I will look through the old desk in the office. If I find anything, I will call. That night turned to morning, then another sleepless day. At dusk, another letter came. Clara, I found the key, wrapped in oilcloth at the bottom of Father's desk drawer. There was a note tied to it in his writing. When the voices rise, return what was taken. I think I understand. Decades ago, a section of the cemetery was walled off during an epidemic. The city removed remains and reburied them in the communal crypt, but the records say not all personal effects were returned. Old superstition says the spirits would not rest unless all that was taken from them was given back. I am going to the crypt at midnight, alone. Your brother, Miles. Clara tried to call. No answer. Panicked, she called the sheriff, but the deputies, remembering the other night's whistling, refused to go, promising only to check at dawn. The next day, a single voicemail from Miles appeared on her phone, time-stamped 1:12 a.m. The static was so thick it scraped her ears. Through the distortion, she heard her brother's breath, ragged and fast, and a low chorus in the background, voices building and falling like the tide. Then, his whisper, I am back at the crypt. The statues are all around me. The key fits. I am going to open it now, Clara, and then screaming metal, a sound like shifting stone, and the call cut out. He was gone. No one had seen him leave. The groundskeeper found the old communal crypt door standing open, nothing disturbed inside except for a pile of small ancient trinkets, beads and lockets, watches and pins, all laid out in the shape of a cross. The angel atop the tomb now faced away from the path and towards the swamp, its expression peaceful for the first time in living memory. Days passed. Then one evening, as the sun slipped behind the moss-draped branches, Clara received a final letter. The envelope was old and the edges soot-stained, but the handwriting was unmistakable, her brother's hand. Clara, all is quiet now. The statues do not whisper anymore. I am safe, or as safe as one can be on holy ground. The dreams are gone. I hope you never have to see what I saw. If ever you need to find me, come to Maplewood at dusk and listen. The statues will only whisper welcome. Your brother, Miles. To this day, visitors to Maplewood Cemetery sometimes report as twilight falls that the statues seem to shift ever so slightly. Their lips pursed as if holding a silent message, their stone hands poised as though about to beckon. And if they listen very closely on certain humid Louisiana evenings, they say you can almost catch a gentle sigh across the crypts. A whisper of thanks, of peace, finally, found. I need to write this down while it's still fresh because honestly, I don't know if I'll believe it myself tomorrow. I'm sitting in my hotel room, hands still shaking, and I can't get the image out of my head. Today I decided to take that cemetery tour I've been putting off. St. Louis Cemetery No. 1, the one everyone calls the most haunted place in New Orleans. Perfect for my Halloween content series, right? The tour was supposed to end at 4 p.m., but I convinced the guide to let me stay behind for solo photos. Big mistake. Earlier today, 2:30 p.m. The tour group was typical. 15 tourists with cameras, college kids trying to look unimpressed, and one guy who kept asking if we'd see Marie Laveau's ghost. Our guide, Patricia, was this tiny Creole woman in her 60s who knew every story about every tomb. She kept warning us not to wander off and definitely not to stay after dark. The dead in St. Louis number. One, they don't all rest easy, she said, stopping in front of a crumbling above-ground vault. Some of them still got business with the living. I was getting great shots. Afternoon light filtering through massive oak trees, weathered marble angels, elaborate ironwork like black lace against white tombs. This place is like a miniature city of the dead, with narrow pathways between vaults that rise up like tiny houses. Patricia told us about famous residents, Marie Laveau, the Voodoo Queen, whose tomb is covered in X marks from visitors seeking her help. But she also told darker stories about yellow fever epidemics that filled the cemetery faster than graves could be dug. The cemetery closes at 3 p.m. sharp, Patricia warned as the tour ended. Security locks the gates and you don't want to be trapped in here after sunset. 4:15 p.m. after the tour. I convinced Patricia I was a travel blogger and asked to stay 30 more minutes for photos. She looked at me like I'd asked to spend the night in a haunted house. Child, I've been giving tours here for 23 years. When that sun starts going down, you get yourself to the exit gate. But I'm stubborn. My followers expect authentic content, right? I convinced the security guard, showed him my press credentials, promised I'd be out by 5 p.m. He reluctantly agreed but made me sign a waiver. The moment the tour group left, the atmosphere changed. It was still daylight, but shadows between the tombs seemed deeper. I was alone among hundreds of graves, and for the first time, that felt significant. 5 p.m., the encounter. I was photographing Marie Laveau's tomb when I heard crying. Soft at first, like someone trying to muffle their sobs. The crying got louder, coming from deeper in the cemetery. I followed the sound, thinking maybe someone else had gotten permission to stay late. That's when I saw her. She was the steps of a white marble tomb, hunched over with her face in her hands. She wore a long white dress that looked like it belonged in another century. Lots of lace, long sleeves, a full skirt that pooled around her feet. Her hair was dark and long, hanging loose around her shoulders. What struck me first was that she was barefoot. Her feet were dirty, like she'd been walking on unpaved ground for hours. "Are you okay?" I called out. The crying stopped immediately. She looked up at me and my heart stopped. Her face was beautiful but wrong somehow. Too pale, like she hadn't seen sunlight in years. Her eyes were dark and seemed too large for her face, but it was her expression that made me want to run. Such profound sadness that tears sprang to my own eyes. "You should not be here," she said. Her voice was soft with an accent I couldn't place. Not quite Creole, not quite French, but something older. "The sun is setting." I looked around. She was right. Somehow the light had faded to golden hour. Long shadows stretched between tombs. "I'm just finishing up some photos," I said. "Are you visiting someone?" She stood up slowly and I noticed she moved like she was floating. Her bare feet made no sound on the stone steps. "I am always here," she said. "I wait for those who do not listen to warnings." Something in her tone made my skin crawl. I took a step back, suddenly very aware that I was alone in a cemetery with someone who might not be stable. "I should go. The cemetery is closing soon." "Soon?" She tilted her head, and in the fading light her face seemed to shift. For just a moment I could have sworn I saw hollow cheeks, sunken eyes, skin like old parchment. but then she was beautiful again, just incredibly sad. "The cemetery closed an hour ago," she said. "The gates are locked. You are trapped here until dawn." My blood went cold. I pulled out my phone to call the security guard, but there was no signal. "That's not possible," I said. "The guard knows I'm here." She shook her head slowly. "He left. They always leave before dark. No one stays in St. Louis number 1 after sunset. No one living." I started walking quickly toward the front of the cemetery, but the path seemed different, longer, more twisted. The crying woman followed me, her bare feet silent on stone. "You should have listened," she said, keeping pace effortlessly. "Patricia warned you. She always warns them, but some never listen." "Who are you?" I asked. "I am what happens to those who stay too long. I am the warning that comes too late." I reached the front gate and rattled the iron bars, locked tight. The security booth was dark and empty. The woman stood behind me, and when I turned around, she was crying again. But now, in the last light of day, I could see that her tears were black. "Every night I wait here," she whispered. "Every night someone new joins me." I looked around desperately. The cemetery was much larger than it had seemed during the tour. Paths stretched in directions that hadn't existed before, and everywhere in the shadows between vaults I could see pale figures moving. "How do I get out?" I asked. "You don't. Not until dawn, but dawn is many hours away." 10:30 p.m. Still here. I've been writing this on my phone to keep myself sane. The battery is at 12%, but I need to document this. The crying woman was right. I'm trapped here until sunrise. She disappeared around 7 p.m., just faded away like mist. But I'm not alone. There are others here. Shadows that move between tombs. Whispers in languages I don't recognize. I found a sheltered spot between 2 large mausoleums. Every time I try to explore, the paths seem to shift. I end up back where I started. The temperature has dropped 20 degrees. My breath is visible, which is impossible for October in New Orleans. 2:15 a.m. Something's changed. The crying woman is back. She's sitting on Marie Laveau's tomb now, and she's not alone. There are others, men in old-fashioned suits, women in Victorian dresses, children in clothes from decades past. They're all sitting on various tombs, all perfectly still, all watching me. None of them are solid. I can see through them to the marble behind, but their eyes are so real, so full of sorrow. The crying woman beckoned to me. Against every instinct, I walked over to her. "You understand now," she said. "This place holds more than bodies. It holds the last moments of grief, the final tears of mourning. We are the sorrow that soaked into these stones over 2 centuries. What do you want from me? To witness, to remember, to carry our stories back to the living world. Too many come here seeking thrills. They don't understand that we were people once. We had names, lives, loves, losses." She told me her story then. Her name was Celeste Trem, and she had died in the yellow fever epidemic of 1853. She was 19 years old, engaged to be married in 2 weeks. She died alone in a charity hospital while her fiancé was traveling, and by the time he returned, she had already been buried in a mass grave. "I have been waiting here ever since," she said. "Waiting for someone to remember my name, to know that I existed, that I loved and was loved." The other spirits began to speak then, one by one. Each had a story, a name, a life cut short. They weren't trying to scare me, they were trying to be remembered. 5:45 a.m. Dawn approaches. The eastern sky is starting to lighten. The spirits are beginning to fade. Celeste is the last to go. "You will leave now," she said. "The gate will open with the sunrise. But you will remember us, yes? You will tell their stories." I promised I would. As the first real light of dawn touched the tombs, I heard the click of the front gate unlocking. The fog lifted and the paths returned to their normal layout. I walked out of St. Lewis Cemetery number 1 and into the awakening French Quarter. I looked back once. The cemetery looked ordinary in the morning light, just an old graveyard full of weathered tombs. But I could still feel their eyes on me, still hear the echo of Celeste's voice asking me to remember. Final thoughts. I don't know if anyone will believe this story. I have no photos of the spirits. Every picture I took after sunset shows only empty tombs and shadows. But I have their names, their stories, their final requests. Maybe that's what really haunts places like St. Louis number 1. Not malevolent ghosts seeking revenge, but forgotten souls seeking remembrance. The weight of stories untold, lives unrecorded, love and loss that soaked into the very stones. If you ever visit St. Louis Cemetery number 1, please remember, these weren't just bodies laid to rest. They were people with stories worth telling, lives worth remembering. And maybe if you listen closely enough in the fading light of day, you might hear their whispers asking you to carry their memories back to the world of the living. They warned Detective Samuel Hutchins about Union Cemetery even before he took the job. On his first morning in Easton, the older officers snickered as they poured their coffee, jostling for an unobstructed view of the man from the city who thought a small-town police force would mean quiet finishes. "You'll be making house calls on raccoons after midnight if you're lucky," the sergeant said. "But sooner or later you'll pull an all-nighter at Union. That place does not like to be ignored." Samuel brushed off the tales at first. He was in his 40s with a salt and pepper beard and a thick New England accent. He had worked too many years in Bridgeport's violent crime unit to buy into white lady tales and whispers of vengeful spirits. He clung to routine, interviews, evidence bags, chain of command. Yet Union Cemetery had its own hold on the town. A reputation built from missing time and sudden chills, from bad luck wrecks on Stepney Road, from things that happened between the headstones at night that nobody wanted to name. The file landed on his desk in October. 100-year-old pages worn thin at the folds. Disappearances, unsolved deaths, ritual vandalism, marked by the signature crimson blooms of wild ivy, wound through the ornate iron fence that ringed the grounds. Initial crime scene, October 5th. That morning, Samuel was summoned by a frantic call from an elderly groundskeeper. Ivy's red, blood red, all up the Coleman family vault. Somebody's cut themselves, or worse, he arrived to find a strange, disturbing scene. Scarlet-stained vines encircled the Coleman crypt, twisting between the stone letters of beloved names. At their roots, the ground seemed freshly disturbed, though the cemetery had seen no burials in months. Despite the evidence of recent digging and something oddly sticky at the base of the stone, no bodies were found. Just a faded photograph of a young woman, on the back in painstaking cursive, "I'm sorry. Help me rest," locals clustered along the gate watching Samuel work. They did not murmur or ask questions. He got the sense they feared the answer. "Bad luck runs in ivy season," the oldest among them finally muttered. "It grows darkest where blood has been spilled, and it never leaves until the wrongs are buried for good." That evening, Samuel began his report with unusual trepidation. Union Cemetery Case File 1079. October 5th, 2018. Heavily disturbed soil at family crypt. Red-stained ivy. No sign of trespassers. Photograph of deceased placed with visible care. Possible vandalism? Locals extremely agitated. Recommend midnight patrol shifted to cemetery for next 2 weeks. Monitor for further disturbances. Midnight patrols. Field notes. Union Cemetery changed after sunset. The iron fence, ornate and rusting, seemed taller somehow, enclosing the headstones like stern, silent witnesses. Even the brisk October wind felt heavier, thick with the scent of wet moss and old perfume. His second night, Samuel heard footsteps moving lightly alongside the edge of the Coleman plot, where most stones were more than a century old. He called out, no response but a sudden coldness more gripping than the chill air. The patrol reports filled with similar occurrences, cameras glitching, batteries draining, radios bursting into static. Never did he catch sight of an actual trespasser, but twice he found red ivy newly coiled in the grass, winding toward other gravestones, always those with deaths marked unsolved. Samuel brought in local historian Marjorie Lane to interpret the photo left at the crypt. She pointed immediately to the style. A studio portrait from the 1940s, the subject a solemn young woman with a dark beauty, her features delicate, immortalized by the photographer's flash. "That's Evelyn Holt," Marjorie said. "She disappeared in 1947, never solved. Her mother always brought flowers, but never ivy. She feared it. The old families all do." "What happened to her?" Samuel pressed. "She was last seen leaving a Halloween dance." "They never found her body," the town whispered, sometimes loudly, about a spurned suitor or about the old curse. "There's always been a story of blood in the ivy at Union. Every few years when something ugly happens, the red vines come back. My grandmother said it started over 100 years ago, after a Civil War widow was denied burial for practicing witchcraft." Pattern: cold cases and red ivy. With Marjorie's help, Samuel cross-referenced the crypt vandalism with decades' worth of missing person and cold case files. He realized, shocked, that each time the red ivy bloomed out of season, someone in Easton had gone missing, or a body had been discovered in the woods nearby. Usually a Jane Doe never identified. He documented each instance, completing charts, marking patterns on a map. The cycle repeated, always with the same season of blood-streaked leaves, always circling back to graves holding unanswered questions. Deaths left in limbo, families never granted closure. One name kept reappearing: Cora Blake, a local girl vanished in 1978, whose mother had led candlelight vigils at her tomb for years. Her case was eerily similar to Evelyn Holt's. Even the town had whispered about their likeness, as if the curse chose its victims by resemblance or fate. Stranger evidence, Night 5. On the 5th midnight patrol, a thick fog rolled into the cemetery. Samuel's flashlight beam barely pierced the shroud. At the heart of the old graveyard near the Coleman plot, his radio spat static, and then a distinct whispering voice called out, "Help me rest." He spun. The air tasted cold and coppery, and atop the crypt stood a figure, at first appearing translucent, then unnervingly solid. A young woman, bruise-like shadows under her eyes, an old-fashioned dress stained at the hem. She looked at Samuel and uttered, "You see me, do not," before flickering out like a dying bulb. The only trace she left was a single lock of auburn hair resting atop the photograph in his evidence bag. He collected it, fighting the surreal sense of death and time folding onto itself. Consultation. After-action memo. Samuel wrote up the encounter as unusual but left out the apparition, citing only possible prankster in period costume. Internally, doubt gnawed at him until his next meeting with Marjorie. "It's her," she insisted, voice trembling. "That's Evelyn's hair. Or Cora's. Or the White Lady. They're all the same. When the dead do not rest in Union, they beg for justice. The red ivy grows to mark their suffering. This cemetery holds more secrets than bones." He asked her about the curse Marjorie described, generations of blame laid at the feet of an old feud. Two families at war, resolved in a long-ago murder, never forgiven by the town and certainly not by the victims. The legend said the cemetery would remain restless until all wrongs were confessed and remembered. A breakthrough. The confession. Reluctantly, Samuel reopened old files. The Blevins family, whose patriarch was once a respected judge, had blocked town attempts to exhume a suspicious grave placed outside family boundaries, a Jane Doe interred in 1948 with no official ceremony. Samuel visited the grave, marked only MB 1948, and noticed new ivy growing at the base. He contacted a forensic anthropologist in New Haven and, after a week of paperwork and local outrage, secured an order to exhume. Inside the tiny burial, they discovered a skeleton, a blood-stained ribbon and pieces of glass, consistent with a broken camera flashbulb from the 1940s. Marjorie wept when she saw the evidence. That's Evelyn Holt. The hair, the ribbon, the camera. She was buried here without her name. DNA matched the last living Holt descendant. Samuel drafted his report in terse, clipped lines. Union Cemetery cold case closure. October 29th. Remains confirmed as Evelyn Holt. Family notified. Death ruled homicide. Investigation ongoing for original suspect. Red ivy receded from gravesite overnight. Evidence suggests ritual closure of long-standing pattern. Halloween night. Atonement and release. The town gathered at Union Cemetery under the cautious watch of the police. Marjorie led a candlelit procession among the tombs, reading out the names of those lost, restoring their stories to memory. Local clergy, standing side by side with agnostic townsfolk, read a blessing for each lost soul. Afterward, Detective Hutchins watched from near the Coleman crypt. The ground was still, the red ivy browning and curling away from the stone, returning to its normal green as the sun rose. The townspeople felt the shift. Neighbors spoke about better dreams, quieter nights, and children who stopped waking, shrieking from night terrors. A week later, Samuel was promoted to chief investigator, not for closing a case officially, but for restoring peace. After-action thoughts. Sam's private log. Samuel told no one about his last midnight round in Union Cemetery. Armed with a lantern, he walked the now peaceful paths. At the Coleman crypt, in fading moonlight, he heard the rustle of leaves. Just nature, he told himself. Yet as he passed the place where the red ivy had once crowned the stones, he caught sight of two silhouettes. Young women in old dresses standing side by side and holding hands. They gazed at him with gratitude, then faded into the mist. He left the photograph of Evelyn on her freshly marked grave with the words she'd written, "I'm sorry. Help me rest." And for the first time, a warm wind swept through Union Cemetery, bearing the scent of roses instead of blood and fear. Union's curse was never spoken of again, but in every October after, someone would spot a flicker of white moving under the maples, hear a voice on the wind, or find an old red bloom curling around a mossy gate. Reminders that forgotten wrongs can linger unless the living have the courage to name them. And so, Detective Hutchins' report closed not on a neat signed sentence but a warning, a nod to future generations. The blood in the ivy at Union Cemetery is not just a stain, it is a message from the silenced. Listen _. The static cut through the October air like fingernails on chalkboard, followed by the unmistakable sound of heavy breathing. Tasha Sinclair adjusted her headset and checked the battery indicator on her body cam for the third time in 10 minutes. The red recording light blinked steadily in the darkness, capturing every sound, every shadow, every moment of what would become the most disturbing investigation of her paranormal research career. Paranormal Investigation Unit 7, Westminster Hall Cemetery, Baltimore, Maryland, she whispered into her microphone. October 28th, 11:47 p.m. Temperature 62 degrees Fahrenheit. Present team members, myself, Jake Morrison, and David Chen. Behind her, Jake struggled with the infrared camera equipment, cursing under his breath as the tripod legs refused to lock properly on the uneven ground. David stood near the wrought iron fence, electromagnetic field detector in hand, watching the digital readout fluctuate wildly despite the absence of any electrical equipment in the vicinity. "This place is already lighting up like a Christmas tree," David muttered, tapping the EMF detector with his finger. "We're getting readings across the entire spectrum and we haven't even made it past the entrance yet." Westminster Hall and burying ground had been on their list for months. As paranormal investigators specializing in historical hauntings, the team knew the cemetery's reputation well. Dating back to 1786, it was the final resting place of Edgar Allan Poe, whose grave attracted thousands of visitors each year. But it was the other stories, the whispered legends passed down through generations of Baltimore residents, that had brought them here on this cold October night. The screaming skull. "Jake, you getting audio on this?" Tasha asked, adjusting her own equipment as they walked deeper into the cemetery. The ancient headstones rose around them like crooked teeth, some so weathered that the names and dates had been worn smooth by 2 centuries of Maryland weather. "Yeah, everything's recording, but Tash, I'm picking up something weird on the background audio. Listen to this." He rewound 30 seconds of footage and played it back through his headphones, then passed them to Tasha. Through the crackling static, she could hear their own voices clear and distinct, but underneath, almost subliminal, was something else. A low rhythmic sound that might have been breathing or might have been something trying to speak. "Could be wind through the trees," she said, though her voice lacked conviction. "What wind?" David asked, gesturing around them. The air was perfectly still, so quiet they could hear traffic from downtown Baltimore, several miles away. Even the usual night sounds of the city seemed muffled here, as if the cemetery existed in its own pocket of silence. They had done their research thoroughly before coming. The legend of Westminster's screaming skull dated back to the 1800s, when a minister named Reverend Samuel Morrison had been found murdered in the cemetery, his body brutally beaten and left among the graves. According to the stories, his skull had been separated from his body during the attack, and for weeks afterward, residents reported hearing screams emanating from the graveyard every night at exactly midnight. The screaming became so disruptive that city officials finally exhumed the minister's remains. They found his skull in a different location from the rest of his body, and local residents swore they could see it moving, jaw opening and closing as if trying to speak. In desperation, they gagged the skull and encased it in a concrete block, which was then placed beside the minister's reconstructed grave. "There," David said, pointing toward the older section of the cemetery. "That's got to be it." About 50 yards ahead, a crude concrete monument stood apart from the more elegant headstones surrounding it. Unlike the carved marble and granite memorials nearby, this was clearly a utilitarian structure, built for containment rather than commemoration. Even from a distance, it seemed to radiate an aura of wrongness that made Tasha's skin crawl. "Temperature just dropped 15 degrees, Jake announced, checking his digital thermometer. "We went from 62 to 47 in the space of about 10 steps. As they approached the concrete block, their equipment began malfunctioning in earnest. The EMF detector's needle shot to maximum and stayed there, while Jake's infrared camera started recording phantom heat signatures, human-shaped warm spots that appeared and disappeared faster than the eye could follow. "Look at this," Tasha said, kneeling beside the monument. The concrete was old and weather-stained, but carved into its surface were deep scratches that looked disturbingly like claw marks. These weren't made by animals. David circled the monument with his camera, documenting every angle. "The scratches are definitely deliberate. Look at the pattern. They're concentrated around what would be the mouth area if this really does contain a skull." "Guys," Jake interrupted, his voice tense. "Check your audio levels." They all fell silent, listening. At first, there was nothing but the ambient city noise filtering through the cemetery. Then gradually they began to hear it, a low, muffled sound coming from somewhere near the concrete block. It was rhythmic, almost like breathing, but with an undertone of desperation that made it unmistakably human. "Is that—" Tasha began. "Shh." David held up a hand, motioning for complete silence. The sound grew louder, more distinct. It was definitely coming from the direction of the monument, and it was definitely the sound of something trying to scream through a gag. The rhythm matched that of human speech, rapid, frantic, as if someone was trying desperately to communicate. 11:58, Jake whispered, checking his watch. 2 minutes to midnight. The muffled screaming intensified, becoming so loud that their recording equipment began picking up distortion. Tasha felt her heart hammering as she watched the needle on the EMF detector dance frantically across the entire spectrum. The temperature continued to drop, and their breath began to fog in the suddenly frigid air. "This is impossible," David said, but his voice shook. "The concrete is 3 inches thick. There's no way sound could carry through that, even if there was something inside." At exactly midnight, the screaming reached a crescendo that made all 3 investigators step back from the monument. The sound was no longer muffled. It was clear, piercing, unmistakably the cry of someone in agony. But more than that, it was trying to form words. "Help!" the voice screamed through what sounded like cloth or rope. "Help me! Find him! Make him pay!" Jake's camera captured it all: the audio, the temperature readings, the electromagnetic spikes. But more importantly, it captured something none of them saw with their naked eyes until they reviewed the footage later. At the moment of the loudest screaming, a translucent figure appeared beside the monument. A man in clerical clothing, his face a mask of rage and pain, pointing frantically toward the newer section of the cemetery. The screaming continued for exactly 3 minutes, then cut off abruptly. The temperature began to rise, their equipment readings returned to normal, and the oppressive atmosphere that had settled over them lifted like a weight being removed from their shoulders. "Did you guys see?" Tasha started. "The figure?" "Yeah, I saw it," David said, his face pale. "Jake, please tell me the camera caught that." "Everything's recorded," Jake confirmed, though his hands were trembling as he checked the equipment. Temperature, audio, EMF readings, and whatever the hell that was we just witnessed. They spent another hour in the cemetery documenting everything they could, but the paranormal activity had ceased completely. It was as if the screaming had said everything it needed to say, and the spirit had returned to whatever dark corner of existence it normally occupied. Back at their research facility, they spent days analyzing the footage. The audio was clear and undeniable, the sound of a human voice screaming through a gag, forming recognizable words. The electromagnetic readings showed spikes that couldn't be explained by any natural phenomenon. And the thermal imaging had captured the unmistakable outline of a human figure that appeared and disappeared in perfect synchronization with the screaming. But it was David who made the most disturbing discovery. "I've been researching Reverend Morrison's murder," he told the team during their debriefing session. According to newspaper accounts from 1847, he was investigating financial irregularities in the church. He'd discovered that someone was embezzling money from the collection plates and using it to buy land around the cemetery for development. "So he was killed to keep him quiet," Tasha said. "That's what I thought. But here's the thing. The murder was never solved. The prime suspect was Morrison's assistant, a man named Jonathan Blackwood, but he had an alibi. He was supposedly visiting his sick mother in Philadelphia the night of the murder." David pulled out a manila folder filled with photocopied newspaper clippings and cemetery records. "But I kept digging and I found something interesting. 3 months after Morrison's murder, Blackwood suddenly had enough money to buy a large plot in the newer section of Westminster Cemetery. He built an elaborate mausoleum for himself and his family, even though he was only 35 years old and in perfect health. "You think the figure was pointing toward Blackwood's grave?" Jake said. "I think Reverend Morrison is still trying to identify his killer," David replied. "And I think Jonathan Blackwood got away with murder for almost 200 years. They returned to Westminster Cemetery the following month, this time focusing their investigation on the Blackwood Mausoleum. What they found there would become the subject of their most controversial research paper. Evidence that seemed to suggest the paranormal activity at Westminster wasn't random haunting, but a systematic attempt by the dead to seek justice for unresolved crimes. The screaming skull continued to wail every night at midnight, but now Tasha understood it wasn't screaming in pain. It was screaming for justice, demanding that the truth finally be heard after nearly 2 centuries of silence. And sometimes late at night when the city grew quiet, Baltimore residents still reported hearing those muffled cries echoing from Westminster Cemetery, the voice of a murdered minister who refused to rest until his killer's name was finally spoken aloud. They say the dying see things the living cannot. In my 87 years walking this earth, I never believed such foolishness until Dr. Harrison told me the tumors in my lungs had spread to my spine, my liver, my brain. 3 months, maybe 4 if I was lucky. Time enough to set affairs in order, he said, to say goodbyes. But some goodbyes cannot be spoken to the living. My name is Walter Pennington, Walt to those who knew me before my hair went white and my back bent double. I was born in Knoxville in 1937, raised in the shadow of the Smoky Mountains by a grandmother who claimed she could speak to spirits and a grandfather who dismissed such notions as mountain superstition. I spent my childhood caught between their competing truths, never knowing which to believe until the night I first saw the Watcher. I was 8 years old, walking through Old Gray Cemetery on a dare from Tommy Morrison and his gang of bullies. The Victorian graveyard sprawled across 45 acres of hills and hollows in East Knoxville, its elaborate monuments and weathered headstones creating a maze of shadows in the moonlight. The older boys had bet me a silver dollar I wouldn't spend an hour alone among the graves after midnight. My family needed that dollar. Times were hard in 1945, and my father had not returned from the war. I entered through the main gate on Broadway, clutching a pocket watch my grandmother had given me. The cemetery felt different at night, alive with whispers I could not quite hear and movement I could not quite see. Every statue seemed to turn its head as I passed. Every rustling leaf sounded like footsteps on gravel paths. I had made it halfway through my hour when I saw him. He stood beside the Wilder family mausoleum, a figure in clothes that seemed to shimmer between shadow and substance. Tall and gaunt, wearing a long coat that hung from his shoulders like funeral drapes. His face was pale and sharp-featured, with hollow eyes that reflected the moonlight like pools of still water. He was watching me with an expression of profound sadness, as if my presence in that place brought him great pain. I froze, my heart hammering so hard I was certain he could hear it. But instead of approaching or speaking, he simply raised one skeletal hand and pointed toward the cemetery's older section, where the headstones dated back to the 1800s. Then, without a sound, he melted back into the shadows between the tombs. I ran from Old Gray that night, never claiming my silver dollar, never speaking of what I had seen. But as I grew older, I found myself drawn back to the cemetery again and again. During my teenage years, I would walk the winding paths on Sunday afternoons, ostensibly visiting the grave of a distant relative, but really searching for another glimpse of the figure I had come to think of as the Watcher. He appeared to me 7 more times over the decades, always in the same place beside the Wilder mausoleum, always pointing toward the older graves with that same expression of inexplicable sorrow. In 1952, the night before, I shipped out for Korea. In 1958, when I returned home to bury my grandmother. In 1963, the week I married my beloved Sarah. In 1971, on the day our son Michael was born. In 1984, when Sarah's cancer finally claimed her. In 1997, at Michael's funeral after the car accident that took him far too young. And most recently, just 6 months ago, on the night I first felt the sharp pain in my chest that would lead to Dr. Harrison's grim diagnosis. Each time I saw the Watcher, something significant happened in my life within days. A departure, a return, a beginning, an ending. He appeared at the threshold moments, the times when one phase of existence gave way to another. I came to understand that he was not trying to frighten me, but to prepare me, to mark the passages that shape a human life. Now, as October rain drums against the windows of my small house on Magnolia Avenue, I know why he has haunted my steps for nearly 80 years. I know where he was pointing all those times, and I know what he was trying to tell me. The older section of Old Gray Cemetery, established in 1850, contains graves that predate the Great Yellow Fever epidemic of 1854. Hundreds died that summer as the disease swept through Knoxville like a prairie fire, and the cemetery expanded rapidly to accommodate the dead. New plots were laid out in neat rows, modern and efficient compared to the haphazard arrangement of the earlier graves. But in their haste to bury the fever victims, the cemetery planners made a terrible mistake. They built the new section directly over an older burial ground, a small family plot that had been forgotten by everyone except the spirits who dwelt there. The Pennington family plot, my family's plot. I discovered this truth 3 weeks ago while researching my genealogy, hoping to leave my descendants some record of their heritage. Hidden in the basement archives of the Knox County Library, I found a deed dated 1849. Jeremiah Pennington, my great-great-grandfather, had purchased a small parcel of land in what would later become Old Gray Cemetery. The deed described a family burial ground containing the graves of his parents, his wife, and 3 children who had died in infancy. When the yellow fever struck 5 years later, the overwhelmed cemetery authorities apparently lost track of the old family plots. They platted new graves directly over the Pennington burial ground, erecting elaborate Victorian monuments where simple stone markers had once stood. My ancestors were not moved or reinterred. They were simply built over, forgotten, their resting place defiled by the pressing needs of the living. The Watcher was not some random spirit haunting Old Gray Cemetery. He was Jeremiah Pennington, my great-great-grandfather, pointing toward his desecrated family graves and waiting 80 years for one of his descendants to understand his message. Tonight, armed with this knowledge and facing my own approaching end, I returned to Old Gray Cemetery one final time. The October night was cold and damp, with fog rolling off the Tennessee River and settling among the monuments like a burial shroud. I carried with me a bouquet of mountain laurel, Sarah's favorite flower, and a letter I had written to the cemetery authorities documenting my family's rightful claim to the disputed ground. I walked slowly through the familiar paths, my oxygen tank wheeling behind me on its small cart. The elaborate Victorian monuments loomed out of the mist like ships in a ghostly harbor. Angels with weathered faces gazed down at me with expressions of eternal sorrow. Obelisks and crosses reached toward the clouded sky like fingers of the dead grasping for heaven. The Wilder family mausoleum stood unchanged, its granite walls streaked with decades of rain and neglect. I positioned myself beside it and waited, knowing with absolute certainty that the Watcher would come. He materialized from the fog at 11:57, exactly as I remembered him from my childhood. Tall and gaunt in his old-fashioned coat, with hollow eyes that held depths of sadness no living person could fathom. But this time, when our eyes met, I saw recognition in his gaze, understanding, relief. "I know who you are," I whispered into the cold night air. "I know what you've been trying to tell me all these years." Jeremiah Pennington, the Watcher, the shadow that had followed me through 8 decades of life, smiled for the first time. It transformed his gaunt features, making him appear almost human despite his translucent form. He nodded once, slowly, then beckoned for me to follow. Together we walked toward the older section of the cemetery. My steps were labored, my breathing shallow, but I forced myself to keep pace with the spirit of my ancestor. He led me to a cluster of elaborate Victorian graves, monuments to families whose names meant nothing to me now, but who had been buried atop the bones of my people. The Watcher stopped beside a particularly ornate memorial, a marble angel with outstretched wings that had been erected in 1855. He knelt beside the monument and placed his spectral hand against the earth at its base. "Here," he said, his voice like wind through autumn leaves. "They are here. All of them, waiting to be remembered." I knelt beside him, my aged joints protesting, and placed the mountain laurel on the ground where he indicated. As I did, I felt them, a stirring in the earth beneath my palms, the presence of souls who had been forgotten for more than a century and a half. "I'll make this right," I promised, pulling out the letter I had written to the cemetery authorities. "They'll know the truth. Your family will be remembered." Jeremiah Pennington rose to his full height and looked down at me with an expression of profound gratitude. The weight of sorrow that had defined his existence for so many years was lifting from his shoulders like fog before the morning sun. "Thank you," he whispered, and in his voice I heard not just his gratitude, but that of all the forgotten dead, all the souls whose resting places had been lost to time and human oversight. As the first light of dawn began to touch the eastern hills, the watcher began to fade. His form became less substantial with each passing moment, his features blurring into the morning mist. But before he disappeared entirely, he raised his hand one final time, not pointing now, but waving farewell. I sat by that unmarked grave until full daylight, breathing in the autumn air and feeling the pain in my chest ease for the first time in months. The watcher was gone. His vigil finally ended. The weight of his unfinished business had passed to me, but I carried it gladly. I had 3 months to live, maybe 4, and I would use every day to ensure that Jeremiah Pennington and his forgotten family received the recognition they deserved. They found me there the next morning, slumped peacefully against the marble angel, the letter clutched in my lifeless hands. The cemetery groundskeeper said later that my face bore the most serene expression he had ever seen on a dead man, as if I had finally found the peace that had eluded me in life. Old Gray Cemetery is quieter now. Visitors no longer report seeing a gaunt figure watching from the shadows, and the oppressive atmosphere that once clung to the older section has lifted like a curse finally broken. The Pennington family graves have been properly marked and maintained, their story added to the cemetery's official records. But sometimes, on foggy October nights when the veil between worlds grows thin, groundskeepers claim to see 2 figures walking together among the monuments. An old man with a wheeled oxygen tank and a tall figure in an antique coat, no longer separate by death but united in the completion of a task that spanned nearly a century. The watcher's vigil is ended, but the love that bound him to his family and to me endures beyond the grave. The first time Marissa Caldwell saw the little girl in black, she was pushing her twin daughters on the swings at Greenwood Memorial Park in Riverside, California. It was a crisp Saturday morning in October, the kind of perfect Southern California day that makes you forget the summer heat and appreciate the gentle warmth of autumn sunshine. Emma and Sophie, both 6 years old, squealed with delight as their swings carried them higher into the cloudless blue sky. That's when Marissa noticed her standing at the edge of the playground watching. She couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 years old, dressed in a formal black dress that seemed oddly old-fashioned, like something from a vintage photograph. The dress had puffy sleeves and a high neckline, with rows of tiny buttons marching up the front like dark pearls. Her long dark hair was parted severely down the middle and tied back with a black ribbon. But it was her stillness that caught Marissa's attention. She stood perfectly motionless, her pale hands folded in front of her, watching the twins with an expression of profound longing. "Mommy, who's that girl?" Emma asked, pointing toward the strange figure. Marissa looked again, but the child was gone. The edge of the playground was empty except for a maintenance worker trimming hedges near the cemetery gates. "What girl, honey?" Marissa asked, slowing Emma's swing. "The sad girl in the black dress." She was watching us. Sophie nodded vigorously from her own swing. She looked like she wanted to play, but she seemed scared to come over. Marissa scanned the playground again. A few other families were enjoying the morning, Parents pushing toddlers on swings, older children racing down slides. But she saw no child in black anywhere. "I don't see anyone, girls." Maybe it was just shadows from the trees. But as they walked back to their car, parked along the service road that separated the playground from Greenwood Cemetery, Marissa found herself glancing over her shoulder. The cemetery stretched across 50 acres of gently rolling hills, dotted with oak trees and filled with headstones dating back to the early 1900s. Many of the older graves belonged to children, victims of diseases that modern medicine had long since conquered. It wasn't until their third visit to the playground that Marissa saw the child herself. She was sitting on a bench near the back fence, the one that offered a clear view of both the playground and the older section of the cemetery beyond. Emma and Sophie were playing on the jungle gym with two other children they'd met, their laughter carrying across the warm afternoon air. Marissa was reading a book, occasionally glancing up to check on the girls when movement caught her eye. The child in black sat on a weathered stone bench about 30 yards away, positioned so she could watch the playground through the chain-link fence. She was older than Marissa had initially thought, perhaps 10 or 11, with pale skin that seemed almost translucent in the dappled sunlight filtering through the oak branches. Her black dress was even more elaborate than Marissa remembered, with intricate beadwork around the collar and cuffs. But it was the child's expression that made Marissa's breath catch in her throat. The longing was so intense it was almost physical, as if she were pressing her face against glass, desperate to join the other children but unable to cross some invisible barrier. Marissa stood up, intending to walk over and perhaps invite the child to join her daughters at play. But as soon as she took a step forward, the girl looked directly at her. Their eyes met across the distance, and Marissa felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October breeze. The child's eyes were dark and fathomless, filled with a sadness that no child should ever have to carry. For a moment that felt like hours, they stared at each other. Then the girl slowly shook her head as if warning Marissa away, and simply faded like morning mist. Not vanished, faded, becoming more and more transparent until only the empty bench remained. That evening, Marissa called the Riverside County Parks Department to ask about the cemetery next to the playground. The woman who answered the phone was helpful but seemed puzzled by Marissa's questions about children's graves in the older section. "Greenwood's been serving the community since 1908, she explained. "There are thousands of graves there, including quite a few children from the early days when childhood diseases were more common. Is there a specific grave you're looking for? A family member, perhaps?" "No, I was just curious about the history of the area. Has anyone ever reported strange occurrences at the playground? Children seeing things that aren't there?" There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Well, that's an odd question, but now that you mention it, we do get occasional reports from parents about their kids talking to imaginary friends while playing there. Usually children claiming to see other kids who want to play but never actually join in. The playground's been there since the late 70s, and the reports have been fairly consistent over the years." Marissa felt her stomach tighten. "What kind of reports?" "Oh, nothing harmful. Just children asking their parents about the shy girl or the sad boy they saw watching from near the cemetery fence. Kids have active imaginations, especially in a setting like that. The proximity to the cemetery probably makes them think about ghosts and such." "Have any parents actually seen these children?" Another pause. "Not that I'm aware of. It's always secondhand through the children." But Marissa had seen her, clear as day, solid as any living person, until that final moment when she faded away like a photograph left too long in the sun. Over the next few weeks, the sightings became more frequent. Sometimes the child in black would be sitting on the bench watching the playground with that heartbreaking expression of longing. Other times she would be standing near the fence, her fingers wrapped around the chain links as if she were imprisoned behind them. Once Marissa saw her walking slowly along the cemetery's border, always staying in the shadow of the trees, always watching the playing children with those dark, sad eyes. Emma and Sophie seemed to sense her presence too, though they never mentioned seeing her again after that first day. But they began asking questions that made Marissa uncomfortable. "Mommy, why can't some children play with other children?" Emma asked one afternoon as they drove home from the playground. "What do you mean, sweetheart? Some children have to stay by themselves all the time. That's not fair." Sophie nodded solemnly from her car seat. "The sad girl wants to play with us, but something won't let her. She has to stay on the other side." "What other side?" Marissa asked, though she was beginning to suspect she already knew. "The quiet side," Sophie said matter-of-factly, "where the sleeping people are." That evening, Marissa drove back to Greenwood Cemetery alone. She parked outside the main gates and walked through the entrance, past the newer sections with their neat rows of modern headstones toward the older area that bordered the playground. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that made the weathered marble monuments glow like candles. Marissa walked slowly through the older section, reading names and dates, noting how many of the graves belonged to children who had died more than a century ago. She found what she was looking for near a cluster of oak trees that provided a perfect view of the playground beyond the fence. A small headstone, simple and unadorned compared to the elaborate monuments nearby. The inscription was worn but still readable. Helena Rose Blackwood. Beloved daughter, 1902 to 1912. She loved to watch the children play. Below the epitaph was a carving of a little girl in a formal dress, her hair pulled back with a ribbon, her hands folded primly in front of her. Even rendered in weathered stone, the resemblance to the child Marissa had been seeing was unmistakable. A small American flag had been placed next to the headstone, along with a bouquet of black roses that looked fresh despite the October heat. A brass plaque near the base of the stone provided additional information. Helena Rose Blackwood died of consumption in 1912 at the age of 10. According to family records, she spent her final months bedridden in the family home, watching other children play in the garden below her window. Her greatest wish was to join them, but her illness prevented her from leaving her room. She was buried in this spot specifically because it offered a view of the area where local children gathered to play. Marissa knelt beside the grave and placed her hand on the cool stone. As she did, she felt a presence beside her, not threatening, but achingly sad. "Hello, Helena," she whispered. The air around her seemed to shimmer, and for just a moment she saw the child in black standing next to the headstone. But this time, instead of longing, Helena's expression showed gratitude. She smiled, a radiant expression that transformed her pale features, and nodded once before fading away. The next day, Marissa brought Emma and Sophie to the playground as usual, but this time she also brought something extra, a small bouquet of white flowers and a handwritten note. While the girls played, she walked to the cemetery fence and placed the flowers near the spot where she had so often seen Helena watching. The note was simple. For Helena Rose Blackwood. You are remembered. You are not alone. As they prepared to leave that afternoon, Emma tugged on Marissa's